How do I fix this? It's been so long. There we go. This game is a work of fiction. I hope this is voice acting. 'No No Square. No Square. That's my No No Square. 2015, what the fuck?
Pekori.
Is it voice acting? Crap. Shit. There's no language. Wait. Please use only in unforeseen circumstances such as data deletion. Wow.
ようこそ
Fuck.
ノベルアドベンチャーゲームレイジングループの世界へ。
Wait, how do I...
私は
Hard eyes,
単な
motherfucker.
るどれに足らないインターフェース的キャラクターです。
Stop talking.
そうですね。リカコとでもお呼びください。
Well, this is weird. Bid you welcome to the world of this visual novel, Raging Loop. I am nobody special, honestly. Simply consider me part of the interface. You may refer to me as Kako.
ここでは初めて
You're
プレイ
most
な
likely
する
playing
皆
this
様
game for
に
the first time, and
こ
I'm
の
here
ゲ
to
ームの
explain a
遊
few
び
things
方を
about it.
簡単いくつか変わった
This
とこ
work
ろ
is
のあ
quite
るゲーム
strange
で
to
す
see.
の
It's
で
recommended that the
最初はぜひ
uninitiated
とも
take the time to read
全部の
everything
説
here.
明を特に
Those
動画
uploading
配
their
信をなさ
gameplay
る
should
方
at
は
least read the
4
4 videos
動
of
画やシェアについて
Wait, what does that mean?
だけでも必ずお読みくださいね。
Can I not like reload those videos and sharing? Oh wait, maybe that's.
最後まで読んでいただけたら私のセクシーな画像が見られません。世間は厳しゅうございます。さめざめ。さて、何からご説明いたしましょう。レイジングループはノベルアドベン小説のように文章で物語が綴られ、世に言う人狼ゲームと深く関係する物語ではありますが、人狼ゲームそのものではないのでご注意を。スーパー人工知能リカコ20人と永遠の人狼ゲームを楽しめるとご期待された方、すみません。ざめざめ。もちろんただの小説ではございません。時折現れる選択肢によってキャラクターたちが生き生きと描写され、生き生きとボイスを喋ります。せっかくの声をお楽しみになるためや、突如絶叫が響き渡らないためにイヤホンなどされるのも良い。とっても大ボリュームな物語ですので、没頭しすぎて数日徹夜なんてことになるやもご注意くださいね。なお、もうご存知かと思いますが、レイジングループは架空の殺人事件、恐怖事件を扱ったサスペンス、スリラー、ホラー。もちろんこの物語は作り事で作中の学問知識、歴史、宗教、神話、科学、医学等の知識は創作を含みます。テストに、そして描かれる犯罪や惨劇にそんな感じで現実との区別をしっかりおつけになったらもう大丈夫。本作を思いっきり楽しんでくださいね。レイジングループの独特な機能について説明いたしますね。レイジングループのストーリーは複雑に分岐しております。でも心配無用。本作ではシナリオチャートというメニューを開けばチャートという機能にいつでもアクセスでき、さらにこのシナリオチャートを使えば入ったことのあるもう選択肢では必ずセーブとは申しません。これでいつでも選択肢は選び直せますので、シナリオチャート機能についてはまた後でもう一度使いどころの説明がありますので、よくわからない。次にキーについて、レイジングループの物語分岐は全て選択肢を選んだ瞬間に発生いたします。後から引くものは存在しません。その代わりいくつかの選択肢はキーと呼ばれる特定の情報がない。このキーを探すことこそレイジングループの大きな目的だと言えるでしょう。
I actually just found out Colorado has an In-N-Out, so I'm glad you are aware of the situation you have. Shit is bomb. Many might say that searching for this key is one of the major goals in this game.
その探し方は実際に手に入った時に説明があるそうですのでご心配なく。
Yeah, multiple. Damn. My friend's mom works at one of them. See, Wrath, I was hoping because in the options it does say English and Japanese, and everybody is voice acted, but it sounds to me like they're all Japanese voice acted and the subtitles are in English, which is gonna fucking be weird. So I'm gonna be reading over them speaking Japanese. It's kind of awkward.
ちなみに一度キーを入手して解放されたルートはセーブデータと関係なく、逆に言うとキーが未入手の状態にはそれで読めなくなる文章はありませんので、あまり困ることはキーがない状態に戻して遊びたいという既得なお方には全データを初期化する手もあります。ご利用は計画的に。
I will say though, I went to In-N-Out because I was hungry and I had a gift card. So I got my In and Out, and I read a chapter of The Witcher, and then I walked outside. I think I'm getting sick. But I walked outside. Some old lady like sideswiped my car, took off the fucking license plate. Like completely fucked up the side of her car. It's a big ass gash going down both fucking doors, passenger doors. But I finally fucking saw after I got home. She like a little scrape above my fucking license plate. But she like broke the fucking holder, so we're trying to glue that back together right now. But otherwise, there's like no damage. Parents are all mad. Why didn't you get her information? I'm like, bitch, it's like fucking $5 fix maybe. All we need is glue. I did see the scuff afterwards, but I mean, my family's fucked up my car worse than she did, so I don't really care. She's some little old lady. She's like all fucking scared. I was like, nah, dude, don't worry about it. You're fine. I'll go home and put it back on. It actually like might have been my fault because I parked in the front, but I pulled through an empty space into an empty space in front of it, and I didn't look. But I like might have pulled a little too far forward, and I was like on the edge, so like when you turn the corner there, my car might have been sticking out a little bit, but I didn't look. I just was like, yeah, no worries, I'm trying to go home now, and just left.
独特な機能に加え、レイジングループにはノベルゲームとして基本的な機能、テキストウィンドウを隠す、バックログ、既読文章のスキップ、次の選択、ロードやセーブはオートセーブ機能があるにはありますが、新しいチャプターに入るたびに霧のいいところまで読むか、シナリオチャートをご利用いただくか、手動セーブを活用してくださいね。次にオプション、メニューから開けるオプション設定からは音量調整。ただ全部説明すると皆様がお眠になってしまわれるので、あとは他の説明書きやお願いいたしますね。
He looks like somebody from fucking Catherine. Alright, I think this is what I need to know.
レイジングループはノベルゲーム、物語や展ですから、それら全てを配信されてしまいますと、とてもかといってお楽しみは大勢ではというわけで、私どもは動画配信、ちなみにその範囲は最初のメインループ、具体的にはシナリオチャート上の4、潜入の相当な長さがございますので、配信のネタにむしろ全文読み上げる派の配信主様は喉が潰れないか心配です。無理は。ちなみに動画配信の折にはこの後現れる選択肢で動画配信終了のタイミングで突然謎の羊が出現、ここまでよとお知らせいたします。
Wait, where did she say it was? Well, I don't have to read any of this. I'm just doing it. I want to know what the fuck she was talking about. Then again, I feel like this game is old enough where like it probably fucking doesn't matter anymore. Please use the reminder function if you have it set it on. Have a reminder function, so
そこで収録はお開きとしていただき、あとは考察やら。ちなみに今はオフの状態ですよ。はい、オンにいたしました。また切り替えたいときはゼロ、導入のここに来てくださいね。
In Raging Loop, the share function is available throughout the whole game. That is so that you will be free to make screenshots and record for yourself. Like Rikako said, we prefer it if you did not upload the entire work. Please don't go beyond the set location. Otherwise, please feel free to use the function reasonably and responsibly. We'll see. We'll look into
it. とても長くなってしまいました。ここまでお読みいただき それでは、限りなく濃い霧と血煙の向こう、人狼村の真実をどうかその目ペコリ。
Imagine it was right here, and they're just like, please stop recording now. Ooh, wait. Oh no, that's the log. Okay, so I can hide the text box. Nope, no I can't. Please be in English, please be in English, please be in English. I closed in on the side of the road. Oh, shit. Nope, too fast. Nope, how do I stop? There we go. I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. Actually, she did say people who read a lot are going to end up with sore throats, so I'm going to have to read it all. Well, I'm lost. Maybe taking a ride down an unknown road with no sat-nav on me wasn't such a good idea. I'd just follow the road so I'd figure I wouldn't get lost, but now I was in some deep shit. No, cool it. This isn't a big deal. I sighed, took note of the fact that I'd gotten lost in my pocket journal, and then pulled out a map. Thank you, Rocco. I'm dying over here. Suddenly, a rush of memories flitted into my mind. Oh, I need a key. Damn it, Rocco. You're gonna drown me. I love water. Dang, achievement, let's go. Lost. I somehow kept myself from remembering those things. After all, I'd gone on this trip to forget.
More.
I mean, it was almost in English.
やめやめ。
Enough of that.
目の前の
I gotta
現
focus on
実を
what's
直
happening
視。
right now.
人生は
Life is
シンプル。
simple, just like this
つま
road.
りこの
It's
道
dark
の
and
ご
there
とく
aren't any guides,
真っ
but
暗で
that
道
means
案
all
内
you
も
gotta
なく
think about is whether
進
you
む
go
か返
forward
す
or
か
back.
考えることはそれだ
Going
け。
back wasn't an option in this case, so I just moved forward. Fuck, dude. Still, I wanted to know where I was, at least, so I looked down at my map. It was all Greek to me. Last time I'd seen a sign, it was still light out, meaning that I'd gotten lost after the sun had set. Sure, it was my own fault for just guessing which intersection I'd be passing through, and that it had taken me 2 hours to conclude I was lost. Crazy to think that just 2 hours of aimless driving got me almost completely surrounded by mountains. They extended as far as the eye could see. If you flipped this scenery upside down and shook it, it's unlikely even a shred of civilization would tumble out. Besides the asphalt below, my sweet ride, and the lampposts above, the first one in a while, mind you, there was nothing man-made here. The pocket map I had wasn't detailed enough for me to figure out where I was. Guess
進む
I'll
か。
just keep driving. Look, he turned into a... Selly? Sicily? Selly? I think it's Selly. From Durarara. I'd go as far as I could. Worst comes to worst, I could just camp at the side of the road. Even though she's like black and has a cat helmet. And no head. 2 hours later, I deeply regretted ever thinking that. Basically, camping wasn't an option. The mountain road had no side to camp on. A dump truck that I'd passed barely could even fit on it. I also had my first close encounters with wild forest animals. I'd already seen 2 boars and 3 deer in those 2 hours alone. One of the deer had run parallel to my bike while intently staring at me, and I had no idea what to think of that. I'd felt like it could smell my fear and did it just to make it worse. How dare the thing do that to the human? We're the kings of this planet, damn it. I have to remember to eat some venison once I came back to civilization. Anyway, camping out here was a bad idea. I'd end up as either roadkill or animal food. And yet, I didn't back out. Why? Because I'm a pretty warped sort of guy, and I won't pretend otherwise. That was actually the reason why my once comfortable relationship had gone awry. That's why I'd gone on this stupid trip. Still, despite acknowledging that, I chose to keep moving forward. It wasn't like I'd find a place to stay if I went back. I was actually starting to think that this experience might make a good conversation piece sometime down the road. It was really getting late at this point. Where would these roads take me anyway? They'd probably be disappointing. Soon enough, the road became flat. I was out of the mountain pass. The forest remained abundant, though, so I still didn't see much. Even so, the streetlights and signs were enough to make me feel like I was nearing civilization. Was streetlights the right expression for lights in a forest? I'd have to look that up. As the road grew less rugged, I realized just how exhausted I was. All this bike handling had left my hands really sore too. I really had to rest. Suddenly, I saw something unexpected. Powerful, colorful, artificial lights. A convenience store? Dude found a 7-Eleven. Fresh Market. The Pepsi logo. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was next to an intersection between the road I was on and another, even thinner road that could probably support only a single car. The sea of trees ended, giving room for the majestic child of our consumerist society. Yeah, that was an exaggeration. Apparently even a damn store was a big deal for someone who just stepped out of the wild. It was called Fresh Market. I'd seen several of them a few times during the day. It was probably a local franchise. The building didn't look all that old. At least the parking lot looked a lot smoother compared to the roads. This was a pretty weird place to build something like that, though. Was I close to a settlement, or did they actually make a profit off the lost travelers? I just asked that or something. A local shopkeeper was bound to know what was around these parts, not to mention I was thirsty. I was welcomed by a weird chime sound. God, that was long. It looked like a normal convenience store. There were goods on the shelves, a counter to the left, and... Whoa. The worker at the counter was so mean-looking it was scary. She was so imposing, I wouldn't have doubted if someone told me she was in charge of some ladies' army corps. Aye. Was that supposed to be a greeting? It was so damn cold that it actually gave me chills. Was this store shadier than it appeared? Was I about to be stupidly overcharged? Was this how this place made a profit, by taking advantage of lost people and basically beating them out of their money? Shit, that was scary. Clearly, the Wonderland had only just begun. Woohoo, I was so excited for the beating. I grew more nervous and less enthusiastic by the second. I braced myself, but she just looked down at a magazine in her hands. Oh, so she was just a slacker. Slightly disappointed, I walked around the store. He was trying to get beat up by a hot chick. It was about what you'd expect. There was a small shelf of energy drinks, followed by some stationaries, travel goods, sanitary stuff, etc. There were sweets that came with toys, a shelf of cup ramen and dried food, a fridge, a freezer. It all looked normal. It was late, so the daily dish and packed lunch section were completely empty. The only special thing about this place was a section full of unpacked vegetables you'd expect to see at a Green Grocers. Maybe all rural convenience stores are like this. I was slightly surprised by that, but there weren't any local fine foods or anything, so all in all, it was an unremarkable store if you ignored the clerk anyway. I took a drink and brought it to the register. Yep, she really was the highlight of this place. What kind of clerk smokes while dealing with a customer? You're actually buying? Yes, I was actually buying. She was a clerk and I'd be her god, the customer. 126 yen. She didn't even scan it. The exchange was at the mercy of this clerk. God is dead. Maybe I had to get mad at her?
ちょっといいですか?
Can I ask something?
実は道に迷ってしまって。
I quickly turned meek.
街はどっちにあるでしょうか?
あっち。
いや、その、できれば。
ない。
Man, this woman.
いや、そんなはずはないでしょ。コンビニなんて大体道聞かれるから。
知らねえよ。ないもんはね。
もう数時間迷ってるもんで、これ以上。
その辺の床で寝てけば。
いや、お気持ちだけでいいんで、道だけちょ。
ああ、もう。せえな。待ってろ。
The clerk put out her smoke in the ashtray and went to the staff-only area. She came back in no time.
あったわ。
Found it. So she did have a map. Of course she did. Even more ill-tempered than usual, the clerk started giving an explanation.
これがこの店。
This here's the store. Go to the north.
十字路北。しばらくしたら立教があっから渡れ。最初の分岐のとこに大岩があっからそこを。
この道。
んだよ。
いや、
書かれてねえだけで集落。富士吉村まで行くには峠道2時間。こっちなら30分で着く。
Fujiyoshi seemed to be a village. It didn't look too far away, but the road leading to it was a huge branching mess. It was clearly just a paved mountain pass. I'd had enough of those for one day. I'd probably just get lost again.
じゃあ、こっち行ってみます。
金。
Money.
はい。
Excuse me?
払
You
って
didn't
ね
pay
えだ
for
ろ
the tea.
ちゃ
あ
Here's 500 yen. Dang, Russell Jingle.
あ、なぜ
Why did you put
お
the
釣
change
りを
in the
無断で
collection
募金
box
箱に入
without
れるんで
asking
す
me?
か？
小銭多いと
Having
う
too
ぜえ
many
だろ
coins is a pain, ain't it? That was a hell of a line. Yes, it is. I casually thanked her, grabbed the plastic bottle of tea. She didn't give me a bag, by the way. You left the store. Why would you need a bag for one fucking bottle of tea? I drank the tea in the parking lot and looked up at the moon. Obscured by the clouds, it was still bright enough to outshine the light of the convenience store. The clerk put me in a bad mood, though, so I didn't enjoy the sight. I threw the bottle into a nearby trash can and aggressively drove away. Following the directions, I crossed the overpass and arrived at the first fork in the road. The byway she told me about was really narrow. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if it was not. Noticed it were it not for the tall boulders standing there like a roadside shrine for some traveler deity. Turning carefully, I got on the road. A minute later, I found myself in an even worse wilderness than before. The veil of dead leaves covered the ground. Tall grass sided the path, and the sky above was blocked by overgrown shrubs, making it feel like I was passing a wooden tunnel. The road itself was a huge red flag. It was a wonder why I didn't just turn around. The exchange from before might have pissed me off more than I thought. Still, I really didn't expect the road to just end. It happened about 15 minutes in. The view ahead suddenly turned strangely dark, and a split second later, the bike tipped forward. I reflexively hit the brakes, but it was too late. I started going down a cliff. My bike tilted downwards, and its suspension was put to the greatest test yet as we basically tumbled down to the bottom. The headlights suddenly shone on some dirt and grass. I knew then that I'd be flung out of my seat. Stifling a scream, I tried to work some steering and brake magic to slow down without collapsing. But that was too big a task for a simple road bike. At the bottom of the cliff, it jumped higher than ever before. The suspension couldn't handle the impact, and I was launched into the air. A moment later, I heard a crash and felt an impact, after which came an unpleasant pain. He died. Damn it. An accident where I was flung out like that was a first for me. The launch was really something, too. I did a 360 in the air and fell on my back. My breathing stopped for a moment, and the pain was so bad I thought all my bones shattered. My face and limbs seemed pretty fine at least, though I wasn't sure if that counted as a silver lining. There was grass under my hands. I felt it even though through the gloves. That and the smell of green made it pretty clear what I landed on. I pushed down and my hand sunk. This grass growth was pretty hefty. It was probably the reason why I came out relatively okay. Sure, my joints creaked when I stood up, but aside from that I was fine. It was really dark, so I couldn't really confirm it, but I was pretty sure I wasn't even bleeding. My bike, however, wasn't nearly as lucky. Oh boy. I was lying on its side a short distance ahead. The engine was still on. The back wheel kept on turning, making an unpleasant fricative noise. Yup, it was busted. I walked up, killed the engine, and took the key. With the headlights off, I was surrounded by absolute darkness, so I just stood and waited until my eyes adjusted. I still couldn't see very clearly, but it looked like this actually wasn't a cliff. I was still on a road, it just wasn't paved beyond this point. Obviously, a road bike stood no chance against an unpaved road. The woman actually tried to kill me. Zigzagging through the trees, I followed the narrow footpath deeper into the forest. I tried getting my bike up and running again, but instantly gave up. It was partially stuck in mud, so there was the risk of it slipping and getting me into another accident. Maybe I had to turn around? The moment I considered that, I thought I saw a faint light ahead. If that woman wasn't lying, this road led to a settlement. Was I close? That's what she said. I reached into my jacket's pocket, took out my phone, and opened it up. As you'd expect, I was out of range. I ran the light up and shone a light to see better. Though weak, it was better than nothing. At the very least, it helped me watch where I was going. I had no idea how long I'd been walking for, but sure enough, I could see a light beyond the shrubs. It was weaker than I expected. A flashlight, perhaps? I could hear water, too. It might have been near a river.
すいません
Hello! I raised my voice.
すいません
Hello!
誰かいませんか
Anyone there? Still declaring my presence, I walked forward. It was late at night. Were I to bump into someone here, the scare would probably take away a few years of our lives. That was what I figured it was best Wait, that was why I figured it was best for both of us to let the other know we were here before that happened. However, there was no response. Could they not hear me over the rapids?
すいません
Hello! I shone my light ahead and realized I'd made it to an opening. Sure enough, there was a river, or a stream rather. I could see slightly more than I had while surrounded by trees. Straining my eyes, I saw a rocky river breach in the shallows. The light I'd seen was on the other side. From what I could tell, it was either a lantern or a flashlight, and it was close to the ground. I didn't see any people though. No one responded to my shouting either. I wasn't excited about it, but I decided to step into the water. The cold water quickly soaked my shoes and socks. I could have taken them off, but I figured that crossing a river barefooted at midnight was a bad idea. And man, was it cold. I put my phone back in my jacket. I needed both my hands free in case I fell. No stopping or backing down, I walked toward the light. It suddenly became deeper. The water reached my knees now. That was too close for comfort. Feeling the bottom with my toes and balancing myself, I somehow avoided losing my footing. The flow was fiercer than I'd expected. If I'd slipped and fell, I'd probably be washed away. It suddenly hit me. I was doing something really weird, but it was too late to back down. Putting my hands on the boulders and carefully checking what I was stepping on, I gradually made it to the other side. Then, with an unpleasant wet sound on my every step, I walked to the light. I could already see it clearly. Yep, it was a flashlight, lying on the ground for some reason. There wasn't much space here. It was a narrow riverbank with a cliff right beside it. As you'd expect, I didn't see or sense anyone nearby. What the hell? Though old, the flashlight was working fine. The strength of the light told me the battery was pretty full. That meant that someone was actually using this tonight, or rather, until just a few moments ago. That was the most logical conclusion. It obviously wasn't left here yesterday afternoon or evening, and yet the user was nowhere in sight, and I was near a river. Did something bad happen? Did the flashlight's owner step into the stream and get swept away? That was the most likely and worst possible scenario. However, the flashlight was left there practically buried in the pebbles. It didn't seem like someone placed it there to light things up. It was the dead of night. There was no way you wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dark. Right, the fact that a light source was left in a place like this was strange by itself. With that considered, what was going on here? What if? I mean, I'm like struggling. I think I'm slightly getting sick. And besides somebody like hitting my car. It's cool. I forgot to go get a car wash. Forgot to go to the post office. What if someone heard my stupid shouting and decided to lure me in with a light so they could ambush me? Where would they attack from? Above?
こんばんは。
Hello! I heard a voice the moment I looked up. The rock cliff was actually made up of several boulders. There was a face peeking from behind one of them.
こんばんは
Hello? Is this not Japanese?
ああ、人
Wow,
だ。
a person! You
びっ
surprised
くり
me.
した。
That was my line.
悪いんだけど、それ取ってもらえます？
Sorry, could you pick that up for me? The voice was feminine. I finally realized what was going on.
落としたってわけですか
I picked up the flashlight and pointed at the source of the voice.
やん。
High-pitched voice, slender hands shielding the light. Sure enough, it was a young woman.
眩しいな。
Oh, sorry, this is
失礼
by the way.
怖い
That's
です。
creepy. Don't shine it
下
up
から
on the
照
lid
ら
like
さない
that.。
実は
I'm actually
当方
a
道
little
に迷っており
だとすると、割と究極的に迷ってます。
Yeah, I thought it was much.
ここって
Is it settlement?
難しい質問だな。
とりあえず
Only
助けてもらえ
助ける？
雨露しのげて野生動物がいなければ何でもいいんで
Standing on a boulder, the young woman made a pensive face.
じゃあ、打ち来
Wanna
ます？
come to my place? And that was the conclusion she'd arrived at. Her face told me she was 100% serious. Place, my place. By that she surely meant the house, the settlement.
いいんです
Yeah, I know, I asked her multiple
頼んどいてなんですが遠慮を忘れて
男として？
え
Yes, I mean,
いや
no,
違う
as a living being.
一個の生命として
The last few hours, aimlessly
数時間
driving
迷
around
った挙句
couldn't fall off my
バイ
bike.
クでこけて
I'm dead tired
心身
and
ともに
I'm
限界ってわけです
Yeah, it's not. It's turning me. Her name is actually
モッチーだ。何イチャイチャしてんのよ。上間というか。
久石春明です。
Oh dear, well, what kind of living being would I be if I just abandoned you? And so I was saying, oh, the beauty of living beings looking after each other. Anyway, your hand, please. You can't climb up on your own, yeah? True. Honestly, I didn't even realize I have to. Leading another person filled me with relief, which was followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. It wasn't crippling, though. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own leg. Her slender fingers were stronger than I expected. This girl's name was Chiemi Serizawa. Chiemi Serizawa. I asked if she was related to the Shinsengumi guy, but she said that her family just adopted the name at some point in the Meiji era. She was a 21-year-old who went to a college far away from here. This was her hometown. And she was spending her post-exams vacation here. We chatted about stuff like that once she'd led me out of the rocky ravine. There was actually a proper path, so the rock climbing was pretty pointless, but I was too focused on my footing to comment. She told me about herself as soon as we reached solid ground.
ちなみにそちらは
And what about you? I'm
名前は久石春明。東京で大学院生やってます。
A graduate student in a Tokyo college, so it is Japanese.
あ、じゃあちょっと年上。
24だから、
24, so 3 years.
芹沢さんと3つ違いかな。
ちえみでいいですよ。敬語とか。
じゃあ僕も呼び捨てタメ口がいいな。女の子に親しくされてるみたいで嬉しい。
なるほど。実は私も堅苦しいの苦手なんで。
どうぞどうぞ。ちなみにまだ結構遠い。
そうでもないかな。もう5分くらい頑張りましょう。ただ足元に気をつけて。明かりだけ見て。
何かあるの？
この辺石ころだらけで危ないんだ。
The moment she said that, I stumbled on a rock too big to be called a pebble.
あと、今夜はずいぶん暗いしね。
I couldn't even see the moon anymore. Nodding in agreement, I focused on following the light in her hand.
ちょっと待っててもらえます？着替えちゃうんで。
I gotta change. Wait here a sec. And so, I did just that. Given this was a mountain settlement, I'd expected some old wooden house, but she actually lived in an apartment block. It was too dark to get a good look at it. All I could see were the cheap-looking walls like you'd expect from some old boarding house for students. Also, she lived on the second floor in room 202. I had heard some raindrops as we were climbing the rusty stairs, but now it was really pouring. Between that, the darkness, and the large tree right next to the building, it was nearly impossible to see what was going on outside. It felt like I was all alone in the world of nothing but walls, the door, and the fluorescent lamp above my head. It made me feel somewhat helpless. I distracted myself from that by imagining her changing. Jesus Christ. Huh. Well, this is awkward. Eventually the door opened up. I was like trying to read if apparently the streaming, or yeah, the recording, streaming part, whatever, is only like a third of the game. But, I mean, there's endings uploaded on YouTube, so who fucking knows. Sorry about that. Come in. All smiles, she showed herself, now wearing sports clothes. This is kind of exciting.
何にもないでしょ?
Look at this place, it's completely empty, huh?
何にもない。
でも冷蔵
Get a
庫の
load of what's
中
in the
は
fridge.
素晴らしい。
Magnificent.
飲みますか。
Let's drink.
やった
Hell
ぜ。
yeah. Yeah, her place really was empty. It was just a small room with a low table in the middle, a fridge near the door, and a large duffel bag deeper in. There were 2 old-looking bookshelves too, but they were completely empty. I wasn't bothered one bit though. Any girl's room was a wonderland to me.
じゃあ
Anyway, you went through some big trouble, so I'll drink to you.
地獄で出
I'll
会った
drink to
仏
you for
様
helping me
に
out. You're a
乾
real
杯。
saint. We opened up her cans, knocked them together, and downed them. Hey, it was actually good. The pleasant bitterness and the refreshing carbonation made for a good combo.
美味しい。
So
この
good,
ため
I
だけ
live
に生
for
きてる。
this.
その若さ
Come
で
on,
そ
you're
れ
too
は
young
な
to
いで
say
しょう。
that.
言い過ぎた。
Yeah, you're right. I'm not disparaging my
愛想
future
だ
love
ろ。ま
life
だ
either.
ところ
Hear
が
that?
就
That's the
活と
sound
い
of
う影
Joppa
が迫
saying
る。
to come in here fast.
いや
No,
や
don't
め
say
て。
that. You'll ruin my
せっ
beer.
かくのビ
She
ールがま
laughed
ず
and
く
took
な
a
る。
huge sip. It was pretty clear she could hold a drink. That aside, something really bothered me.
お誘いに乗っておいてなんだけど、
This might be a bit late for this. But can I ask you something?
何
Go ahead. Her cheeks were already red. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor as well as I thought, just getting the Asian glow. She had a well-featured face, and I didn't think I was wrong to consider her beautiful. Sure, her clothes were the least bit sexy, but I could tell she had some makeup on.
僕は
See, I'm
完全
just
に
some stranger who
正
says
体
he's
不明
lost,
の
right?
そうね。
Yeah.
君は年
And
頃
you
の女
yourself are a
性。
young woman who
今
invited
は
a
深夜
stranger into an enclosed
ワンル
space
ー
and
ムの
started
密
getting
室で
drunk.
男
おお。
身の
Don't
危
you
険
think
を
this is
感じたりとか
dangerous?
は。
She kept gulping the drink even as she formulated a response. The very fact that I could just watch her do that made this a pretty risky situation, and yet
あんま
I
り
wouldn't say
ない
so.
それは
But
芹沢千恵
time
美
for
く
a
ん
Chiami's Serizawa quiz.
イエーイ。
Yay!
問題
Here's the question. My virginity is threatened, yet I don't feel like I'm in danger.
にもかかわら
Why?
ず芹沢千恵
What
美
a
は
fun
特に
girl.
身
This
の
only
危
made
険
me
を
like
感
her
じな
more,
い
increasing
な
the
ぜでしょ
danger
う
even further.
質問
Am I allowed
OK？
to ask questions?
どうぞ
Sure.
僕のこと
Can
が
I
い
just
い
assume
人
that
っ
it's not
ぽい
because I look
と
like a
いう
good
答
guy?
えは、
悪い
Well,
人
I
に
don't
見
think
え
you
るっ
look
て
like a
わけじゃ
bad
ない
guy,
け
but
ど
no, I doubt you're good
Nah,
either. You look
nah.
experienced with women for
女の
one.
子慣れしてそうだし
That unintentional compliment showed that she actually did see me as a potential danger.
考えら
There
れ
are
る
two
回
types
答
to
は
answer
大
to
き
this.
く
Either you
2つ。
expect nothing bad to
想
happen,
定
or
外だ
wouldn't
が
be bothered if
何
it
が
did.
起きても問
Or
題
you
ない。
actually want something to
もし
happen,
く
or
は
she
想
could just
定
like
通
beat the
り。
shit out of you.
前者は
I can think of several
いろいろ考
situations to
え
the
られるか
former.
な。
For example, you're actually on
例
the
え
edge
ば
and don't care
ち
about
え
what
みちゃん
happens.
あるいは
Or maybe
十
you're just
分な自
confident
衛
you
手
can
段が
defend
ある。
yourself. Maybe you know
実は
martial
護
arts
身
and
術
can
の
easily
達
kick
人
my
で
ass.
わ
Well,
あ
it's so
論
logical.
理
Let me
的
guess, you're a scientist. Well, I guess you could say
まあ
that.
そう
Not
か
for
な。
the latter. If you intend for
一方
something
で
to
こうし
happen, then
例えば
I'm a thirsty
私が
perv
エ
or
ロエロ
something.
ですとか
Wow. Talk about not mincing words. I blame the booze. So what
酔っ
else is
払っ
there?
てきたな
Indeed, what other reason could a woman have to bring a stranger to her home? To eat them. It would surely be something non-standard, like
僕の存
you
在
want to use me
君の
somehow.
利益に例えば
For example,
Alibi
setting me up
工作。
as an alibi. I could be useful to you by attesting that you were here.
お
Oh, that's so
やっぱり
shrewd.
あるい
Or
は
maybe you're a serial killer who brought me here just to get me drunk and kill me. Oh,
は
I'm
あ
some
山
evil
が
mountain witch now.
いい
Sounds
ね
great.
ブッ
I'll
シ
kill
ュ
you
ブッシュ
real
殺
good.
しちゃう
Splosh, splosh. What kind of sound effect was that?
ちなみに
By the way,
前
you
提
forgot
で出
another
た2
case.
つの
あれ
Did?
うん
Yep.
私がと
I
って
could just
も
be a
いい人
really
で
good person who
春
simply
明
wants
さ
to
んを
help
助け
you.
てあげたい一心だっていうケー
Was
ス
it time for me to be ashamed of my filthy mind? Yes, absolutely.
いやで
But
も
wait, it's that.
それで自分
Is
が
that
襲わ
really
れるか
important
もっ
enough to
て
risk
考
being
え
assaulted?
わあ襲う
Oh,
っ
so
て言っ
you
ちゃっ
think
た
you're
よこの人
assaulting? Oh, so you're thinking of assaulting me?
あ
I'm just talking in general.
ー
You know, the cliche
一般
scenario?
論一
She
般
stopped
論ね
talking and turned red. It was so cute, I thought she was actually doing it on purpose. Man, was she drunk. And we were just on our second cans. And then how about
じゃあ
this?
こういう
If
の
I
は
don't let you stay here, something
止め
even
ない
worse
と
would
もっ
happen
と
and
ひ
I'd
ど
feel
いこと
really
にな
bad.
る
Care to
ご
elaborate?
めん
この辺りには
There's some
怖い
scary
野生
wild
動物
animals
がい
around
ます
here. You might have gotten torn
明
up
日
and
に
eaten.
このまま見捨てた
I'd
ら
have
と
left
て
the
も目
bad,
覚めの
I'd
悪い
have
思
left
い
a
を
bad
する
taste in my mouth, so I figured I'd just let you stay instead.
なるほど
I see, so you're
リスクと
balancing
善意を
risk and
天秤
goodwill.
にかけ
Didn't
るって
expect that.
想定外か
Really now, you got any
この
idea
人
how
だ
much
い
of a
ぶ
bad
悪
guy
い
you
人
seem
なんだな
now?
って気がした
え
Huh?
そ
I
う
do.
だって善意を選択
I
肢に
mean,
入れ
you
る前
assumed I was
に
a
殺
thirsty
人鬼
perv,
と
a
かアリバ
serial
イとか
killer
い
who
ろいろ
needed
と
an
かさ
lie before considering I was just a nice person.
ヘロエロは君が
You're
言い
the
出
one
した
who
んで
brought
しょ
up
う
the
が。
perv thing.
そうだったっ
Details,
け
details. So what's the right answer? Huh? We're not just messing around? Get it right and I'm giving you a nice present. Get it wrong and you're dead. Splosh, splosh. Seriously? Obviously, she's guilty. Or she feel guilty. Ding ding ding, you're right! Oh, cool. Well, I wasn't joking when I said this air is dangerous. There's bears, there's deer, boars, wild dogs, and bears. I actually saw deer and boars myself, but bears? Yep, moon bears. So, they aren't big, but they do attack. It's pretty dangerous out there. It's just wild. But there's something even worse. What's worse than bears? Werewolves. Snakes, monkeys, crows, spiders. Were they venomous or something? I really doubted that. Those really didn't seem worse than bears. Also wolves. Yeah, there are. Here are the sticks, you know. She smiled and drank out of a third can. Speaking of wolves, remember the reason you ended up coming into a pretty girl's home? Won't you become a wolf yourself? Nope. What a gentleman. Have another one. I wasn't too sure, but I felt like she dodged the subject. Perhaps I wasn't being cautious enough. But then again, I've been wandering aimlessly for a long time by now. I had enough recklessness in me to enjoy sharing a drink with a cute, if shady girl. Oh, so I need the key to branch off that one. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Then again, I'd be wandering aimlessly for a long time. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. The last thing I remembered was our little, when was the last time you pissed yourself while sleeping talk. I had to tell her about the time I got so drunk I wet my pants in the middle of the boarding house. She laughed so hard she started frothing at the mouth and passed out. What the fuck? I woke up with a splitting headache. Oh man. Morning already? Light poured in through the frosted window. Pulled out my phone and checked the time. 7 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep somewhere between 2 and 3, which probably wasn't quite enough sleep. At least I didn't wake up to some horror movie scene. The building wasn't in ruins, and the girl wasn't actually a skeleton. Though, in a way, this might have been worse. She was spread out on the floor on the other side of the mini table. Her breathing was mixed with some gurgling sounds. I hesitantly looked at her. The saint that saved me from the hell that was last night had puked in the middle of her sleep. What was I supposed to do here? As I guessed, I couldn't really be too harsh on her.
Chiemi-chan?
Chiemi-chan? She wasn't waking up. Well, I'd just do a little I could. There, that should be good enough. I'd used tons of toilet paper to clean up her mess and flush it down the toilet. It left a stain on the floor, but it was dirty to begin with, so whatever. I'd even wet a towel and cleaned her face. Even then, she showed no signs of waking up. Some of it was on her hair and clothes, but I figured it was best that she took care of that herself.
Chiemi-chan.
Asa?
The first hit of consciousness so far today.
I'll be
leaving for a bit. Without waiting for a response, I walked to the entrance. She'd have to take a shower and change and all that, so I'd kill time outside. I stepped into my still damp shoes with my bare feet. My socks were in the washing machine with the towel she gave me to wipe my legs, and reached for the doorknob. I opened the door and was greeted by a gust of wind. The raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building. The raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building flew right in my face, making me grimace. The rain from last night was already over. The sky was pretty clear, but despite that, I noticed the visibility of my surroundings was poor. The building was surrounded by leaves. The old structure was basically buried in a forest of trees about as tall as itself. There were branches poking into the exposed hallway. It almost felt like they'd reach out and grab me if I wasn't careful. I kind of felt like I was in an overgrown ruin. I turned around and saw the room and jammy just as I left them. Yep, it was all real. I closed the door. There were other rooms in this building, which made me wonder if they were occupied. Hell, I wondered the same thing about the area in general. I pushed the branches aside to see if there were any buildings nearby. I pushed the branches aside. Oh no. Suddenly, something entered my vision. It didn't feel right. Something that shouldn't have been there. The leaves I moved revealed a woman clad in curious clothing. The moment I recognized her as such, she opened her closed eyes. Did our eyes meet? Another strong wind, I shielded my face from the spray of raindrops. When I looked outside again, the woman was nowhere in sight. Is that an illusion? If not, then what? What kind of place is this? It could have been a real Hicksville, a marginal village, a bunch of actual ruins, or an illegal settlement. I had some theories, but I set them aside for now. It seemed like a place worth exploring regardless. I went down the stairs and found no sign of the woman, or anyone else for that matter. A short distance away from the building, I turned around and sure enough, it was pretty much covered in trees. I went to the place where I saw the woman. There were footprints in the grass here. Maybe I'd find her if I followed them? They led me to an open area. It was unused, but it looked like something was trying to do something with it. Someone was trying to do something with it. Was it supposed to be a construction site? Even if it was clearly abandoned. There were large rocks and lots of sediment near a prefab. From what I could tell, there had been a giant landslide which forced them to stop construction. The fact that plant growth was still minimal meant that it happened fairly recently. The footprints seemed to be going down the hill next to the site. Following them, I finally saw something that could be called civilization. There was a set of paddy fields with houses nearby. So this actually was a settlement. What a relief. I decided to keep following the footprints and approach the settlement. I came across another unpaved path that was clearly used by people and cars. It was lined with weeds and bushes reaching up to my waist. It was home to caterpillars and grasshoppers, among other things. Spiders were no exception. There was no shortage of insects there, so it was a good place for a net. I wasn't particularly scared of spiders, but I didn't like them either. At least they were just harmless worm weavers. Otherwise, I avoided these bushes just in case and followed the path like the good city boy I was. There was a large boulder surrounded by grass. It was strangely tall, making it look like it was put there by people. On its dewy surface, there was a great tree frog ready to go after the many insects scattered about. I walked a bit further and came across a house with a small field nearby. The field's location made it safe to assume it belonged to the inhabitants. If there were inhabitants anyway, I couldn't see anyone. Just like always, there was grass everywhere. There was another boulder standing next to the house. This one was obviously placed there by human hand. What was the point? Was it a monument or something? The footprints continued into the field. The wet mud in the field was full of small, young, but healthy-looking rice plants. If you ignored the standing boulder in the area, the place looked like a normal farming village. I was both relieved and worried at the same time. From what I saw, there weren't any other buildings besides the ones in the settlement. Everything beyond was just mountains, meaning that this place was completely isolated. And I was a complete outsider. There were no way things would go well if I ran into a random local. I belatedly crouched to hide myself a bit. It was probably best for me to go back. Chandy might have been looking for me. Rock, I'm already hiding! Suddenly I heard a sound. I looked for its source and found a speaker on a wooden utility pole in the middle of the small plaza. A morning broadcast? I'd never heard this tune before. It was cheerful at first, but had some parts that seemed really dark. I found it unsettling. Perplexed, I stopped walking, and what happened next made me hide myself. I can't do it, it's a visual novel. Okay, I'll try. There was a person in the area densely surrounded by houses, but they weren't normal. What was with that appearance? What was that on their face? He's wearing underwear. Though it was a fair distance away, I could see an old woman with some sort of cloth over her face shakily walk out from between the buildings. Oddly enough, there were boulders even there. But even weirder was the fact she walked up to one of them, lightly joined her hands and bowed her head before it, her face still hidden. Then all was silence. It actually looked like she was revving it. Revving it. To me, it looked like she was praying to it. This was bad, really bad. I wandered into a settlement with a unique culture, to put it lightly. Forget causing trouble, an outsider like me could get killed here. I just turned around and ran for it. I dashed up the hill, past the house, through the construction site, until I arrived back at the apartment building. Chammy looked like a relatively reasonable person. Maybe she could tell me what was up. It just hit me that the way she described this place was somewhat weird. She basically said it wasn't normal.
あるいはちえみちゃんが恐るべき殺人鬼で僕を酔っ払わせてぶっ殺す。
はあ、ヤマンバ。いいね。ブッシュブッシュ殺しちゃう。
No way. What if she was actually the bait they used to lure outsiders here? It's like Midsummer, but better. Eventually, the broadcast stopped. Chammy still hadn't come out of her room. She didn't even respond when I knocked or called out to her. I didn't have to worry about this, right? That just made my inexplicable unease grow worse. What if this is a trap? Was I in a dangerous situation? I had to talk to her. If she was a normal person, anyway. Maybe my best option was to run away right now. I wanted to know where to run. I couldn't remember the path we'd taken here, though I was pretty sure we went uphill, so maybe I had to go down? If I avoided the settlement and went back to the mountain stream, I could escape by following the wild roads. That was my best option, even with the difficulties considered. Thankfully, I'd taken my bag with me. I took out a 5,000 yen note and put it in Chiami's newspaper box. It was pennant for last night's beer. The moment I turned around to take my leave, the door to the room next to the staircase opened slightly with a creak. I saw an eye glaring at me through the gap. Her high-pitched scream pierced my eardrums. I screamed too, scared, shitless, and whoops. Suddenly, I stepped onto the wet hallway floor at a bad angle. I fell. Thud, thud, thud.
Haru-chan! どうした?
Haru-chan? What's wrong?
Oh,
whoa, who's this old guy? Who are you? Are you alright? The reasonable sounding voice prompted me to shake off the pain and raise my head. There were two boys in formal looking school uniforms. Are you alright? He repeated the question. Yeah, I was just startled. You're friends with Chiemi? Oh, you mean Chiemi-chan?
大学のお知り合いですか? お知り合いが来るなんて。いや、いろいろあって助けられたんだ。怪しいものじゃないんだ。怪しく見える。怪しいな。
Really is, old man. ど
うすればいいのかな。
とりあえず、僕は織部安永です。こっちは鴨志田近道。モッ
チーだ。
Just Mochi is fine. Good to know. If I called him that, maybe he'd stop calling the old man. He was only 24.
それでこっちが。
And this is Haru-chan. We don't know him. Apparently, this Haru-chan was the person who looked at me through the gap in the door in the street.
とりあえず大丈夫そうだから出ておいで。
A moment later, she slammed the door shut, and after a few more moments of hesitation, opened it up again. Whoa. She looked like a student too, except her fashion sense was exceptionally flashy. Who are you? My name's Haru.
久石春明といって、この近くでバイクで事故って、芹沢千恵美さんに助けられたんだ。
Help me out. Wait, are you saying they spent the night in her room?
もしかして。
Yeah, I did. She cut my word shirt with a piercing shriek. So that's why it was so noisy. What were you thinking? You're not supposed to enter an unmarried girl's room. It's indecent. Yeah, I was hesitant too, but Chiemi-chan was kind enough to let me in. Why are you acting like you've known it your whole life? Wait, she's not getting out. Don't tell me you. There's a 5,000 yen note on the door. Ear-shattering scream. Don't tell me you. No, she just gave me lots of booze. I'm paying back for that. Chini's body is worth way more than that. Fuck dissolute. The hell are these kids saying? Hey, can you help me out? You drank with the girl you just met? She's not coming out? Crap, I had no allies here. What's going on? And so the subject of the conversation joined in. Oh, Chiemi-chan, can you tell them what happened last night? Something was off about her aura. What happened to the lively girl she'd been yesterday? Chini, did you? Man, this is embarrassing. Whoa! Wait, hold on, stop. I can't be a bride anymore. This girl needs to quit screaming. Man, what a mess. Though Chiami's face was all pale, she was actually grinning. She obviously had a bad hangover, but that didn't stop her from messing around. After calming everyone down, Chiami explained what actually happened. How we met in the middle of the night, how she let me stay out of goodwill, how we drank ourselves silly, and how nothing happened between us.
Man,
it's been so long since I drank that much. Guess I wasn't prepared for it and puked it out. Sorry you had to see that. Hey, I don't mind it. That Haru-chan girl still looked at me funny. Sir. Anyway, sorry, I was so tired yesterday that I couldn't refuse her kindness. Well, this is Chini-chan. Chini we're talking about. She does whatever she wants. We've got good reasons for being here too, so maybe the elders will understand. Where did you find him anyway? Well, next to the river further down. My words made everyone change their expressions. That's a big deal. 2 people just over 2 days. Did I say something bad? I was gonna get out sooner or later. We made quite a scene, so I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in House already knows.
2日連続で2人持って何のこと
Don't touch me, you're filthy. I wasn't trying to touch her and I wasn't filthy. Sure, I hadn't had a bath in over a day, but still.
君
Hey, you,
何が騒ぎになるの
Taiba's gonna go, I've got a raging clue. That's what I was going for, but I couldn't remember how to, like, fucking quote it. I am failing the no cursing. Well, that sure sounded bad.
詳しい話を聞かせてくれ。ちょっと説明は難しいんですけど、まあここは田舎なんで町といろいろ違うってことですよ。どうすればいいかな。
まあチエミが何とかしましょう。学生この混乱には乗るっきゃない。乗るっきゃなくないもんち。
まあちょっと時間ずらした方がいいよね。揉めそうだし。
I don't watch South Park, but if I want to try to quote it, I'm probably going to get it wrong. Embarrass myself. Well, I guess it's best to go separately. There's probably going to be some disagreements. Yeah, I knew you'd understand. Take care of them for me, alright? Sure. Stop treating me like a child. Yeah, I swear I'll poop on you.
ほらほら行くぞ。
Let's just keep going, you two. And so the students walked off towards the stairs. It was kind of easy to tell what sort of relationship they had. Anyway.
彼らがこの建物の
そういうこと。
Yep, it's a student
学
dorm.
生寮だからね。ここ。
Student dorm? In this Hicksville? Still, my senses had betrayed me. There actually were other people here.
ちなみに春脇
By
さ
the
ん、
way, you didn't run into
他の
anyone
人
else
と
and
出
get
会
in
っ
trouble,
て。
right? Yeah, I was careful on that front.
ならよかった。
Good, let's get ready to go to the dining hall.
あ
Oh, for breakfast?
No.
Oh, eat your breakfast now. We'll go to the dining hall and introduce you.
え
Huh? To who?
誰と
よそ者が皿長からやってきたってことに文句を言いそうな人たち。
From Saranaga. Nikolai's got a raging clue too. Maybe you should go to Chipotle. Find a raging clue. Oh, it's like that Taiba person.
お世話になります。
いいってことです。
You know what else is in your hands?
その代わ
It's
り
fine if you're that grateful.
朝
Keep
の
what
こと
happened
は
this
秘
morning a
密で。
secret.
そりゃも
Sure
ちろん
thing. What's Saranaga
ところ
anyway?
で
That river?
そう。
Yep, the river's
サラ
called
ナガの瀬って
Saranaga
いう
Rapids,
川だ
but
け
the
ど、
area around it
あ
is
の
called
辺まとめて
Saranaga.
サラナガって呼
This
ぶの。
has some cultural
ちょっ
significance.
と、
曰く
Does?
うん。
Yep, they say it's a
あ
corrupt
の川
place
は
with the
汚
dead
れて
return
い
from the
て、
other side.
死人が帰ってくる みたいな
So
伝
that's
説
why
が
they
ね
reacted like that.
他にもその
Any
手
other
のル
rules
ール
and
とい
customs
う
I
か
should be aware of?
たくさんあります
Well, there's
なので
lots, so
基
just
本
leave everything
ちえ
to me,
みちゃんに
alright?
お任せを
Gladly. On all fronts.
ちなみに
If I may
身の
ask,
危
am
険
I
と
in
かは
danger?
ないない
We should try to
で
escape
も
before
いろい
something
ろ不愉
unpleasant
快な
happens
思
to
い
you.
をする
そのための根
You're
回し
gonna
に
lay the
行く
groundwork for that,
と
huh?
そうそう
Yep, yep. The settlement I'd strayed to was a weird place, but at least the guide was reliable. And she wanted me to leave ASAP, huh?
Hmm?
Hmm? Huh? That was depressing. Chiami gave me a cup of ramen for breakfast. She boiled the water in a small electric kettle. The girl herself was too hungover to eat anything. I did take the opportunity to pay her back for last night's drink in person, though. Then we made our way to the dining hall.
この岩って何なの？
What are these boulders?
うーん
They're like charms, I
一応
guess. They've
お
been
守
here
りみたい
forever.
よそでは見た
I've
こ
never
と
seen
ないよ。
anything like them anywhere else.
あ
Oh
あ
yeah,
言わ
I guess
れ
they're
た
kind
ら
of
そう
unique
か
to
も
this area. She led me along a narrower path than I followed earlier. It didn't seem like any cars used this one. It was very farmy, I guess. This area was also littered with those boulders. Some are cracked, broken, or half buried in the fields. Sorry, I'm trying to move comfortably. They were clearly religious symbols, but it didn't look like they were that important these days. Or were they? Dun dun dun. Now that I knew I was safe, I once again became curious about this place. Oh, there's a person who was working on the field.
たくみ兄ちゃんだ
That's Takumi Nissan. Morning! Jamie waved her hand. The man responded, but then froze mid-wave.
じゃあ行きましょう
いいの？
Are you sure we should?
多分あの人
The guy looked pretty surprised
僕の
to see
存
me.
在
大丈夫
Don't worry, he'll be at the
どうせ
dining
後で
hall soon.
食堂に来るから
Next time.
説明はその時にするってことで
Well, if she said so. As an outsider, I had no choice but to rely on her. This was the part of the village I saw this morning, where the buildings were more densely packed. I didn't notice it back then, but it was actually kind of weird. Basically, it felt desolate. Oh, fuck! The wooden bungalows in particular were more or less overgrown, buried in tall grass and other greenery. If this was all I saw of the village and someone told me it was abandoned, I'd have easily believed it. However, two of the buildings stood out. There was a hall right behind the hill, right beyond the hill. It wasn't that big, but it looked grand and well maintained. The other building was obviously the dining hall. It looked a bit dirty, but I could tell there were people inside. From what I could tell, it was the most lively place in this poor excuse-free community. Suddenly, the three students walked out, chatting about something.
あ、知恵ね。
Chini and
と、
Saishi-san.
久石さん。
Saishi-san.
サイド
Morning
早っ
again. Aren't you
ちょ
late?
モッチーがバカ
Took
なこと
forever
ばっか
because
言って
Mochi doesn't
遅
stop
くなっちゃ
saying
ったんだもん
nonsense.
そうだ
Yes, I am
僕が
evil.
悪だ
Give me miso
味
soup.
噌汁をまあ早足なら
We'll
間に合う
make
で
it
しょ
if you hurry.
みんな
We
し
have a
っかり
class
勉
today.
強しといで
Half dashing before you ran up the path we came from.
みんな高校生なん
We're
だ
all in。high school, huh?
そう
Yep, there's a
山
branch
を
school
ぐーっと
all
登っ
the
たと
way
こ
up
ろ
the
に
mountain. I
分
was
校があ
wondering
るんだ
myself 3 years ago.
やたら不便だね。
Sounds like a hassle.
それでもみんな
It's
あ
not
の
all
寮に
bad.
住める
At least
分
we get to live in
優
that
遇され
dorm.
てるんだけど
Shammy was entirely straight-faced. There wasn't even a hint of a smile.
さ
Alright,
あ気合
let's
を
get
入れて
psyched.
入りま
そうしましょう。
気
Yeah.
合入ん
I'm
な
not
い
convinced. Laughed a little and passed the curtain.
いらっしゃい。
Welcome.
Hola.
Oh. The inside was as aged as the outside, but it looked well maintained.
ちえみちゃん
Is he a visitor,
お客さん
Chammy-chan? The hostess-looking lady asked. Though somewhat aged and fatigued, she was definitely beautiful. There were two others beside her. One was a lady in her 70s or 80s. She was probably the one I saw this morning. The silhouette matched. The other was a man who seemed a bit younger than her, probably in his late 60s. Though they were just getting there was a menacing aura about them. I'll introduce him. This
紹
is
介するね
Haruaki
久石春明さん
Musaishi. I
昨日
found
の
him
晩
at
サラ
Saranaga
ナガで
last
迷
night
って
and
た
took
の
him into my
ちえ
care.
みが保護しました
Their reactions are powerful. The lady gasped while the two others rose to their feet with alarm. The tension that was already there the moment I walked in had reached its peak. I know
気
you're
にするの
concerned.
もわ
This
か
is
る
just
け
a
ど
coincidence.
あの子と違って
Unlike that
こ
little
の人
girl,
は
he
素
knows
性が
exactly
明ら
where
か
he
だし
came from. He
バ
went
イ
on
ク
an
で
old path
旧
with
道
his
に
bike
突っ
and
込んで
crashed.
事故ったって
Actually, really
非常
sad.
にそんなわけで
So I think we should
我
help
々
him
と
leave.
どう どうですか
What do you think?
皆様方
After saying all that, Chami fell silent. The ball was in their court now.
まあ
Now that is
そ
true.
れは大変
The lady voiced a harmless opinion, careful not to upset the old people. It was pretty clear who was in charge. They were elders in more ways than one.
ちいちゃんは
Chi-chan,
なんで
why
夜
did
に
you
サラ
notice
ナが鳴る
Saranaga at night?
虫の
I
知
had a
ら
hunch,
せ
I
か
guess. You know what happened? I couldn't fall
前の
asleep.
日
そいじゃあやっぱ
But
り
he's gotta be a
じゃないんかね
Shut it, Teba. From the conversation, it was pretty clear that something had happened before I arrived here. It was probably similar to what happened with me. She'd mentioned some little girl, perhaps it was a child who wandered in here like I did. According to Chiemi, the Saranaga Rapids were a place of significance around here. It was a place from which dead people came to life or whatever. Oh, so this Tay must have been the lady that boy mentioned, and the Yamibito must have been a term for the dead who came back from there. Apparently, the primary goal here was convincing these elders to prove helping me. Where are you from? The old man's voice put my derailed mind back on track. I'm from Tokyo. How old are you?
年は
24. Older than Chi. Hey. He chuckled. I immediately realized he was taking a jab at me for hiding behind a younger girl.
Nice to meet
申
you し遅れました。
Haruaki
久石春明です。
Like she said, I
芹
wandered
沢
into
さんに
town
も
after my
紹介
bike
された
crash.
とどうやら僕
I
は
seem to be a total
ここで
outsider
は異
here, so I
分
didn't
子の
want to
よう
speak
で
out of turn.
それで芹
That's
沢
why
さ
I
んに
asked her to
紹
talk
介
on
を
my
お願い
behalf,
したん
but I
です
think I
が
should say something at
僕
least.
すぐ出て
I
いき
won't
ますから
trouble you any longer than I
それ
have
まで
to,
は
so I would be grateful
僕
if
の
you
存
pardon
在
my
を多め
brief stay.
それと
And please don't blame
僕
me
を
for
助けて
helping
くれ
me.
た
春明さん
Hey, Haruaki-san.
おそらく芹沢さん
I
は
think she went against
こ
the
この
village's
常識を
customs
外
for
れたと
helping
ころ
me out.
で
The students
僕
also
を
seemed
助けて
surprised.
まあ
My.
これで
I'm
も
an
大人
adult.
で
I'm
す
willing to take
自分
responsibility
の
for
責
any
任
trouble
は
I
自
caused
分で
as
取りま
best I
ですの
can.
で
So please put up
どう
with me.
かお願いします
I bowed my head.
ちゃんとしとる、タ
It
イバ
seemed all right to me, Teiba.
あたしゃスカン
Don't
は
know
ね
about that. Look at his
そ
hair,
んな
all
に
colored
髪
brown.
茶色に染め
Shit,
て
I
か
forgot.
ら
I didn't look very presentable and more traditional as people.
よそはみんなこう
Outsiders are
よ。
all like that. Just
早う
help me
返
out
せ
of
ば
here,
いい
I
ほい
says.
じゃあ好きにしなさ
Do
い
what you
ね
want. I guess I got their half-hearted approval.
春秋。春か。うちの孫も春じゃ。紛らわしい。
Haruaki. Haru, eh? Like my granddaughter. What a mess.
あ
Oh, so that means you're...
そう
Yep, he's
春ちゃんのお
Haru-chan's
じいさんの
grandpa,
牧
Kanzo
島勘三さん
Makishima.
よ
A
どう
pleasure.
も
I didn't know what else to say. Haru-chan and I were on the best terms so far. Anyway, it seemed like we were past the difficult part.
サラナガに突っ
Drove
込んだ
into
か。
Saranaga, eh?
いえ
No, actually,
コ
I
ン
asked
ビ
for
ニで
directions
道を
at a
聞いた後
convenience store.
脇道
Went
に
down a
入っ
side road
て
and ended
二
up
歩
losing
走になった
control
と
on
ころ
one
で
paved
す
section.
で、サラナガ登っ
And
た
then
か
you。went in Saranaga.
なぜ
Why
途
did you
中で
turn
引き返
around?
さね
He wasn't impressed by my choice of actions. It just hit me that I had no idea how much time passed between the crash and my meeting with Chiemi.
わしと匠で見てきちゃる。
Takumi and I will go see it.
匠は田を見
Takumi's
よ
working
る
the
わ
field.
よ
タイバ、おい
It's
だ
to。get him
カンちゃんはいっつもそうね
It's to get him to leave. Let the boy out. He never changed, Kan-chan.
ばあちゃん、おやさん、どうした
What's going on here? Oh, burrito fisting? More like burrito swallowing. We're joined by a new inhabitant.
知恵に、
Chiemi, who's that
こい
guy?
つは
あ匠姉ちゃん
Takumi-ni-chan? Oh, so he was the one we saw in the field. Wow, he sure looked big from up close. All that field work was good for his muscles. Clearly, from what I could tell, he was in his 30s. As Chiemi introduced me and told him of my situation, I found out his name, Takumi.
あ
Man, that
あ、こい
must
つ
have
は
been
災
hard.
難だったな。
So, old man Konzo.
わしとお前できる。
だな。
Konzo,
ばあちゃん、
Teiba-chan,
こいつ助
way
けっ
up
から
big
ちょっと
while
待
I
って
helped
る
the guy. I already spread
も
the
う農
stuff
薬は
to
巻き終わってる
all
から
the grass
いる
I
から
knew.
匠は
What a
優しい
good
ね
boy. Oh, that ain't a big deal.
こんなもん
I'll
な
be
ん
so
でもないっ
quick you'll
て
think nothing happened.
そうね
Good to hear. Nothing
お
big,
兄ちゃん
boy.
僕ですか
What is it?
ここは安
You're
い
in Yasumitsu. It ain't a good
あん
place.
まりいい場所じゃないんだ
It was the place that wasn't good? Not my presence here?
あたしらもよそのもんが苦手だ
We
し
don't like outsiders
よ
here.
その
An
もん
outsider should let
全
sleeping
部
dogs lie.
じゃから
So you should
はよ
hurry
出
on and
ておい
leave. You should hurry and leave. That's the
はい
plan.
話は
So
つい
it's
たか
settled?
うん
Yep,
ありが
thanks,
とう匠兄ちゃ
Takumi-chan.
ん
I was beginning to understand how things worked here. Although Kanza Makishima's voice was the most powerful here, it was also important to get Taeson's approval. Hanzo was probably in charge of tackling the settlement's practical problems, while Tae-san provided spiritual and moral direction. And when it was time to be civilized, Takumi-san came and convinced Tae-san, acting as an intermediary. It looked like Takumi-san himself understood such subtleties, and Chiemi seemed to rely on this side of him.
はい、ここらで一つ
The lady
どう
brought
ぞ。
some tea to the old fold. Perfect timing.
おお、香織さん。
Kaori-san, looking forward
俺
to
には
this.
飯頼むぜ。
So that was her name.
えへ
Sure, I'll make a lot.
朝
It'll
早
be
くからお
reward
疲
for waking
れ
up
様
early
で
and
し
working
た。
hard.
なーに。
Yeah, I'm doing it for
休み
Yasumi's
とばあちゃんと香織さ
Bachan
んの
and
た
you.
めなら。
Something really.
まあ
My. The two seem to get along. They looked about the same age too. Ayo!
さあ、お客さんも
Would you
ご
like
飯
something
に
to
され
eat
ま
too?
す。
あ、
No,
いえ。
thank you. You already ate.
それじゃ
Here's
あ、お
some
茶をどう
I
ぞ。
can also get you a light snack.
お
if
に
you'd
ぎり
like.
でもお出ししましょう。
What would you say to some onigiri?
あ
Oh,
あ、それはそれ。
ごめんなさい
Sorry, can we borrow
ちょ
the
っ
phone?
と急ぎで電話借りていいかな香り
それはいい
Sure, why
け
not
ど、
have some tea
お
first?
ありがと
Thanks, but it's
う
urgent.
でも本
Let's
当
go.
緊急だから
Haruaki-san? Sure.
うん。
It didn't look like I could say no. We went up the nearby stairs to see what seemed like a living space. At the end of the creaky hallway, there's a black rotary phone, a rarity in this day of age.
これがこ
Day
こ
and age.
安水
This is
唯
the
一
only
の
phone
電
in
話
all
だから
Yasumizu, by the way. Seriously?
ちなみに
Oh, and not
携
a single
帯電話
mobile
はど
service
のキャリ
provider
アも
works in this
つ
area.
そうなのか。
Really? Wait, who do you want me to
で
call anyway?
ロードサービスと
Road
か
service,
保険とか
road
あと
service,
必要なら
insurance,
家
stuff like
族に
that,
も連
and
絡
family if you have to. Well, that made sense. Hell, I should have been the one to say that.
さっきも言ったけど
Like I said,
でき
it'd
る
be
だけ
best
こ
if
こ
you
を
left
早
as
く
soon
出
as
られた
possible,
方が
so
い
you
いから
should use everything
使え
you
るもの
have.
よそ者が歓迎されない場所だから
そういうことです。
それ以上の詮索は無用と。
Haruaki-san, I see you catch on quickly.
春明さんは
That's good.
ただ好奇
But
心
you
も
also
とっ
seem
ても
really
強く
curious.
バレた
It
か。
shows, huh?
バレま
Of
す
course
と
it
も
does. Honestly, though, you should avoid
でも
sticking
正
your nose
直
into things.
どうせすぐに
We
別
also
れる
part
んだ
ways
し、
soon anyway.
その通り
Exactly.
なんだか寂しいな。
Oh,
ち
you
え
want
み
my
ちゃんのメア
contact
ド
info?
御所も
くれるならぜ
If
ひ。
you're willing to give.
やった
Yay, that makes
これで
you
男
guy
友達
number 53
53
on
人
the
目
list.
テンションガタ落ち
Damn
で
it,
すわ。
that ain't all let down. We still went on to exchange our info. I can only hope that being number 53 wasn't as big a problem as it sounded.
それはともかく、個人的興
Anyway,
味
I'd
で言え
still
ば
like to know the
何が
reason
問
why
題
me
になっ
being
て
here
て
is such a big
ど
deal.
んな背
おすすめしない
I'll
な
recommend it.
なぜ
But
かな。
why?
私が不愉快に
Because
な
it
る
make
か
me
ら
upset.
あんまり
You don't like it
故
here?
郷が。
うん
Yeah, I actually
正
hate
直
it.
ここの人とは仲良さそうに見えるけど、
ああ
That's just
そ
how
れ
it
は見え
looks.
るだけです
I was a
ね
huge problem child, so I
私相当の
kinda,
問題児だっ
so
た
I
ん
feel
で
kind of awkward
ご
around
年
older
配方
folk
とは
here.
それ
And
に
there's tons of things
パ
you
ッと
can't
見
see
はわ
right
からな
away.
いいろんな
Oh,
し
but I
がらみ
can't
も
say
あ
I
る
actually
し
hate the people.
まあ
With that,
住
I
人
decided
自
to
体は
stop
そんな
prying
に
about
嫌
this
いじゃな
place
いけ
any
どね
further. I'd back away before she came to hate me.
あ、でも、
Oh,
一
can
つ
I
だけ
ask
聞いてい
one
い？
thing, though?
いい度胸何かな
Oh, gutsy. Go ahead.
室匠さんのこ
Do you
と
like that Takumi
好きだ
Muro
ったり
guy?
す。
え
What?
私
Me?
が
Like him?
うん。
Yeah. No way, Takumi Nichan's
さすが
cool
に
and
そ
all,
れ
but he's too
はないな
rugged and over a decade
匠
older
兄ちゃ
than
ん
me.
かっこいいけ
He's
ど
out of my strike zone.
それに
And he's
匠兄ちゃんは
always only
昔
had
から
eyes
香
for
織さん一つ
Kaori-san.
やっぱそうなん
Sure
だ。
felt like it. They married or
け
something?
うん
Nope,
香織さん
Kaori-san's a
未亡
widow.
人だから
Well, that seemed complicated. Obviously, Kaori's the fucking student, which is kind of weird because the older guy is kind of old and she's young. She probably had him at like 16. That aside, Chiemi had been acting a bit strange. Why had she dragged me away from the tea? It seems so awkward too. Assuming she hadn't been jealous of Kaori-san and simply didn't want her to charm me, it would mean that she hadn't wanted me to drink the tea. Why? Also, why'd she feed me cup ramen if I could have just gotten food at the dining hall? Looking too deep into things was part of my nature, though things were never as bad as I assumed. I went on to call my insurance company, where I found something. Apparently, this village was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest service station, meaning I was ineligible for the normal service and had to pay extra. And that extra was no small amount, too. It was actually over 100,000 yen. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more expensive plan. This is all my own fault for not taking the bike salesman's advice. I can't say that word, I'm not cussing. I said I would consider it and hung up. Then I went back to the dining hall. He didn't call us family, though.
あれ、
Huh?
おじい
Where
さ
did
んたち
everyone
は
go? The customers had changed completely. Tae-san, Kanzo-san, and Takumi-san were gone now. They were replaced by a caricature of a juvenile delinquent.
誰だよてめえ。
Yeah. Are you? Fucking hard. God damn it. Rocco, I hate it here! He shouted at me. He seemed like he was trying too hard. He then slammed his bowl and chopstick on the table and stood up to intimidate me.
Haruaki desu.
The hell? You wanna go?
まあ吉次
Goodness.
初対面の方になんて口の利き方を
Obviously it's not Yoshitsugu. Yoshisugu. You don't talk like that to someone you just met. Shut up, Hag. Cheating. What the hell's this asshole?
バイクで事故った旅行者の春脇さん
Traveler who crashed his bike. Boy, that introduction was half-ass.
改めて
Wait,
こ
whatever.
ちら織部
Let me
香織
introduce
さん
him
と
to you. This is
次男
Kaori
の
Oribe,
吉
your
住
second
君
son.
安永君が長男ね
Yosunaga comes first. Yosunaga
安
comes
永
first.
君って
You
朝
introduced
の
me to this
彼
morning? This guy looks nothing like them.
そう
Yep,
Yoku
they may
mitai
not look at it
ni
first,
desu.
but they're actually alike, don't you think? What an unpredictable family.
兄貴のこと言ってん
Stop
じゃね
talking
えよ
about bro, you ugly
言ってん
bitch.
だよ
そう言われて
Call
も
me that all
ね
you want. I'm
持っ
confident
ちゃ
in
うからな
popularity.
ちえ姉ちゃんは
And from what I'd seen, that confidence was well justified. I figured he was like guy number 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 27.
とっとと街へ戻っちまえバカ女バカバカバ
Back
ー
to Sydney. Baka baka baka.
どうしよう春
Oh
脇さん
no, Haruaki-san. I don't think I can argue with that.
なんと
What?
ちえみちゃんはバカだったのか
Alrighty then.
よーし
Stupid. You're
バカバ
stupid.
ひどい
Oh, how mean. What is going
やろう
on?
ぜ吉次君バカバカ
Baka baka. Join me, Yoshisugu-kun. Stupid, stupid. What the
なんだ
hell?
よてめえ
Don't talk
死
about
ねバカ
cheating.
にしてんじゃねえよ
You're pretty conflicted, aren't you?
ごめん
Sorry,
ちえみちゃん
Chemi-chan, I was just
ほん
playing.
おお
Wow,
見事な
one
連
nice
続手の
reversal
ひら
after
返
another.
し
Takes
こ
quite a
の
man
ちえ
to
みをあっ
surprise
け
me.
にと
ちえみちゃんに
I
は
just
負
don't
け
want
な
to
い
lose
ぜ
to you, that's all.
付き合ってんのかてめえら
Boy, did I wish.
いい加減になさい吉
Stop it,
次
Yoshisugu.
Oh,
You're already
let's go
late.
for the
You need to go to school. Shut up, bye.
行かねえよ
Mumbling something, the kid walked out of the dining hall, leaving his half-full bowl behind.
ごめんなさいね
Sorry about that.
お恥ずかしいところ
根は素直ない
He's
い
a
子な
really
んで
good
すけ
boy
ど
deep
ね
down, though. Yeah, I could actually see that somewhat.
あ
By the
と
way,
ころ
where
で
are Mikisha-san
牧島さんと
and
室
Murata?
あ
They went to pick up your bike.
まずい
Oh no,
追
I
い
gotta
かけ
hurry
ないと
after them.
場所は分かってるみたいだったしだい
いや
Well, you just have to
一
set
応
it
ニ
on
ュートラルにすれば押せる
but
け
I'm
ど
not
さ
sure they'll know how to do it.
あとさすがに
Guy
手伝うべきでしょ
help. They might go
作業
about
は
us the wrong
そ
way.
の程度なら
If that's
手
all,
出し
then
は
you
やめ
shouldn't
とき
bother.
なんで
Why?
取りも
Because
直
you're
さ
an
ず
outsider. I wouldn't suggest
春
spending
秋さ
too
んが
much
よ
time
そ者
alone
だ
with
か
them.
ら
問題になりそうな人たちには思えなかったけど
そりゃ
That's
二人
because
とも
they're
大人だ
adults.
か
Don't
ら
assume everyone here is as
でも
welcoming
基
as
本
me.
的
I'm
に
an
この知
exception.
恵春秋さんは
You
平
might
気
get
かも
along
だけど
fine, but you
一
might
緒にい
also
ると
set them
向
off.
こう
This
がスト
place
レ
is
ス溜めるか
already
もし
far
れな
from
い
normal.
ただ
Don't
で
risk
さえ
making
今
it worse.
まあ
She's
そう
right, I say.
ね
They insisted you leave it to them, so that's what
任
you
せ
should
ろ
do.
そうなんです
I think
か
so too.
ええ
Yes, the men here are pretty
安
serious
水
about
には
Yasumizu
安
having its
水
own
の
way
や
of
り
doing
方があ
things.
る
I could somewhat
男
understand
の
that.
人たち
A
は
visitor should
それ
behave
に
like
こだわ
one.
る
Doing
から
anything more would be uncalled for. It was an old-fashioned way of thinking, but this was an old-fashioned kind of place for sure.
じゃあどこで待とうか
うちに戻って待
At
ち
my
ましょう
place, expected as much, but it still made me curious. Normally, you'd expect we sit around and drink some tea right here, so why didn't we? Boobs. None of them have boobs. Let's talk about his boobs. I think his boobs are bigger. As we waited, Chiemi, casually but uncomfortably, told me several things. First, I found out that the people here in Yasumizu were a bit on edge right now. The reason for that was the fact, excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders here. I'd assumed... Wait. Excluding? Excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders. I'd assumed this myself from what I knew so far, but apparently yesterday morning a little girl was found straying around the Saranaga Rapids. They couldn't even find out her name, let alone who her parents were, so they didn't know how to handle her. For now, one of the inhabitants was looking after her. Like I had been told, the more superstitious inhabitants, Taisan mostly, saw her as a bad omen. I suggested leaving her to the police, but Chiemi didn't seem to think it was a good idea. It barely made sense to me, but if I were to believe her, things around here were such that not even the cops could do anything. And apparently the remaining 2 outsiders are a pair of journalists gathering info for a the little girl and I, they'd come here via the normal route through Kami Fujiyoshi, and therefore weren't considered a bad omen or whatever. Still, even normal outsiders put the people here on edge. Through this talk, I also got some details about the area itself. Yasumizu is a settlement part of an autonomous region called Fujiyoshi Village, or simply Fujiyoshi. It also put on the map had been showed at the store. Fujiyoshi is split into two areas, Yasumizu and Kami Fujiyoshi. They were separated by a mountain. Going to Kami Fujiyoshi took about an hour by foot or 20 minutes by car on the winding paved road. Side note, the school the students went to was in Kami Fujiyoshi. These two settlements had ties so strong they shared customs and cultures. Chami said the local seasonal events were quite unconventional. I asked her to elaborate, but all she would say is that Yasumizu had special meaning to Fujiyoshi. She was making me more suspicious than I wanted to be. The conversation wasn't nearly as excited as the one we had last night. Well, at least I found out she didn't have a boyfriend right now. Very intriguing. It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back, ending my waiting game. Side note, the doors were fully open the entire time we waited. It was probably Chami's way of saying that nothing bad was happening here.
Bike ってのはおめえもんだな。
Bikes sure are heavy, eh?
去年取
And
った
as heavy
仕
as the
事
boar
じ
I
ゃ
caught
ね
last year. I really didn't expect them to just carry it here. Like, sure, there were two of them, but how much mass did you have to weigh a 200-kilogram piece of metal so easily? The unpaved road and the river made my sweet ride total really damn muddy.
どうやってあの崖を上げたんです？滑車があんだよ。たまに下からも。
おい、匠。
と余計なこと言ってる場合じゃねえ。大丈夫なのか？どうかな。じゃああとは任すぜ。おやさん、結構かかっちまったから。
手伝おうか？
とりあえず一人でなんとかなるかやってみるよ。
The worst part of the repairs was right at the beginning. I wanted to start by washing it, but that old lady, Tei Yamawaki was her full name, got really mad at me. She didn't want any sort of knock of mud on the ground here because it was corrupt or something. But this plaza was the only place with easy access to a water supply tap, so I did my best to convince her to let me wash it as close to the edge as possible. Once it was clean, I could start checking what was wrong with it. It actually looked pretty good, bent in places, sure, but the wash got rid of the bad sound the wheels made. The only problem was that both tires were flat, and it was a pretty big one.
道具とか持ってきてないの？
Dude, who the fuck would carry tools on them? Like, riding a motorcycle, you can't have shit with you.
普通バイク旅行とか持ってくるもん。
いざとなればロードサービス呼べばいいかな。的なノリだったんで。
I'm smart. I just thought I could call road service and they'd do all the work.
不準備。
So unprepared.
いや、
I had no excuse, honestly. I was having a moment when I went out. Didn't think things through.
事情を聞いてほしそう。
彼女に振られ
My
たんだよ。
girlfriend left me.
なんか嘘っぽいな。
It wasn't.
それはとも
In
か
any
く、
case, somewhere to get tools to fix a flat
野
tire.
里屋敷ならあるかもしれないな。
野里屋敷？
Nosato Mansion.
うん、安水で一番大きなお家。野里屋敷にないものは安水
If
に
you
はな
can't
いよ。
find something there, you won't find it anywhere else in the village.
なるほど。
I see it, and let's give it a shot. I don't really recommend meeting the guy, but I can't think of any other ideas.
また偉い人が登場。
Important again?
うん、
Yeah.
その上ちょっと人格的にね。
And so we walked up the hill and arrived at the so-called Nosato Mansion. From what I can tell, it was located at the highest point in the settlement. And like Chami said, it was definitely a hell of a building. It had an elegant western design, which would probably look even better if the place were better maintained. The yard was overgrown, and the building itself was pretty much buried in ivy and small trees. If someone told me it was cursed, I'd instantly believe them. Do people actually live
イン
here?
ターホン生きてるかな？
Intercom. I wonder if the intercom works. She pressed a button next to an aged iron gate. Yasumizu was a quiet place, so I could easily hear the bell ring inside.
もう一度押そうか？
Should we try again?
やめと
Let's
こ。
not. We'll piss him
何度
off.
もな。
そんなに気難しい人なの？
そうね。
Yeah, that's
気難
pretty
しい。
accurate.
う
I
ん。
wasn't sure what you
いい
meant,
表
but I
現だ。
opted to just wait rather than ask more questions. Soon enough, the person in question walked out of the mansion.
なんだ
What is it? Who are you? He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged, did he? He certainly looked high-strung, that much for sure.
どうも。
Hello, Nosada-san. It's Serizawa.
知っている芹沢千恵美
I didn't realize
こ
her.
っちの青年は
She's named
存
after
じ
the
上げないが
town.
ね
I know you, Chiemi Serizawa. I'm asking the young man with you.
春明さん、こちら
Raki-san,
野
this
里
is
清之助さん。
Kyonosuke
清之
Nosado-san.
助さん、事故車の
Kyonosuke-san,
久
this
石
is
春明さんです。
Haruaki Hisaishi. He got into an accident. That introduction was the briefest one yet.
は
Huh?
な
What?
んだって
I explained the situation again. He furrowed his brow when I mentioned Saranaga. In addition to the reason why we were here.
というわけ
So
で
I need repairs so
早
we can
々
get
に
out
こ
of
こ
here
から
as soon
で
as possible.
タイヤは
Are the tires
チューブで
tubeless?
すかね
Huh?
一
I
応
have
パッチ
patches
もあ
of
るが
mending
ね
fixing tubeless tires
チュ
would
ーブ
have
タイ
been
ヤ
too
だっ
much
た
of
ら
an
素
amateur.
人には難しいん
No
じゃな
problem
い
if
か
you aren't.
なあ
Wait,
チューブがバーストしてたら交換するしかな
there's
いが
no problem if you aren't.
替えはさすがに持っておらんよ 譲る義理もないがね
spares here, obviously, and I wouldn't give them if I did.
す
Sorry,
み
but
ま
I'm
せ
not
ん
too knowledgeable about that.
ちょっと
A
話
waste
に
of
ならん
time. I recommend spending however many
おとな
thousands
しく
you
何
need
十
to
万
have
だか
every
の
time
勉
I
強
have
料
a
を
video.
払って拾ってもらうのをおすすめしよ
I had never talked to that. Oh, but Masano-san, I don't think we have any more outsiders.
多分ですけど、
I don't think we
今
can
の
have
時
any more
こ
outsiders
れ以
come
上
here
に
right now.
うは
How would you
君
think
は
of
間
proper
違い
city?
だろ
Don't tell me you
いま
still
だ
believe
に
that
そんなもの
nonsense.
うーん
I'd be fine with it, but I don't
私はともかく、じい
We've
さ
had
ま
too
の
many
仲間方が
visitors these past few days.
安
I don't
水
care
の
what
連
you
中の
what
事情は
else
知らん
you
よ
presidents think.
私に
What
ど
do you
うしろ
expect me? Oh no, this is a different name.
油まみれになって
What do you
パ
expect me
ンク
to do
修
anyway?
理
Take
し
the
ろ
tires
と
myself and get oil all over me?
いや
Oh, I
そ
never
こまで
suggest
なく
that.
て
I
も
just think that
藤吉の長者として困ってるマロードを助けるのに
How about
困った時だけ長者を頼るのではなく
just give him a
安
traditional
水流のもてなしでもしたらどう
You
か
know, throw him off the cliff?
崖から突き落とすんだ
いやそんな言っちゃダメですよ
Shamy's tone was slightly off. I could feel a bit of irritation behind her words.
本当
I know it might be
お恥ずかしい限りなんですが
なんだと
What?
道具や
I'll
ら
just
キット
borrow
や
them.
ら
You won't hear us
仮
any
に入
work.
る
I
だけ
can
で
even pay.
まあ
Well, I
構
don't
わん
mind
が
that
ね
much, but I want compensation.
下手に物を破損させたりしたら
Consider
弁
not
償してもらうぞ
having
学生だか知らんがきっちりしても
いや
Yeah, I thought we
な
were
んとか
smooth
なら
there.
ない気がしてき
How's
た
it burst to?
春明さんか
Wow,
っ
that's so
こ
late. What, you think
バイ
every
ク乗
biker
りな
could
ら
fix
スパ
a
ナ
bike
一本
by
で
just
何でも
bashing
修
it
理
or
してみせろ
something?
まあわかり
I
ま
don't
せん
know,
けど
but
な
aren't
ん
there a lot of
か
girls
そ
who
う
are
い
into
うメ
guys
カ
making
に
cars
強
and
い感
stuff?
じ
じゃあ野里氏には
Oh,
グ
so
ッ
you're
と
into
きたと
Nosato-shi.
いや
Well,
どう
he's
せ
just
知った
acting
か
like
ぶり
he's
だか
smart.
ら
He's probably never
あの人
in
多
his
分
life.
自分じゃ整
You
備
guys
も
not
でき
the
ない
only
よ
experience that he'd have to
筋が
Huh?
じゃあなぜバイクの
What
整
does
備
he
用
have
品
to
なん
bike
て
repairs stuff?
野里屋敷は上藤吉にある野里家のもっと大きいお屋敷からいらないものを運んで置いとくような場所らしくてね
Whatever they don't need here, they send over there.
56年前に清之助さんが単車買ってもらったけどろくに乗りこなせなくてお蔵入りにしたとか聞いたことある
years ago, but he couldn't drive it at all, so he's been gathering dust ever since. Damn, that was the countryside for you. Couldn't hide your shame if your life depended on it. Huh. Anyway, I now knew that the man was condescending, pretentious type. He still helped me out though, and it was true that I didn't know much about the bike repairs, so I couldn't really get mad.
さ
Anyway, let's
そう
just
と
take
決まれば
everything that looks like
使え
used.
さながら山賊の
Like
ごとく
bandits, huh? I'm in.
乗った私邪魔じゃ
Sure
ない
I'm
か
not
な
bothering you?
いや
I feel
適
doubted
当に
that
話して
anyone
ない
talked
と
to
気
me,
が
just
めい
keep
るん
chatting
で
with me, it helps.
相づち打ってくれる
The
だけでも
instructions
助か
that
る
came with the repair kit told me what bike's tires were rather difficult type to repair. Apparently, I had to remove the tires, but where did I even start with that? Well, as long as they didn't break nothing, it could be worse than I did. Wait. As long as I didn't break it, nothing I did could be worse than having to call road service down here, so I just kept trying taking it apart. But as I removed whatever nuts I could, it made the situation even worse than it was. Yeah, this really wasn't a job for an amateur.
お兄さん
You
大
seem to be
変そう
having a rough
ね
time. You can eat this too,
全
can't
然
you?
わあ、ありがとうございます
you.
なんか大元になってんな
Well, this looks serious.
機械っ
Man,
ていうのは
machines are just
やっぱ
no good.
まあ怖い話になっては文明の利器は便利だけどね
日暮れまで
Think he can fix it for
直
sundown?
りす
The whole fucking village is here.
厳しいかも
That might be hard.
最悪
Don't worry,
なん
the
と
worst
かす
comes
る
to
から
worst,
安
I'll
心
do
して
something. really appreciated how she handled the visitors in those days.
なあ知恵ね
Hey, Chini,
バイ
is
ク
it
っ
hard to
て
get a bike
免許
license?
簡単
I don't know.
どうだ
I
ろ
know
う
that scooter license
原
is
付なら簡単よ
scooter license is
私も持っ
easy.
てるし
I have one myself.
中型大型の二輪は結構めんど
Mid-sized
いよ
bike licenses are
普
pretty
通
hard to
免許
get.
取るのと
You
同
need to
じ
take a
学科
course,
講習
just
も
like
あ
in
るし
cars. You like bikes?
あ
The hell does
関
it matter
係
to
ね
you?
えだ
How
ろ
much was that
ちなみ
anyway?
に
これは新車
800,000
で
yen, brand new.
8
たっ
Holy
け
shit, what the hell?
は
That's way too high.
たっけ
You an idiot or what? How'd you get
ど
that
うやっ
rich?
てためんだよ
まあバイトとか頑張ったから
Part-time jobs and all that?
そんな新車が
And
事
you
故
got
っ
into
て
an
なんて
accident?
それはきさ
Haruaki-san.
ちえみ先生さっきから気にはなってたんだけど
Shammy-sensei, if I may ask, what
差し
happened
入
if
れ
I share the food? Oh no, I ate
先
it
生
all.
思わず全部食べちゃった
I didn't want
Haruaki-san,
sympathy from the
気の毒
unresponsible. I told her off for not leaving me any food, but I somehow removed the tires. I could only hope I'd be able to fix this up. I'd had this thing for less than a month, but the trouble it was putting me through made it feel somewhat dear to me. I wanted to fire it up again and make it go as fast as it could. Suddenly, I heard an engine. It felt like it was mocking me. Hold on, engine? Here? I stopped working and turned around to see an unfamiliar van driving into the plaza. Barring the classic-looking piece of junk in the Sawdust garage, this is the first time I'd seen a car here. As far as I knew, no one living here actually owned a running car, so...
さっき言った記者さん
These
た
are
ち
the
だよ
journalists I told you about. And once the van stopped, the lady stepped out of it.
こんにちは
Hello! Oh, this guy is attracted to every fucking woman in this game.
どうも
Hello!
今日もご迷惑をおかけします
You're a new face.
ど
Oh,
う
hello,
も
my name's Haruaki Bike
自己
Crash.
春明です
Don't be so hard on yourself. Crap, that's no time for an inside joke. I quickly introduced myself properly.
ちょっと
I
その
crashed
辺で
not
事
too
故
far
り
away,
まして
so
ね
I'm stuck here for the
こ
time
こ
being.
によ
なるほど
I see you, so you're a
学生さんね
student. Sorry about the trouble you're going
事
through.
故は災難だったらね
Whoever gave me your
ち
business
なみに
card.
私はこういうものです
Isako Mamiya, a freelance writer. Your pen name was Kyoko Usei.
ちなみに
Have you ever
読ん
read
だことない
Kyoko Usei's
本
articles?
書9
Sorry.
だよね
Figured. I'm not a big
ま
game
だま
fan,
だ
and the
マイナー
magazines
だ
that
し
do get printed
そ
and
も
are
そも
marketed for
技師の
housewives
人
and
たち
elderly.
それは難易度
That's
高
a
いな
pretty intense competition.
ちなみ
What do
に
you write
何を
anyway?
フードレビュー
Reviews.
変わ
I
った
specialize
作
in
品
unusual
専門のね
dishes.
あれですか
Like
世
the
界
fellas
で
smelling
一
canned
番
food
臭
in
い
the
缶
world or
詰と
something.
か
そうそうまあシュールなんて今更ネタになんないから国内に絞ってマイ
Yep.
ナーな
Well,
珍
your
味を
usual
探し
brand of
歩いてる
weirdness
だけ
doesn't attract much attention these days, so I'm looking for minor culinary oddities local to Japan.
そんなわけで
Anyway, if you know any
変わ
weird
った
dishes
料
from
理
your
があるとか
hometown,
情
tell
報
me.
があ
I
ったら
traveled
ぜ
to
ひちょう
Japan
だ
to
い
give it a try.
ラ
A student from
ボ
the
の
lab
後
I
輩が
frequented and once
キ
made
ャンパス
portions
内
of
で
soup
取った
and
キノコ
mushroom
で
on
豚汁作っ
campus.
たら
We had
集団
massive
幻覚が起き
hallucinations
まし
then.
て
思いつきと
No
毒
flashes
物は
of
却下ね
brilliance or poisons, please. As we chatted, I became curious.
そういえ
By
ば
the way, weren't there two of
取
you?
材の
Yes, I'm here with the
も
partner.
う一人いるわ
We just need
ちょ
some
っと
time
降りて
to...
くるのに
Oh, there he is. I looked at the
来た来
van
た
and became completely awestruck. It felt like the van had shed its skin or something. That made no sense, but seriously, how did this fit in there? Jesus Christ. He was gargantuan. Takumi-san was something, but this man was on a level of a foreign heavyweight wrestler. Though, unlike Takumi-san, this man was primarily fat rather than muscle. As he walked out of the driver's seat, the van shook wildly.
写真家の橋
Yudai
本雄大さん
Hashimoto-san,
よ
a photographer, he's
こち
way
ら
more
は
famous than me.
私よりオールラ
He
ウンド
works
で
in
ご
all
活
sorts
躍
of
中で
fields. I imagine
写
you've
真は
seen
きっ
some
と
of his
気
photos
づ
without
かな
even
いうち
knowing
に
it.
何枚か目にしてるはずよ
I didn't know much about photography, but I was definitely convinced. There was a certain kind of authority, gravity around him, because he's the one fucking planning. He wasn't saying a word, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking.
どうもはじめまし
Nice to
て
meet you. I'm
久
Haruaki.
石春明です
Was he even alive?
どうも
Hello. After a strange pause, he slowly bowed like the moving mountain he was, and greeted me with a voice like a titan. He seemed somewhat difficult to interact with.
今日で最終日でしたっけ
Just your last day here, isn't it?
ええ
Yes.
オリルさんが秘蔵の獅子慣れを開けてくださるってことなので
Oribe-san said she'd let me try her prized Shishinare.
よその人
I
に
don't know
耐え
if
ら
an
れる
outsider
か
can
な
handle it. I have my
まあ
stomach
胃
medicine. I'm
薬
sure
も
I'll
持
be
ってき
fine.
てるから大丈夫
So
です
Mamiya-shi and Hashimoto-shi walked off. Dude, what is this? Why does Japan have so many fucking, like, titles? Who would have have thought that such a beauty was a delicacy hunter. I had to admit, that gap was kind of charming. As intrigued as I was, I couldn't waste any more time. I need to fix my bike already. Whoa! A lot of things had surprised me here in Yasumizu, but nothing such as much as this.
もしもし
No reaction. At first glance, he looked like a poor man too senile to think and perceive properly.
何か
You need
ご用
something
です
from me?
か
I made sure to speak as clearly as possible. It didn't look like he understood. I figured it was best to just ignore him and resume the repairs, but... Coming. I looked at him again. He was still just standing there like his soul and brain had left his body. A vacant stare, yellowed eyes, half-open mouth covered in saliva. Coming. He spoke again.
何
What's
が
coming? What? His voice was too hoarse to make out.
何ですって
Come again? Placed my hand against his ear. He finally understood what I wanted and prepared to whisper something. I brought my ear closer and he probably fucking yells at him. The wolf is coming! The sudden shout caught me completely off guard and made me fall to the ground. He looked down at me, laughing. He clapped his hands and opened his half-toothless smile. Wait. He clapped and opened his half-toothless mouth with a wide smile. The wolf is coming! The wolf is coming! He bent his body in a weird way, laughed like he was convulsing, he turned around and just left.
Haruaki-san!
Where the fuck did she go?
遅かったか
Shemi had joined the journalist and only just came back.
何が
Like what?
おじいちゃん
Camps over there loves messing with the strangers like that. Wait, that's your grandpa?
いやい
I
や
don't know, I don't even know
本
his
名は
name.
知らないんだ
He's been in Yasumizu forever.
昔
He's
から休
always
みず
like
に
that.
ボケて
It
る
felt less like he was just messing around and more like he's a bit...
ちょっとおかしいのか
Yep,
みん
everyone
な
calls him
狼
the
じ
wolf
じい
man
っ
who
て
cried
呼んでる
wolf.
けどね
Named after the boy who cried wolf, I assume. Doesn't work as well though.
狼
Wolves, eh?
ね
As far as I knew, there were no wild wolves in Japan. There used to be, but after the last sighting in either the Meiji or Showa era, they'd been considered extinct here. Modern Japan's image of wolves came from Western fairy tales and the like. It wasn't linked to anything in our culture or life. Even the boy who cried wolf was a Western tale. Did his brand of insanity make him repeat the tale or something? A bit weirded out by the circumstances, I went back to repairing my bike. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber of the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusty nails. Fuck, this kind of stuff only happens at the worst of times. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. I wet the tubes. There were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things are looking good. Yawn. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. Chandler was looking a bit bored
な
now.
んとかなりそうかも
I think I got it. Seriously, but it all
あん
seems
な
so
にダメ
hopeless.
悪かったね
Sorry,
まあ
though I still need to rebuild
これを
this.
組み立て
It's gonna be a
直
lot
す
of work.
それが終わったら
You'll be able
出
to
発
leave
で
then?
きた
そうだ
Yeah,
ね
believe me, I know I
長
should
居する
stay
と
here
まず
long.
そう
I
な
can
の
take
は
a hit.
そう
That's
よ
great.
かった
She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh?
もう何時間
You've
も
been
缶
at
を
this
詰
for
めっぱ
hours.
な
How
し
are
で
you
しょ
holding up? Need a break?
昼食休
Well,
憩
it'd
の
be
機会
better
が
if the certain
誰か
someone
さん
take
に
away my
奪われ
lunch
た
break.
代わりにクラッカーをあげたじゃないですか
Like that was enough to say to guys in his big. Like that was enough to say to guy in his mid 20s.
まあ僕は
Still,
大
I'm
丈
pretty
夫
fine.
もう一頑張りす
Push
る
forward a bit more. You can
君
do it
も
if you
もう
want.
行
I've
って
been
いいよ
introduced to just
大
about
体
everyone
多
here.
分あと2
There's
人
two
会って
people
ない
you
人
haven't
がいる
met
か
yet.
な
Really? But there's no real need to,
もう
right?
ちょっといる
I'll
よ
stay around a bit
どうせ
longer. I
暇だ
came
から
back
帰
here
ってき
because
た
I
わ
was
けだ
bored,
し
but it's not like I'm busy.
52人の男友達と遊ぶ選択肢はな
全言
I
撤
take
回
it back. I came
暇
back
した
because
い
I
から
wanted
帰
to
っ
be
てき
bored.
た
Living in the
街
city
暮ら
is
し
so
の
annoying
面
and
倒もあっ
tiring,
て
especially if
50
you
人
guys
人か
can
ら
see
メ
you
ー
all
ル
the
で見
time.
てたさ
そっか
Oh. Sorry, I lied about the 52 guys.
なんでそんな嘘
春
Because
秋
I
さん
wanted
に
to
対
keep
す
you
る
in
先
check, I guess?
生
Why would she pull a tactic like that, only to reveal her hand?
ねえ
Hey,
彼女
did
に
you
振
really
られ
get
たっ
dumped
て
by your
本当
girlfriend? And now she asked me that.
本当だって
Honest.
ふーん
I
そっ
see.
か
Well, after that relentless assault, you want to be fair unless I played my own card.
なんならこれ
Want to come
乗って
with?
い
Huh?
これって
Two-seater?
2人
もちろん
Yeah, there's even an extra
一応
helmet. It's
タ
not
ンデ
dry
ム
yet,
用の
though.
ヘ僕はこのままこ
Obviously,
こを
we
出てい
need
く
to,
から
unless you have something
その
planned, you
便
can
で
join me.
ちえみちゃんも外に出るのが都合ついでにロ
We
ング
can
ツー
even
リ
go
ン
on a
グして
bike
み
tour.
る
If we have enough
時
time,
間
I
さ
can
えあ
take
れ
you
ば
anywhere.
どこへだって行く
Flexible,
よ
open to fine tuning, wild and charming. This is a good date invitation if I said so myself.
いいね。
That sounds great, and I have no plans.
都合。
Uh-oh.
じゃあ
I'll go
荷
get my
物ま
stuff
とめて
then.
くる
Wait, right now? Chanley smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and
急いだ方
you
がい
should
い
hurry before I change my mind.
はいは
Yeah,
い
sure.
もちろん
Well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. With that ulterior motive I had, I resumed rebuilding the bike. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed and it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that even be possible? It might even be way past midnight by the time I was done. Jamie might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. You know what else is hard. Whatever the fuck his name is. The plaza I had worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hands. It was desolate, to say the least. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of being in a place I didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. What's this, Haruaki? Think you're gonna get attacked or something? I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It was an articulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the malaise make me feel like I was in danger? I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived. I came! It's a strange sight. The field is covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. I've been coming for the last 2 hours. Not because of this stream we have. I mean, this is not the edging stream. This is what you watch when you want to stop coming. I don't like the boulders all over Yasumizu. These are only up to my waist. They look like gravestones. 6. The bad jar hums along great with an array of bricks. The field extended into the dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. Don't tell me how to view this stream. Well, okay, the only way I'll tell you how to view this stream is without pants. As long as you're not wearing pants, you're welcome here. But don't be doing anything with no pants. It's dangerous. This was the lowest spot in Yasumizu, the border of Saranaga. The border to Saranaga. Saranaga. There was a large pine right at the edge. 8. The donut bologna rice snows on the mountain. Donut bologna rice. The evening sun, the stones, and the pine's shadow gave the field a strange aura. A little girl was running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, the space is alien. Felt like I was looking at a Giorgio di Chirico painting. The place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Suddenly, I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred, mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. Well, there's one running around right now. The girl fell. Are you okay? I run with no hesitation to the little girl. Where are the girls? Help up, half-crying little girl, muddy clothes, new graze on bandage-covered kneecap. I console, little girl, push away, run, someone. Appears, girl, saw once, me. Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives. Girl, weave, incomprehensible phrase, hide behind, little girl, fear of... Okay, it's like a flowchart. Little girl, fear and hostility, eyes, fear and hostility. Hide behind, girl, weave, incomprehensible phrase. Run. Girl, hug, little girl, warn. Me. You probably won't make it, but run. Me, girl, behind. Missed. Me, girl behind. Miss. Miss. Suddenly, Chiemi shook me, bringing me back to my senses. Where were you? Sorry, I'll finish the job now. It's too late, you idiot. You won't make it in time. You gotta hide. I couldn't understand what she was getting at. What are you doing? Go to your room right now. Haruka-san. Forget the outside. Old man Konzo and I'll check the other places. Stop wasting time and go back to yours. I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me to find out. I looked down the hill. Saranaga, behind the field I'd just been in, came a rising haze. It was so dense, you could easily call it mist. It moved strangely, like a living creature, as it floated into the plaza. Haruki-san, over here! Jenny pulled me by the hand. What's going on? Oh, my head feels like it was a ton. Deal with it, you gotta find a place you can lock the doors. You'll die if you don't. Tell me. Please don't ask questions, just do as I say, just this once. Albeit hesitantly, I did it, as she said. We ran up the hill and crossed the rice field path until we made it to a simple outhouse. This should be fine. Seriously, what's going on? And sure, that was a hell of a miss, but this won't protect me, right? Listen, there's no time to explain, so please just do as I say and only that. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Chiemi said, despite how weird it was. I could also see she was really desperate. God damn, I need a lot of keys. That's a hell of an order. Haruaki-san, just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and explanation. Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please, survive the night. The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake. See you then. You gotta hurry, right? She's not gonna make it. She won't die. I'll tell you tomorrow. Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment. Chiemi ran off. The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields, too. Anyway, the promise was a promise. 10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? The outhouse wasn't a prefab you'd find on a construction site. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. All I could do was stand. Another problem, it was a type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete, but what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was, and I began making assumptions to make this easier for myself. Was I being pranked, or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings, and there was no way that this shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air here already felt misty and damp. The temperature here was low, so I could still bear it somewhat, but staying here all night would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However, get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. Sure, I'll tell you everything. So please, survive the night. My sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I'd made to her. Actually, that wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place. Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumizu settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. The people here living here were Chani Serizawa, Asanaga Oribe, his family, Kaori Oribe, and Yoshi Tsugu. I said that with me. Chiakimochi Kamoshida, Chikamoshi, Haru Makashima, her granddad Hanzo Makashima, Tei Yamawaki, Takumi Muro, Kyonosuke no Sato. It seemed like he was from the Kami Fujiyoshi, place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason he lived here now. And finally, the old man who cried wolf. Those were the 11 people I'd met, and Chiemi said I had 2 more left. That could only mean the 2 I'd met by the pine were the ones. The little girl, she was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was that fantastical looking white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact fact that I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real, but with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. According to Chiemi, the little girl was being looked after by someone in the village, so I can only assume that white-haired woman was the one. When I counted the little girl, it would mean Yasumisa had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the two journalists, Isaka Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto. Add me to that, you now had a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway, time for an assessment. Yesterday morning, a little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, not even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as the Blue Omen. The next day, Chiemi, who was in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper lost person, but since I came to Saranaga, I was also branded as the Blue Omen. From what Kiyonosuke Satoshi said, it was safe to assume that it used to be customary to throw people like us into Saranaga. And then there was a mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mist arrives. I can only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from Saranaga itself. It and the rivers seemed to be essential to the local customs and ideas. With that in mind, how is it dangerous? What is going to happen now? Yomibito, as in people from Yomi, the ancient Japanese land of the dead. Dead people came back through Saranaga, and they were corrupted. Well, that gave me room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up with the mist? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be part of a Japanese Resident Evil? Wait, that was already Japanese. I was gonna say, I'm like, Resident Evil's already Japanese. What if you had a 10% chance of being infected by the mist, but a 100% chance of being infected by another person? That'd explain why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to unlock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into that, but that seemed like a good story. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere in my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was Hicksville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world? It seems so weird. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. Was that me? Or was that the game? Don't make a sound. To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomena and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and they do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations of monsters and whatnot, but on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could all die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That was why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except that I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, what I was feeling right now wasn't the fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. That night, or that meant that, outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose up from the river. Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the diseased who didn't follow the rules. The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer? Suddenly, I heard a scream in the distance. Uh-oh. Well, this is probably how I get key number 2. Wow. That was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting all suddenly came to me, and it was right outside. It had gotten really dark. There were no lights anywhere, and the darkness was fear. I perceived something dangerous, scary. Maybe this place is dangerous. Dangerous, scary, 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 scary. Scary things are scary no matter how much logic you apply, but I couldn't discard my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. I opened the door and stopped in place. The night wasn't absolute darkness. No matter how dark and cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to this. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was one. Everything I saw was covered by a dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the area seem chilly. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There's something beyond this veil. I can't move forward. Plus, my ears were deceiving me as the scream belonged to a woman that had come from the night, come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that, or rather, I didn't want to think that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I found that facilitating the ride really easy. I had more than enough fear for those which were directly threatening my life. I really didn't want to have to fear that for something as well. Change your line of thought, Hakuraki. Solving the mystery might save some two birds with one stone. I began walking past it. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there were any branches or anything. Sadly, all I felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand. It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. Yeah, I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if I just checked the ground next to my feet. Since I might have been close to the danger, I had to focus on what was ahead too. I'd recognize the danger and, if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. I couldn't hear the screams anymore, but I could hear other things. A wet sound, and the sound of something cracking. It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward, until I saw it. Oh. My hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see for yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf with a humanoid body. And there's no such thing as werewolves. The next morning, in a paddy field in Fujiyoshi, Yasumizu, the third block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. The clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was the traveler, Haruaki Fusaishi. I died. He's still moving. Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment. A Yomibito version! And so I. Goodbye, Haruaki-san. Was finished off by the girl. The feast begins. Last thing I heard, I'll hang the wolf, was that Raging Blue. Well, I died. Obtain Key 2, Werewolf and Resurrection. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number in the scenario chart. Game over! Bad ending number 2. Suddenly, I heard a scream in the distance. Keep still! What was that? It sounded like someone's life was in danger. It meant something dangerous was nearby. Wait, I couldn't be rash. The world didn't have many things that logic couldn't explain, like the existence of murderers. But until I saw the source of the scream myself, it was nothing but a source of fear. Get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside the whole night, and don't make a sound. I reached to open the door, but something stayed my hand. It was my promise to Chiemi, but that scream just now was very real. It wasn't normal. I had to assume the situation was dangerous, and maybe I could help if I went on. But that meant endangering myself. I was no saint, and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. My curiosity had won over many dangers this far, but right now it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit, what the hell are these memories? It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced. But how? After all, I was still alive. At the time from those memories had yet to come. Wait, yeah. Was I a precog or something? By God, I swore I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And why did the memory come back to me at this particular moment? Regardless, that overwhelming fear and the pain of death that followed were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel any more certain that the thoughts rendered me unable to move, immobile. I stood still, completely certain that I'd lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel saved until that moment. Suddenly, the door began to shake. The place had a handle on the outside. This place had a handle on the outside, and someone was pulling on it hard. There was a lock, sure, but there was only so much it could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from the inside, but get in there, lock yourself in, stay inside for the whole night, and don't make a sound. What would happen if I did? Whatever was outside would instantly know I was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing had lots of other ways of hurting me. But what if it didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what it was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to wait and see. Once again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over, as in, I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me. I was powerless back then, and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite? Yeah, I'd tear whatever was apart with my teeth. I'd bite it to death. I gathered my wits in killing intent, grinding my teeth. I glared at the door. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I'd slowly count to 500. If nothing happened in that time, I'd assume it went away. There were no screams or attacks after that, but the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence. So that thing actually existed here? Was it what the mist brought here from Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit, I couldn't learn anything in a place like this, and not knowing things scared me. Trusting my presence of deja vu or whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night and then talk to Chiemi. And if it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs were going well, but I'd be leaving even if it didn't work. I'd walk to Kamafujiyoshi if I had to. Unlike Yasumizu, they might have had reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night. Yomi. I never like seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. Me too, dude. It always makes me feel like shit, like I just done something harmful, both to my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well rested with a smile. I never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning night leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beast had been out and about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It was unpleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more comfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Chiemi shout, "Haruaki-san!" in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. If this turned out to be a trick and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar in his mouth and lunging for my throat, I'd just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I'm excited to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me pretty hard. What the hell was up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit. It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something?
Haruaki-san!
I could hear Chiemi but not see her.
Chiemi-chan! こっちだ!
I'm right here.
Haruaki-san!
Haruaki-san, really loud. I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist.
大丈夫?
Are you okay?
歯にはま
I'm
っ
stuck
た
in the
歯
field. I walked up and saw exactly what I expected. A girl struggling to free one of her legs stuck deep in the paddy field.
そうか.
I
頑張れ.
see. Well, good luck.
助けて
Hey,
っ
help
て
me out.
抜けない
You
の
can't do
ね.
it yourself. Take my hand
Tail.
and out you go. I tugged her hand and braced my legs. That was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and...
おっと.
Whoa, safe.
ヘッドロック
Headlock. This is a wrestling move. We're actually pulling it
決まっ
off.
てる決まってる
Despite how close we were now, this wasn't the least bit romantic.
とにかくよかっ
Anyway,
た
glad you're
無
okay.
事だったんだ
I definitely remembered a time where I was far from alright, though.
ああ.
Yeah, I guess
なんと
I
かね.
am. I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it.
ただ,
夜中獣みたいな気配がした。
Chiami's expression immediately darkened. She already knew what I was referring to.
聞きたいことは
I
た
have
くさ
lots
んあ
of
るけど、
questions, but right now I'm more interested in that
昨
scream
晩
I
聞いた
heard
悲
than
鳴の
anything
こ
else.
それは
This-
え
Huh? You know
知
what
って る
I
の
mean? That's probably the other girl that kept screaming. She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous.
来て、
Wait.
どうせいつか嫌でも見る。
She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous. This way, no point delaying the inevitable. Chiami gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. She led me down a path to the school dorm.
あ、
Oh,
久石さん、
Musashi-san,
無
you're
事だったんで
okay.
す。
生還おめでとうベンジョマン。
ありがとう。
Thanks,
暖かい布団。
Ton man. You're okay
君たち
too.
も無事。
Wait, where's Haru-chan? Did she?
いえ、
Oh, she's
大
fine.
丈夫
She
です。
suffered quite a shock, so
まだ
she's
部屋
taken
なん
a
ですが。
while to get dressed.
そうか
I。see. So the rest of you already got
皆
a
さん、
move
ぼ
on.
逆によく
How
耐
did
えれ
you
た
handle
な。
being in there anyway?
寝てた
Were
の
you asleep?
寝られる
As
か。
if I could. I had no
い
idea
つ
what
出ていい
I
か
could
わ
get
から
out, so
な
I
い
just
から
waited until I heard
ずっと起きて
Chiami-chan's
待ってたよ。
voice.
え、
Huh? You were
起きて
awake?
たんですか。
Yasunaga kind of made it sound like that was weird.
いや、
You try sleeping in
あの
there,
トイ
guy.
レ
You
で寝
can't
てご
even
らん。
sit, much less lie down.
いや、
No, that's not what
そうじゃなく、
I see.
そ
I
う
really
か。
hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious.
ちなみに君たちは
Why
な
are
ぜ
you
ここ
here
に。
anyway?
はるちゃん
Waiting
待ち
for
と
Haru-chan
見
and
張り
keeping
だ
a
よ。
lookout.
状況がはっきりするまで現場
We're
に
not
誰
letting
も近
anyone
づ
near
か
the
ないよ
scene
う
until
に。
the situation is clear. Scene? So someone actually
見る
wanna
ベンジ
see?
ョマンの
It's
胃
a good
袋
way
の
to test
強
your
度
stomach.
もち、
Mochi,
あんま
don't
ふ
mess
ざけ
around
る
with
なよ。
that.
あ、
Yeah, I
見るよ。
do. The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention, I could already smell something foul. I lightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. Nice. There was a corpse. It was in such a horrible state that it was hard to recognize it as human. I imagine that was what you'd gotten if you overturned a butcher's cart. That was how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Also the butcher, who would have had to deal with entrails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out some human parts within the vast sea of blood, or mountain of death. Hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional, she kept hold of her interviewing tools even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors, though. Despite the body's state, it wasn't hard to tell that the victim was Hisako Mamiya, the small-time food journalist. That thing. Did it come to me once it was done murdering her?
これは。
This is awful.
大丈夫
Are you alright?
吐き気
Nauseous or anything? Chiami was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular.
吐くものもないし。
I got nothing to puke, and well, I'm used to this.
春明
Is
さ
that
ん
why you were
そっち系
studying
の
in
学
college?
ま
Well, I guess
あ
you could
一
say
応
that.
すごい
What? Seriously?
検視と
So
か
they
で
didn't
き
do
る
autopsies and stuff?
医学系っての
I
は
asked that they study
医学
medicine.
部以外の類似学部
I
生
guess
が
you
見
could
え
say
張
that
っ
is
て
what
使う
students
表
from
現さ。
similar departments say to make
まあ
themselves look good.
病理解剖なら何度
But
も
I
見
did
たけ
see
ど
a few pathology analyses. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this? I couldn't, even if it wasn't much. Or I could, even if it wasn't much. This corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but they were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regard to bones or muscle position. Then, her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words wolf down felt like the best way to put it. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching
何が
it.
どうなってるのかわからない程度には
This is way beyond
常
anything
軌を
I've
逸した
ever
傷
seen
だよ
before.
ね。
I can barely tell what happened here. I had the urge to add that this seemed inhuman, but I kept myself from saying that.
とにかく
Anyway,
と
we
っ
should
とと
call the
警察を
police,
呼ん
leave
で
it to the pros.
プロに任せよ
I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to agree.
春明さん
The
警
police
察は
う。そんなこ
Why
とは
would
ないで
they?
し
I
ょ
mean, someone
人
died.
が
来ないんだ
じゃあ
Let's
避
evacuate.
難
それも
That's
無
not
理なん
happening
だ
either.
どうして
Why? We have my
バ
bike
イク
in
もあ
the
るし
van.
とにかく
Anyway,
負傷者さんで
we
生存者は
now have all the
全員見つかったはずだから
survivors.
はるちゃんは僕らが
We'll
連れ
wait
て
for
くぞ。
Haru-chan.
そっちはお願
Yeah,
い
you do that. Let's go,
Haru-
Haru-san.
なあ
Can I
ちゃ
get
んと
an
説明してくれ
explanation?
悪い
Sorry,
け
but
ど
I'm
精
not
神
looking
的
for
に無理
explanations. Figure it
自
out for
分で見て
yourself.
勝手に理解して
It was the first time Chiemi had acted so harsh with me. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening
無
here.
神経だったよ
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Chiemi said nothing more and just silently walked off. I followed after her. reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she'd said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state. The front window was broken, all 4 tires were flat, etc. My bike was on its side, its front fork was broken. Well, it was basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There was a rock right next to it. Guess we had our weapon. And there were more veins inside the van. It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimoto-shi, I'd have assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses here. Hashimoto-san.
Hashimoto-san.
Nodded. I now knew we'd lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well. Look there. She pointed at a wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair. The other power lines are fine, but the dining halls was destroyed along with the telephone line. We can't contact the outside. I took out my phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and like before, it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than before. Look here, too. Chami walked a few steps away. I followed her. There was a large boulder. It was tall enough to reach an average roof, and there were drawings on it. A crimson symbol of some sort. What did it represent? At first, it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like the calling card of some street gang. From what I can tell, the basis was a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape. 2 wolves had snuck into the village. We had to fight. Chami made a quiet declaration. Apparently, this settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to rid it of all means of escape or contacting for help. I could understand that much, but it didn't make sense to me. This wasn't some isolated island. There was the cliff, sure, but you could still go down to Saranaga or go to Kabi Fujiyoshi. I'd ask about that the next time I had the chance. Sorry. Sorry I got mad. It must be hard for you too. Don't worry about that. I'm just an outsider. Oh, poor choice of words on my part. I mean, I'm an outsider who doesn't know the rules, so I'll just silently watch for the time being. I'm tired, but I think I'm less shaken by this than most people, so I figured it's best for me to stay cool. I imagine even the others are bothered by this. Are you really just some university graduate? What else could it be? What else could I be? I don't know, you seem way too calm about this, like you're used to situations like this. My nerves are pretty messed up, I guess. The small dining hall was jam-packed with people. He survived. Good morning. Though I guess it's not very good considering what's going on. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare enough to eat. Oh, it's okay. You did it, didn't you? Younger Oribe. Oribe? Boy? Message. Man, it's... Whatever! Menace me. No, I didn't. Why would you think that? Shut it. Where the hell did you get off? Strutting in like that. Stop it, Yoshibo. You're the one who needs to shut it. The hell? You're the one who said this bastard's shady. Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly. I'm saying this ain't a matter for a brat like you. You're bothering Kaoru-san, right? Takumi-san, please calm down. Let's be peaceful. It's fine. We'll talk it out. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Stop, Teiba, that's a bad omen. Where's the key to the meeting hall? I gave it to Umatsu-sama 2, maybe 3 days ago. Said she'd fix the podium. Well, Missy, I'll go and get it. That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Umatsu-sama was her name, was it? Or huh? I suck at reading. I thought our eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me. Baha, wait! Meiko-chan, wait here for a moment. That girl was here too. Deeper in, there was Kiyonosuke no Satoshi, clearly irritated by something. The old man who cried wolf. And not too far away, there was the old man who cried wolf. Just like yesterday, it was hard to tell what he was looking at, let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around. Everyone, we're back. Come in, Haru-chan. Okay. 3 students were here. Who the fuck teaches them? Or I guess they go up the hall to like the other town, I guess. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chiemi did something unexpected. Rikako-san, can you wait for a moment? She stopped the girl who was about to go get some key. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself. This is Haruaki Fusaishi-san. He crashed his bike and I met him at Saranaga. Oh, hello.
Domo.
An introduction. Now, why? This is Rikaku Uematsu-san. Uematsu is made of the kanji for spoon and end. Pretty rare, right? Well, she's the current head of the Uematsu household, one of the chief families. Kami Fujiyoshi. I am Rikaku Uematsu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She was the one giving the explanations. So she was like a local celebrity, huh? Like Kiyunosuke-shi's Masato family? And that's Meiko-chan. We only call her that because we don't know her real name. Hello there, nice to meet you. The girl they called Meiko trembled a bit, and oh my. Whoa. Spread into the crowd to hide behind Rikaku Uematsu. So what do you say, Chiemi? I suggest not inviting Haruaki Fusaishi-san to the feast. I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room. Gee, that ain't how it works. The feast is there to help us decide if he's shady or not, right? Their expressions were stern and their words harsh. No, I'm saying he doesn't even have the right to participate in the feast. What the hell are you talking about? He's the shadiest of us all. Yoshi-kun, did you prepare the feast? Yeah, I did. Who didn't? How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about. Me, probably. I don't even know what this entails. The other two who didn't prepare the feast were taken by the corruption. However, Haruaki-san wasn't. I think the Okami-sama ignored him. Okami-sama, as in Wolf-sama? Why the reverence? And what was she even talking about? He's from Saranaga, sure, but he clearly just passed by. In fact, I think he'd be in the way of the feast. No, for all we know, forcing him in the feast would just make the Okami-sama mad. What do you think, Ba-chan? Did you really survive without preparation? What was I supposed to do? Purify, shelter, dream. Basically cleanse your body, lock up in a single building all by yourself, and wait for dawn while asleep. I did it then. I was in the outhouse by myself, but that's it. I didn't bathe. Spent the night awake. The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer. I don't know. This has never happened before. Tae-san sounded genuinely puzzled. What do you think, Rikako-san? I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here. When Chiemi asked for Rikaku Uematsu's opinion, I consent to the idea. If our great lord Shinai chose to spare him, he must be exempt from the rules of the mountain. Her words created even more commotion. So there. Chiemi, you know what you're doing, right? If we remove him, yeah, we won't have to waste our hanging for the day. Oh man, what do you think? It was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Kanzo Makishima. He won't be in the feast. Oh man, but glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gathering and approached me. Is this where they have to like kill somebody because they don't know who the fuck the werewolf is, so they have to hope they kill him? Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical of someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place for someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage. If the laws of the mountain don't work on you, it'll be no rules to follow. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead. He spoke slowly, yet decisively. Man, this was uncomfortable. Hold on, if he can be excluded, I would like the same to happen to Rikako-san and I. Why? We're from Kami Fujiyoshi. We have no reason to play along with Saranaga's business. Masato-sama, that won't do. If you're here on the day of the feast, it doesn't matter if you're Masato, Uematsu, Migurama, or Higuchi. That'd mean Yasu and I can leave too. Who's Yasu? You were both disinherited. That's different. I'm assuming there's still part of our families take part in this idiocy. Listen here, Kyo. Don't call me that, Muro. Let's go, Rikaku-san. We have no reason to play with these presents. Nosato-sama. Doesn't Fujiyoshi has a duty to remain present? All remains in the hands of Shinai-sama. We now gather upon the platter named Yasumizu. But if you've got a problem, then get out of here and let the corruption take you. She eventually fell silent, and Rikaku left to get the key, probably. She returned in no time, and everyone began leaving. You're not coming with us. Alright, where to then? Takumi, is the cage open? Well, yeah, alright, I'll take it. Come with me. Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. We made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At a dead end next to the wild trees and a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a bit of work. This is where we keep the live game we capture. Sorry, but you'll have to wait here. I can't say no, can I? Don't take it the wrong way, okay? We'll be out of here once we're done with the feast. It won't take long. And I can't get any details, huh? Yeah, I do feel bad about this, but you should be thankful you don't need to take part in the feast. How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't know what the feast was? I wonder if they have to eat the fucking dead body. That'd be gross. I'd have asked, but he looked pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with, so I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague but very clear scent of bees. Can I lie down here? I figure to sleep whenever I can. Man, you're fresh. No, just a coward. I don't want to die is all. So I had abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I laid down and closed my eyes. The ground was hard and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said, about my strange memories, about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down that rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Another thing. For some reason, I felt like I'd spend the eternity of this time just watching the battle, so I decided that I'd focus on resting in preparation for what was to come. Everyone sitting then? Let's begin the feast of the Yomi Purge. Matsu-sama, if you may. This is a sacred sake presented to us by Shina-sama. Shinai-sama. Please drink it, starting from the youngest. Sake? You just put your mouth into it. No drinking for you kids. Stop it, Yoshitsugu. You say something soon. Yasunaga. Yoshitsugu, this is just for tradition's sake. Shut it, I know how it is, Aniki. I don't want to drink this. No, Chan, just kiss it. They're done, and I'm done too. What the fuck is he wearing? Same here, cheating. Alright, adult time, here I go. This is enough for me. It's better than I expected, Muro. We're drinking sake during the day. Taste of something. Here, old man. Don't spill it, Teba. I'll have it. Can you hold it, mister? Sake. That's done. Teba, explain. You all know the tales, don't you? When the evening mist comes, the Okami-sama, the wolves, come back to life and try to slay the humans. There were two symbols on the Yomatsu Okami. That means that two wolves have risen. That's why we must do as Shinai-sama says and throw feasts so we can find and hang them using the powers of the guardians some of us are given. If we don't, we will be taken by the corruption and then dying a horrible death. To avoid the corruption, we must have feasts to slay the wolves. That is our role as inhabitants of Yasumizu. Oni-chan, what does slay mean? Slay! It means kill. Oh, wrong slay. Scary. It's fine, I'll protect you. Sorry for the interruption, Yamawaki-san. It's okay, children always do that. She's not the only one among us who can be a wolf. Good grief, what nonsense. If that's what you think, then just fuck off and let the corruption have you. Yoshitsugu. Origi-san, I'm concerned about your son's upbringing. I'm like this because I want to be. Don't drag the hag into this. This guy's a fucking scumbag. Shut up, Yoshitsugu, I'll punch you. Huh? Takumi-ni? What the hell are you acting tough for? If I say I'll punch you, I will. You too, Kyo. Shut up and listen. You don't have the guts.
言われ
Hear
て
that?
大人
But
は無
also
駄に
let
根
stuff
性
like that
試
get
し
to
を
them.
しね
Anyway, Bachan, this hasn't
それ
seemed
は
right to me.
その話
I've been hearing about this
俺ら
ever
はずっ
since
と
I
聞
was
かされ
young,
て
but
きた
it
が
never made
そう
sense
わか
to
る
me.
俺らはずっ
We've
と
been here
ここ
for
で
as long
育
as
っ
we can remember, with the
た
exception
メイ
of
コ以外
Mako.
はみんな
We
顔
all
見
know
知り
each
だ
other. They've been replaced by wolves. Like hell, they're the same as always.
匠雨
Takumi,
降
you're
ってん
being
じゃね
naive.
なんだよ
What, you're saying there's someone shady among
Ayashi.
us?
えどいつ
Everyone's
怪しい
shady.
おじいちゃん
G-chan,
春も
you be
気をつけ
careful too, Haru.
けたもので
Even
も
beasts can trick people, and people trick better than any beast.
こん中に
There are things here acting like they're one of us.
なん
Why are you
で
so
相談
confident?
昔のも
There's
んの
truth in
言
what
葉
the
に
ancestors said. Well, if you say so.
安水のパープー
That's
の
just
言
what
ってきたこと
Yasumi's
だろ
numbskulls say, isn't it?
近持ち
Chikamochi. Again? You irrelevant little...
もっち
Mochi,
やめと
stop
けっ
that.
て
I'm sorry. So what do we do now?
どうって
What do you mean? We
話し合い
talk
で
decide, right?
話し合い
Would
で
that be
決まるの
enough?
か
I
な
mean, we're deciding who to kill
しか
here,
も
aren't we?
全員が自
Everyone
分
will
の
say
考
what they
えを
think,
言
then
う
we'll narrow down the
それ
most
で納得の
reasonable
いく
opinion.
知恵ね
Chini, what do you think? I think it's a mess. We already have people who think no one's shady, those who think
全
everyone
員
is.
決まるはずのない
Yammering
会議
on
を
and on
全
about
員やって
something
も
that
普
can't be
通の
reasonably decided is a waste of
振り
time.
替えかねてみ
Besides,
ん
in
な
the
偉い人
end,
の
it's
鶴の
just
一
going to
声
be
を望
decided
み
by
始める
whoever's most influential.
じいは何がいい
Get at.
知恵
Don't
に
worry too much, Chi. I mean, most of us here are Yasumi's brothers and sisters.
俺らは
It'll work
休み
out in the end.
匠兄ちゃんの
I
仲間思い
appreciate that you're being so considerate, but we're talking about killing someone here.
選んでこれもっと嫌なこと
Plus,
もあ
it
るよ
gets worse. If you don't want to pick someone close to you, you'll choose someone else. Someone you don't like, or a stranger. Personally, I think you shouldn't let that kind of thing affect your decision. It'd be a grave mistake.
だ
Hey, I'm
俺
saying,
はそもそも
trying to
そ
say
の
like
人が頭お
killing
かしい
and
か
all
らや
that
めよう
shit
ぜ
is
って
insane
方
and
向
we
に
should
回
stop
る
it. That won't do it to me.
ばあちゃんだ
Bachan's
って同
saying
意
the
だと
same thing. That's why we gotta talk it out, you know? I know what you're trying to say, but
あの
can I?
はーい、はるちゃん
Haru-chan
が喋り
speaking.
ま
あの
What's the likelihood of the
CNN
guy
が
Chini
連れて
brought
きた
being the
男
one
が
who killed the
記
journalist?
者の人言ってるそばから
See? What did I just say?
僕はないと思うよ。
It's just my gut, though. What about you guys?
匠に
Takumi ni.
あいつが怪
You
しいっ
said
て
he's
言ってたろ
shady. Yeah, I did.
怪しい
But
と
like
思った
Chiemi said, we shouldn't make
しかし
decisions
知恵み
based
の
on that.
それに
Also, the
あい
guy's
つは
weird.
変な
I
や
don't
つだ
think
が
he'd do something
ああい
like
うこと
that.
を
それは私
I'm
も
with
賛
you
成
on
だけ
that.
ど
This is our problem, so we should solve it by ourselves. Isn't that
それ
basically
だって
choosing
好
someone
みで
based
選
on
んで
who
る
you
こと
like?
じゃあ清之助さん
So
は
how do you think we should
どう
choose
やって決めるべきだと思う
Kyonosuke-san? I
結
believe
局
majority rule is the most
こういった
reliable
場で
method
決
here
める
because
手段
Naga
といえば
already
た
done.
民主主義
Hail
万歳
democracy and all that. That's not very
ら
like
し
you.
く
私
I'm
は
really saying that there's
そ
no
れ以
better
外
way
に
to get
こ
the
れだけ
common
の人
opinion
間
of
の意
this
見
many people.
第一話し合いで納
Oh, I
得
just realized
というのも
it's like hiding
結
behind
局は大多数が合意する結論を取るということだろう
skip
多
potato.
数決に他ならん
Also, talking it out and making the decision that is basically taking the conclusion most people agree with, no? Not the same as majority rule.
そうでな
Otherwise,
け
if
れ
you
ば
mentioned
そ
everything,
れこそ君の言った
otherwise, like
鶴
you
の
mentioned,
不足
everything would be
つまり
decided by
有力
whoever
者の
had the
独
most
断
influence.
安水の
Who
有
would that
力
be
者
here in Yasumizu?
牧島勘
Kazo
当しかね
Makishima.
それとも
Fuck,
山
dude,
脇
these
多江さ
fucking
んかね
names.
そして
Kazo
殺される
Makishima,
住人でない私か
Tei Yamawaki-san, and who would be killed? Me, of course, the non-local.
当の俺
Isn't
ら
that
方
foolish
本人が
considering the
狼
people
かもしれ
deciding
ない
might
という状
themselves be
況
野
wolves?
里さん
Osato-san.
言っておくが
Just so you're aware, I have no
私は
intention
死
of
ぬのは
dying. At the
ごめん
very
だ
least, I want a method
そ
where
れ
I
なら
have
ば
a say in what happens.
せめて無力より
俺は
I'm
反対だ
against that. Majority rule, yeah, you'll get a conclusion,
そ
but
り
there's
ゃ
no
結論
guarantee
は出
you'll
る
be
だろう
right.
俺はやっぱり
I
ずっ
still
と
think
話し合っ
talking
て
it
決
out
め
and
るしか
deciding
ねえ
then
ぞ
is the best.
ちなみに
Speaking of which, what
話し合い
will
を
we
す
talk
ると
about?
タイバーちゃん
Teiba-chan, you said something about the Guardians, the Mount lending us their aid, right?
そうよ。
Yes, the snake, the monkeys, the crow, and the spider will lend us their
カ
aid.
ラス。
詳しいことを
Do you know the
分かる
details?
ヘビ
The
は
snake. Old fart, you know about it?
ヘビ
The
は
snake can ask the mountain who's a wolf.
おシャ
There are
ル
two
だけ
monkeys, they both know who the other monkey is.
お
So this is
互い
like
が
engineer
シャルじゃと
guard duty. The crow can ask the mountain if the hanged one was a
く
wolf.
くら
That's
れ
the
たもんが
doctor.
狼じゃ
The spider can ask the mountain to protect someone from the wolves, but only for one night, and that's guardian angel.
他人を
その通
That's what
り
I've
じ
been
ゃ
told
と
too.
わ
The wolf has come.
あんた
I wasn't aware you knew this. I thought you were just senile but it looks like you're pious too. Anyway, that means some of us here should have those powers. What do you mean? Wait, do God and the Guardians even exist?
というか神様とかお守りとか本当にただ
Is it just some serial killer using old folktales as cover? Haruchan, God really does exist. You just believe he does. No, all of us must have seen Shinai-sama at least once in our lives. Calm down, Haruchan. Are you alright? Yeah, sorry.
真偽はともかく、今は分かっていることを情報として整理するところだ。さっきのお守りのカゴの話、もっと分かりやすくしよう。
Can't you youngins remember the old tales better? The snake sees, the monkeys hold hands, the crow tastes, the spider protects.
ヘビは大衆に紛れた狼を発見することができる。ちなみにヘビは猿は死後する者同士が狼でないことを確実に知っている。カラス死んだ者が狼かどうか知ることができる。我が
貧乏くさいよね。
Dude, why is he fucking dressed like a girl?
黙れ。
Silence,
そ
and
して
the
クモは
spider can keep the wolves
誰
from
かの
entering
家に
someone's
狼
home.
が入るこ
It's
とを
Umatsu's guardian. Indeed, each family's crest represents their guardians
で
too.
も実際
But how
は
do those chosen by
そ
the
れぞれの
guardians
カ
use
ゴを
their
売って
powers? The snake writes the name of one still living person on something and puts it under the pillow before bed. The next morning, Shinai-sama tells them whether it's a human or a wolf. There are two monkeys, and Shinai-sama tells them who the other monkey is the moment they're granted protection. Guard duty. The crow is told whether the person who was hanged the day before is a human or not. Doctor. The spider writes the name of one still living person and places it on top of their prison on their pillow. That person will be protected from the wolves, but only for one night. And with these methods, we must use the powers of the guardians to pick someone to hang each day. If we get all the wolves, we win. If the wolves get everyone else, we lose. Do you understand now? Yes, but
そもそも
where did you even learn this? I heard about it from my Oba-chan. Wait, that means that those who had village head
長者それぞれの血筋の
that
人
means
が
that those who
そ
have
れぞれの
village
加
head
護を受けて
family
るっ
blood
てこ
have
とよ
their
ね。
guardians, right?
それはどうか
I'm
な。
not so sure about
右
that.
の
I
中
mean,
の
we
援
don't
者
have
は
anyone
前
in
者
New
含め
Room
て
of
ここには
blood,
いないし、
disowned or not.
宴で
I heard that the guardians are
お
very
守り
fickle
で
about
誰
who
に
they
力
let
を
their
授
aid
け
to.
じゃあ
And who are they?
下手に
If
明か
they
せば
reveal it, they might make
狼
themselves
様に
targets
狙
for
わ
the
れる。
wolves.
そんなこと
We
言って
won't
た
get
ら
anything done
そ
if
れ
we
こそ
can't
何
talk
も
about
話
it,
そう
though.
かしら。
You think so?
例えば
What if...
めんど
Let's
くせ
screw
え。
this. We're wasting time here.
みんな聞いてくれ。
Listen up. My guardian's
蛇
the
の
snake.
守護を受けたの。
Huh? What?
匠に
Takumi, is
それは
that true?
本
How
当
do you
な
even
の？
know that? I forgot to explain that. The guardians come when we're dreaming and leave a mark for their chosen ones. If you wish to borrow their power, write it up and put it in your pillow. The mark will give you their answer. Yeah, I had a mark on me. I don't remember the dream though.
蛇は見え
The
ず
snake sees. Does that mean Takumi-chan already knows who are the wolves here? No, as I said, he has to write it up, but he can only choose one person per night. Huh? So we won't know anything until tomorrow morning? Yes.
一つ
Can I
聞い
ask
ていい
something,
かな。
girl?
なんだ
What
よ。
is it?
君は
Why
ど
did
う
you
して
reveal such important information for no reason?
どうして
What do you mean, why?
他に決
You
め
have
る
no
材
other
料がない
information
か
to go on.
聞いた限り
Based
だ
on
と
what's been said, the snake's
蛇の
power is
能
very
力はと
important.
て
It
も
makes
大
it
事
a
で
very
す。
powerful asset in the fight against
狼
wolves.
だから
So revealing
そ
it
れを
like
簡単に
you
明
did
かして
puts
し
you
ま
in
うと
grave danger.
そんなもん怖く
I
ね
ain't
えよ。
scared at all.
なぜ
How
怖
can
く
you
な
say
い
that?
と
Did
言え
you
る
see
ん
what
だ
those
君は。
monsters did to those people?
なんだ
Oh,
化
so
け
you
物
believe
と
in
か信じ
monsters?
今の
It
は
was a
言
figure
葉
of
の綾だ。
speech. Anyway, this turn of events has cost us a valuable weapon.
手に
Don't
決め
just
てんじゃ
decide
ね
that.
え
You
よ
don't know shit.
わかる
Yes,
と
I do. Listen to me,
みんな
everyone.
この場で何
Anything
か
you
言
say
う
here is free
そ
information
れ
for
は
the
明
wolves.
かさな
We
くてい
should
い
talk
こ
things
とは
out
明かさずに
without
話を
playing our
進める
hands,
べき
yeah?
だ。
そうですね。
That's true. And that
それで
gave me
一
an
つ
idea.
今私
I'm
が
the one
喋っているん
speaking
だ。
now. Quiet, fool. Yasu, speak. Huh?
匠兄が正体を明かしたことを極力有効にこの中に
The
いる
spider
雲は
among
正
us,
体を
without
明
really
かさずに
revealing
よ
his or her identity,
頼
should
りをした
write
た
his
める
name down,
と
I
かして
suppose, and protect him.
匠これで
That would keep him
匠に
safe.
助
What
か
do you
る
think?
いいんじゃない
Sounds good to me.
やす
Yasu,
おやす
old
さん
man.
匠は
You'll
今
be
日
safe today.
安全にな
Ask the snake to tell you about
蛇行
someone.
こうぜ
Whatever he
匠兄ちゃん
finds
は
out
下
will
調べ
definitely be
たから
correct, right?
そうなるよ
Right.
匠兄ちゃん
Takumi-chan, can you
誰を
promise you
調
won't
べ
lie
て
no matter
ど
who
んな
you
結果が出
investigate
て
and
も
what result you get?
そんな
Of
もん
course, I...
決まってるさ
じゃあ今日は
Isn't
そ
that
れで
good
いいん
enough
じゃ
for
ない
today? I don't think we can hang anyone without any kind of proof.
本当に
You
そ
sure
れでい
that's
い
okay?
何かまずい
Why
と思う
wouldn't
の
it
か
be? Just sitting around and waiting doesn't suit me, okay?
それは
I
わ
know
かる
that.
けど
Oh, by the way, I think Takumi needs to tell us who he'll
でも
investigate.
匠兄がどうして
Why?
匠
So if
兄
you
が誰かを
investigate
調
someone
べ
and
て
don't like the result,
そ
you
の結
can't
果
lie
が
that you
匠兄に
actually
不都合だった
investigated
と
someone else. What the?
嘘なん
You
です
wouldn't
かね
lie. That's
合意
reasonable.
的だな。
I'd say it's necessary for
休
Muro
み
to
ずの
how
者には
sympathetic
情の
he is
熱
to
い
Yasumi's
室には
inhabitants.
別に
He's
匠
not
兄
that
ちゃん
special in
は
that
限らない
regard. Everyone wants to protect their own, but the situation doesn't allow that.
あと
There's
天
another
然の
positive
人
to that. We can all discuss and decide who we should investigate first, right?
そうだな
Sure, I'd like to talk about
その
that
く
too.
らい
Do
の
you think I
話し合い
should
は
go
して
for
おきたいところ
Yasunaga?
僕はちょっと
I'm
わか
not
ら
too
ない
sure, but I think we should start with the one
それこそ不当に選ばれそうな人は
では私を調べてもらえないか。
I can't even speak about lack of human. You're speaking quite a lot if you ask me.
じゃあキヨをし
Then I'll investigate Kyo. Is that okay?
異論はねえな。
Fine by me.
じゃあ今日
And we're not hanging anyone today.
本当
Is that really fine?
ああ大丈夫
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. That's it for
で
today.
解散
Is Kyo the fucking dude? I was woken up by several voices.
本当に寝て
He's
る。
actually sleeping. Or was, anyways.
今日のは終
We're
わっ
done
た
for
ぞ
today. Sorry for the
待た
wait.
せた
Oh, so
そ
they're
れ
not
はよか
actually
っ
eating.
た。
Good to hear. Oh, how. Unfortunately, waking up proved that this whole mess wasn't just a nightmare.
その
So is the
宴
feast
とか
some
って
sort
い
of
うのは
ritual?
単なる儀式
The
なんで
kind
す
you do to ward off evil or whatever?
いや
No, it's
寄り
more
合
of
い
a
みたいな
gathering.
なる
I
ほど
see, so you try to find the culprit.
春明さん、
Haruaki-san, you don't beat around the bush, do you?
うん
Yeah, I
どう
realize
や
I'm
ら
a real
純然た
victim
る
here,
被
so
害
I
者
need
らしいという
information.
ことに気
So
づ
I
い
need
たので
information.
それな
Tell
ら
order
自
to
衛
stay
のため
alive
に
without any. Takumini-chan, can I
Takumini-
tell him about this?
ああそうだ
Yeah,
な
better you than me. I gotta go
頼む
clean up and stuff.
俺は片付けやら何やら
Takumi-san
しね
walked away.
片付けって
Clean
も
up
しかして
the bodies, I
そうだ
assume?
ね。タエバーちゃんあたりが読み人
Teiba-chan
は皿
probably
長
won't
に
let
流
us off
せとか
until
言い
we've
そう
sent。the Yamabito to Saranaga. You're supposed to preserve the scene of a crime, right? This is doing the exact opposite. Then again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place.
じゃあ早速
Here's my first
聞
question
きたい
then.
ことが
場所を移
Let's
そう
take this
か。
somewhere more
邪
private.
魔が入らない場所に。
ここは
I kind of like that the discussions are actual discussions and not just I think they're sus. Well, I like them. Well, I think they're sus. No, I don't like you. I guess this is more visual novel than actually like social deduction game. But it sounds like it's gonna loop a lot. This is Chami took me to the place I'd met Rikaku, Umatsu, and Meiko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Saranaga.
私
You
た
could
ち
say
の
that this is
信
the
仰
heart
の
of our
中心
religion,
は
the graveyard of the
ある意味
hanging pine.
随分と
Dang.
物騒な名前だ
That's the tree they hang them from, and then those are the graves of everybody they killed. I guess. The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than that the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit farther. The hanging pine had to be the old-looking tree at the
こ
edge.
こは墓地なの
Is this really a graveyard?
そう。
Yes.
集落の方
I
の
don't know
岩
about
は
the
なん
ones
だ
in
か
the
わから
actual
ないけ
settlement, but these
ど、こ
stones
この
are
やつ
all
はね、
graves.
春明さん、
Remember how
最
you
初にこ
tripped
こ
on
通
one
っ
of
た
them?
時に
Pretty
墓石
bad.
に
Move
けつま
off.
ずいて
Better
たでしょ。
apologize.
は
Oh, seriously?
そうだったのか
You should have told me
そ
sooner.
の
You're
時に言ってほしい
ancestors. I'm so
休みず
sorry.
の
Sorry, I
ご
thought
めん、
that'd
緊
scare
急
you.
避難とはいえ、こ
I
んな
know you
半
didn't
分
really
廃
have a
墟み
choice,
たい
but I
で
brought
化
you
け
to a
物もい
half
る
room
村に
building
来てもら
with
うんだ。
monsters in it.
君は化け物を信じているのか
I asked, ignoring what I'd seen for myself.
うん、
Yeah, I do.
信じてる。
Chami's voice was sounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air.
君は信じないタイプだと思ってた
春明さん
And you're
は
the type who's weirded out
信
by
じる
that.
人。
I wouldn't go
そ
that
れは
far.
い
嘘だ。
Bullshit, I can see it all over your
Kaori
face. Wasn't that obvious? I felt like I found it Well, it wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believe stuff like that despite the lack of actual proof. That's probably how it was.
じゃあ理由を聞きたい
Can I
な
have a reason?
理由
What? I don't
そ
have
んな
one.
そうは
Not sure
思
I
えないんだ
believe
が
that.
言ったら
Well, if I do.
そうだな。神様を見たことがあるからかな。
That was,
ほら、気持ち
see,
悪
you're
い。
weirded out.
詳しく聞かせてほ
おっと、引かない
Wow, I'm
ね。
not bailing out after all.
でもそれ
For
はと
now,
も
let's
か
just
く、
focus on the
もっと
immediate
直
issue.
近の危機について
She
話
was
そうよ
hiding。something. It was either that hard to explain or a lot more important than she was acting.
宴とやらに
About
つい
this
てか
feast thing, huh? Alright then.
チエミエクスプレイン
Chami, explain!
イエーイ
Yay, I've been waiting for
説明っ
this.
て意味ね
A graveyard probably wasn't the best place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose. And it didn't seem like we'd have to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Chami had told me. First, Fujiyoshi Village had a unique legend that there might have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I just had to treat it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worshipped a god called Great Lord Shinai, the avatar of Shinai, or just Shinai-san. Also, the mountains this village is on is called Mount Shinai, meaning the religion deified a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinai-san had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could really be harsh, He had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Okami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty. Though the Okami-sama watched over the hunt, the Okami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys defied the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire, along with other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked at and ate up the flesh of the Yomobito, the enemies of Shinai-san. The spider warded off the Yomobito and ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yomobito did, indeed, mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I suspected before, it was thought they had something to do with the corruption, death, and the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were all dead and they had returned from Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinai-san, the animals, and humans were facing the Yomibito. Apparently that was still how it was in Kami Fujiyoshi. The leading part of Fujiyoshi. Fuck, dude, these names. Why couldn't they just name them like Tokyo or what other towns are there in Tokyo or in Japan? It was the basis of the teachings of the Great Lord Shinai's religion. Thanks to that, the five beasts, including the Okami-sama and Shinai-san, were still worshipped there. And Yasumizu, however, things are a bit different. See, like, that name's fine. The legend here had a turning point where the humans, snake, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been where the four head families, who were said to have the blood of the four guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Miguruma, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Masato, and the spider was Umatsu. However, it didn't end there. The Okami-sama joined the Yomibito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomibito territory, and the Okami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mist came. The Okami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That's why the people of Yasumizu, who lived next to the Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, Great Lord Shinai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill one person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages, but it was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drank some sake and chose someone to kill.
それが今ここで起きてることの。
なるほど。
It was a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of their guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get.
ちえみちゃんにだけ言うけど、
I won't tell this to anyone
僕は
else
どう
but you,
も
but I'm pretty
そ
sure it's
の
all the
狼様。
Okami-sama. No way, where?
I
just took a picture
トイレ
of
の
his
ドア
face in
の
the
隙
outhouse,
間
so I
から
didn't
見
get
え
a good
た
look.
ような
I
っ
couldn't tell him that I had a
て
really
感じなんだ
sick
け
dream
ど、
where I was killed.
人間の
And had a
体に
human body in
狼
the head of
の
a wolf,
頭。
I think.
そう。
Wait.
あ
Can I take that
それは
as he
こ
seriously
いつ
saw it? Yeah. A human
新内
body
さ
is
んのお
wolf that
祭りで
matches
も
up to the depiction of
狼
the
様は
Okami-sama and
人身
Shinai-san's
露面で描かれるし
festival, which is in
上藤吉に
Kami-Fujiyoshi.
祀られてる像もそうだし。
ちなみに
Before
僕
I saw
は
it,
そ
though,
の
I
前
heard
後
a
に
woman scream
女性
something
の
that
悲
they
鳴を聞いてい
killed
る。
Momiya-san.
それはいわゆる血祭りなの
He
か。
told me about. I mean, if they
殺して
killed
入れ
the
替わるの
placer,
話だったら
you wouldn't have
彼
her
女の
body,
死体
right?
ごめん、説
So
明
I
し
have
忘
to
れ
tell you
た。
something.
新内さんの掟
Shinai-san
は
is very
厳しいか
strict with his
ら、
laws
逆ら
and
うと
gives
さ
various
まざまな
punishments
罰
to
が
those who
与え
breaks
さ
them.
っき言ってたやつのことかな。
Basically,
宴の支
they
度と
broke
して
the rule of preparing
お
for
風呂
the
に
feast
入
by
って
bathing lost
一人で
temper
鍵
while
か
by
けて閉
yourself
じこ
and
もって
sleeping.
寝る。だから汚れで死んじゃっ
That's
た
why
と
it's
いうこ
believed
と
they
だと
died
思
to
う
the
わけ。
corruption. I couldn't see how you can get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important.
ということはあの夜、
Basically, you didn't tell me
君
about
は
the
そ
laws
の
that
掟
turned
の
me into
存
toilet
在も
man, so
知
I
ら
could
せず
die.
に。
違
Huh?
う
No.
あのね、
Listen, I honestly thought there was
正
no way
直
an outsider
よ
could
そも
survive.
だけどせめ
But I
て
wanted to at least
もし
find
か
a
したら
way
生
to
き
give it a
残れ
shot
る
at
かも
making
し
it
れ
through
ない
the
方
night
法
because
を
I
伝
didn't want
え
to
たく
let
て
you die.
そしてなんと
And look at
本
that.
当に生き
I
残
actually
った。
survived.
うん。
Yeah, sorry,
春
but
秋
I
さん
really
には
didn't
悪いけ
expect
ど
this.
残念だったね。
Shame I
ブ
didn't
ッ
get
シュブッシ
squashed
ュ殺されなく
huh?
て。
ふざけ
Don't
ない
be
で。
like that. I'm actually really glad you
私
didn't
は
die.
春
I
秋さんが
wasn't
死
sure how
な
to
な
feel
くて
about this, but
本当
hey,
に
at
そ
least
の
she tried, right?
ふむ。
So that scream really
じゃあ
was
あの悲鳴は結
Mamiya-san's,
局
huh?
間宮さんの断末魔なのか。
それは
例えばぶっちゃけてあの時の悲鳴が君のもので君はすでに
まあ話の上はもちろん私は自分が狼じゃないってし
みんなそう言いますよ。
その通りだけどね。
質問その1。
はいどうぞ。
狼様が2人いるってことの根拠はあのマークだけなの？
あれは黄泉から戻った狼様の印だから、あれが2つあるってことは2人だってことだと。
憶測なわけだね。
でも多分そうだよ。山祭りっていうのがあって毎年お守りの狼様の役が何人出るか似たような方法で発表されるから。
そもそも狼様は
一応神内様の社には3人お祭りに何人の狼様が出るかは占いか何かで身車が決めてるみたいだけど、決まったら夜の間に
ああやって岩に何か書くのか。
置き場、ああいう岩は上藤吉にないから。
らしい。
安水のものはお守りのご来訪を安水で待つ習わしだから見たこと。
とにかくその時にあのマークが1個か
厳密には違うかな。上藤吉あのひし形にぐるぐるってなったのは地獄から復活した狼様のサインで、その話って安水にしかないし。
なるほど。でもどっちにしろ
そうそう、お祭りだと3人いたらめでたいらしいよ。
Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there were at most 3 Okami-sama wolves. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolfmen. I did hear of Jinmenken and the possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guess it had something to do with presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation. That made it easier to understand what was going on here.
じゃあ他の守護獣の加護を受ける人は
？What about the humans who got guardians? How many of them are there? There are 2 monkeys, but only 1 of the rest.
そうか。
I see, so there are 5 guardians
じゃ
and 2
あ
wolves.
お守りが5人に狼が複
It's
数い
pretty
るのは
bad that
参っ
there's
た
2
な。
wolves.
手強いっ
Because that
ていう
makes
意味
them
で。
strong.
それもあるけど
That's one reason, but you can only
一
kill
日
1 per
に1
day,
人しか
right? If
殺
there's
せないんだろう。
multiple, getting them all will take time.
ああ、そう
Oh
か。
yeah, I just realized the crow would be
狼が
kind
1
of
人
pointless
しか
if
いな
there
かっ
was
たら
only 1 wolf.
どうして？
Why?
カラスの
The
能
crow's
力は
ability lets them tell whether
死
a
体
corpse
が
is a
狼
wolf
か
or a
人
human,
間
right?
つまり
That means that a wolf doesn't
狼が
transform
死んで
back
も
into a
変身
wolf
が
even
解け
when
て
it dies. The
正
corpse
体を
stays
晒したり
human.
はしない。だからカラスの能力は有
That
用に
makes
な
the
る。
crow's power useful.
彼が
Wouldn't
い
be
な
able
け
to
れ
tell
ば
if a wolf
鑑
was
定
dead
を
otherwise.
それは
Yeah, that's
そう
true.
かも。
What does that have to do with the number of wolves?
もし狼が1人しかいないとします。
Imagine if there was only 1 wolf. They
狼
killed
が
him.
殺
What
され
happens
ます。
next? I got nothing.
答えは
Exactly that. Nothing.
何も起き
Rather,
ない
the wolves won't kill any more people.
正確に
Game
は
over. Humans win.
あ、そういうこと。つまり狼
So
が
if there
1
was
人
only
だけ
1
なら
wolf, you can tell it was
殺
dead
人の
because
有無
the
イコ
killings
ール
would stop.
カラスの加護
And the
が
crow would be
いらん。
pointless.
ご明察。
Exactly.
春秋さん
Wow, you're
鋭
sharp.
いや
Well, it's not like
気
this
づいても
information
何
is
にも
very
い。
useful.
にしても
I'm still
こ
impressed
の
by
状
how
況で
you
よく
keep
頭が
cool in
回
this
るよ。
mess. You're not just
や
some
っぱた
student,
だ
are
の
you?
じゃあ何だって言
What
うんだ
else? I
い？
mean, it could be a wolf.
探偵と
A
か。
detective?
いいね。
I like that. I'm a
田
famous
舎の
detective
難
who
事
came
件
to
を
solve
解決し
difficult
に来
case
た
in the
名探
countryside.
偵ってわけだ。
Seishi
横
Yokomizo.
溝せ
普段は浮気調査
I
と
normally
債務
investigate
調査を
affairs
し
of debts.
急
Wow,
に
that
リ
got
アル
real
になっ
quick.
たな。
Anyway, I got more questions.
狼は1日に
How many
何人ま
people
で
can the
殺
wolves
せる？
kill per day? It sucked if
今日
everyone
の晩に
got
は
killed
全
every
員
night.
皆殺し。
それもないでしょ。さっきの話だ
That
け
won't
ど
happen. Remember the
蛇とか
snake?
は
We
誰
need
を
to ask
調
the
べるか
mountain
今
who's
夜よ。
what.
そうだろう
Sure,
ね
and。the spider would be pretty
雲だって
useless if they just
一
protected
人
one
守って
human
自
while
分
everyone
含む
else,
他が全滅
including
なら
them,
ば
died.
いや
This is
最初
also
に疑
why I
問だった
wondered
のが
if
ね
Mamiya-san and
間
Hashimoto-san
宮さんと
got
橋本さん
brutalized.
2人殺せるのでも相当にやばい。しかし1日に1人な
Killing
ら
even 2 people would make it pretty bad, but if it was just 1 per day or...
まあ
Well, that raises
そうな
another
ると
question.
別の
Why do
疑
these
問も出るけ
supernatural
ど
monsters even need to follow rules like that?
不思議
Is that weird?
かな。
え
Of course it is. Imagine if there were 3. One corpse would barely serve as a snack. I don't think they're attacking people because they're hungry. Oh, so they're just out for revenge. Not really sure, but it doesn't seem like they're doing this because they want to. I feel like they have their own laws they have to obey. That's what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption. Some sort of supernatural punishment for Shinai-san. If this is really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yomibito done away with immediately. However, instead the humans attained the aid of their guardians, and only 1 kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountain similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge. Was it really that simple, or was there something else going on? It was quite scary. And I wanted to know all about it. I guess we should at least ask the elders how many people the wolves killed. True. But is someone really going to die again tonight? We already got 2 casualties, and for all we know, those the wolves replaced might be dead too. Hold on, they're cleaning up the bodies, right? We gotta check them properly to see if there aren't more than 2 bodies or anything. Kanzo Ji-chan checked it first thing in the morning. There were only 2 people's worth of bones and goods. Really? Does he have experience doing this kind of thing? He's a hunter, so he's used to butchering animals. Well, that made sense. That reminds me, this is probably the most important thing. Why aren't you trying to run away and call the police? I want a straight answer to this. I honestly can't think of a better move in this situation. I was aware that people here were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting? We can't escape this place. Can I ask why? It's complicated, but we all know it's true. There is no way to escape this place. The mist is completely impassable. I'm not going to waste time on something I know can't be done. Have you seen it yourself, or are you just trusting what someone else said? Sorry, I can't really explain, but I just know. Once the feast begins, no one can leave Yasunizu. So it wasn't logic, but blind conviction. Or perhaps she'd subconsciously gain that knowledge through some experience. Yeah, as if. So you have no proof, but you still believe you can't escape. Yep, everyone else would probably say the same. What are the odds that your blind faith is in something that's total bullshit? Well, higher than 0. What if I said that as someone overlooked by the god of the mountain, you're trying to leave anyway? I did everything I could to stop you, even if the others allowed, because they don't care if you die. That was pretty scary. Looks like you're worried about me. More than anyone else here. Thanks, I can just feel the love. Love? She was going all red on me now. That seems to be taking it pretty far for an act. No, I just have a conscience. Well, you should know that they're way cooler to outsiders than they appear. I'm kind of an outsider myself, so I can relate to your situation. You go on a road trip with someone just based on that? Hey, that might have been our final farewell in this life, so I wanted to make it nice. Huh? You only agreed because you felt sorry for me? Don't you think you can get out of your promise? Don't think you can get out of your promise that easily. Wow, how do I respond to that? Oh, but wait, your bike's broken. If it's for a date, I'll take out a loan on a new one. A date? I guess it is, but wait. You'll take out a loan while you're still in school? Besides, don't promises like they usually end up with someone dying. Let's worry about that after we survive. Shit, first she was all over me, and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun, but right now she was the only one I can rely on. The emotional support would have been nice. You should just get a Chipotle burrito. Back to the whole police thing. Really, you can't expect much from them here. Because it's supernatural? Well, that's one reason. But we also just have one officer coming from Jiyoshi. And coming from Jiyoshi wants nothing to do with what happens here in Yasumizu. You know, I've been thinking. Spot on. I hadn't even said anything yet. Yep. Yasumizu is basically the local settlement for those who were ostracized. She really did guess what I was going to say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of other people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment. Did you all do something? Most of us did nothing. The Makishima, Yamawaki, and Muro families have been here for generations. Can you keep a secret? Sure. Kaori Oribe-san was originally an outsider who married into the Higuchi family, but her husband messed up somewhere down the line and died. I hear she was forced to move here with Yasukan, who was still very little. Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I had heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles in this day and age seems so weird, ugly, and behind the times. Then there's Mochi. He was the Nosato family's heir apparent. Guy's an actual blue blood. Huh? Really? Yeah, he and Kyonosuke-san are uncle and nephew. They were nothing alike. Mochi's a bit weird though, so he was put up for adoption and sent to Yoshimizu. Oh yeah, Kyonosuke, she had said something like that. Sheesh, what century did they think it was? What about you? I did an oopsie. Did you used to be a bit wild? You don't like that? Nope, I'm actually into that. Wow, you really go all in, don't you? With her pulling hit and runs, I really had no choice. Anyway, this place was basically abandoned. I couldn't expect any outside help, and everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to supernatural reasons. What were my options here? Obviously, we're gonna stay. Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. Obviously, escape was the ideal choice, but at this point, I didn't see anyone guiding me out. All I had to look forward to was either dropping dead somewhere in the mountains or becoming a snack in this village. The first seemed way more attractive, but unfortunately, I'd gotten attached to the people here. Abandoning them would, at least, make it hard for me to sleep at night. That's why running away wasn't an option for me. I'll go ahead and ask, why aren't you letting me Yasumi's stuff? What is this foreshadowing? You notice? Yeah, and I figured I should stay up anything shady before it comes back to bite me. Scary. You got me, but really this is just some insurance, a little medicine for the mind. Oh? Tell me more. You know how it can be, right? You eat something from a strange place, the next thing you know you're turned into a pig and can't run away. What, is this hell or something? I'd seen that anime on DVD, by the way. Which way to the bathhouse? Is that an anime? I can't say it isn't. It seemed like serious overthinking to me, if not just serious superstition. How long will this last? I brought a ton of food from the outside, so you should be fine for a while. Top ramen, huh? I did appreciate it, but I had mixed feelings on living like it was the apocalypse over a local superstition. Anyway, we went to Chiami's room and she gave me some cup ramen. We agreed I'd pay for it all after this was all over. I actually skipped 2 meals, so I was still hungry, but I was used to skipping meals to cut costs, so that wasn't a problem. I wanted to relax and think things over, but Chiami was curious about the others, and I ended up tagging along. It was probably because I wasn't in a position to be by myself. Oh, welcome. Are you here for lunch? No, we're just here to kill time. Can you sit? Of course, I'll bring you some tea. Can I just have some warm water instead? Oh, but tea is good for you. I'm the type who can't sleep if I drink tea. Oh, I see. Warm water it is then. I'd have liked if you refused that too. But you use water from here whenever you make a cup of ramen, right? Ah! You didn't realize that? Maybe it's safe when you boil it? Could Hell's water really be purified by boiling? Here you go. I must say, you're quite unfortunate. Your bike was broken and now you're, Oh, it's nothing compared to everyone else here. If I may ask, does this kind of thing happen often? Is it annual or something? I asked something important like it was no big deal. No, it certainly isn't that common. Personally, this is my first feast. I did hear that people died when they disappeared before, but that was before most of us were here. As in, they hadn't been ostracized back then? I could ask that, but I probably couldn't dig too deep. So this is a first for many people here. Yes, I think so. I see, if that's the case, knowledge of the rules seems strangely well kept. You see what kind of place this is, don't you? There's not much in the way of entertainment here, so the little ones grow up listening to the tales of their elders. Old tales and songs are always passed down and survive for a long time. Song. Whoa. The mysterious Mako-chan popped out of nowhere.
歌
I
覚
learned
え
the
た
song.
あらす
Oh
ご
my, you
い
did? Could you sing it
歌
for
っ
us?
て歌って
新内さんのお守りは赤だし増やし
One cake, two funky, three blow, four rider.
しとくよ
Cake, funky, blow, rider. So was it about a guy who had a funky birthday party and a cake and ended the night on a happy note? Ayo! The melody seemed familiar though. I guess it was too difficult for her.
メイ
Mako, so this is where you were. Her guardian came soon after. Oh my, I'm sorry, we just had lunch, so the place is a bit of a mess.
お昼の
Kaori
後で
Oribe-san humbled herself. Oh no, I'm the one who should apologize. I let Mako wander off here.
いい
No need for that. It's a difficult time for
こん
us
な
all.
時ですから
You're free to come here and relax
少し
whenever
で
you
も
like.
では
Very well. A silent thud. And a loud one. The woman just collapsed. Ah! Are you okay?
あらま
Oh
あ
dear, are you hurt?
怪我はない
Apparently she wasn't trying some unique form of relaxation. She just tripped on the rail on the floor. Oh, it hurts. She put her hands on her throbbed nose and became teary-eyed. The lady's mysterious vibe crumbled in an instant. The woman noticed my surprise and pouted. She might have been more expressive than I realized.
あの
Please don't look at me like that.
すみません
I'm sorry.
考えて
Now
みた
that I
ら
think about it, this
ちゃ
is
ん
the
とお
first time
話
we've
しする
talked.
そうかも
You
しれ
might
ま
be
せん
right. My apologies.
え
For what?
巻き込んで
I
しま
got you involved in this.
逃げて
Run.
そういえば
Oh yeah, you told me to run away.
勇気
I
で
saw the evening mist come, but I hoped you could escape.
あ
Oh,
あ
so
そういう
that's
こと
how
だ
it
ったんです
was.
か
A part of me thought you
僕はてっ
foretold the
きり
future or something.
上松は
Uematsu isn't the lookout family.
見張りの家
Now
で
that sounded significant.
見張り
What
の
does that
家
mean?
あの
This isn't
あまり
something we
外
can
の
share with
方には
outsiders. Crap, Chiami's lack of reserve made me forget my boundaries here.
あと
I'm sorry.
え
You're wearing some strange
すみません
clothes, so I thought you were a
変わった
Shinto
服を着て
princess
ら
or
したの
something.
で
それは
Oh, I'm not that important.
春秋さん
Haruki-san, don't bother
リカ子さんあんまり
Rikako-san
困ら
too
せ
much.
あ
Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm
そ
sorry,
のつもりはなかっ
Rikako-san. You just called me by my first name.
あ
I'm sorry.
す
Chiami called it that way,
す
so I thought it was okay. Man, this is confusing.
別に
I'm not that bothered.
いや
I'm sorry about that.
何なんかいい
you two are
雰
getting
囲気
along. I'd have appreciated it if she didn't put me in a weird situation. I'm going back. What about you, Mako? I'll stay a bit longer.
そう
I see. Come back before
夕方
evening.
前には戻っ
And
て
so
ね
she
ちょっ
left.
ぴり
She's
不
a
思議
bit
ちゃん入
weird.
ってる
Still
けど
cute, right?
そうだね
She is.
可愛い人だ
She's
ね
cute, right?
そうかな
Is she?
どっち
Which one is it?
こっちのセ
That's
リフ
my
ですな
question. National beauty sure have it good. They look so young and
いくつになっても
pretty. They
年
look
齢
young
不
and
詳の
pretty
美
no
人
matter
だ
how
な
old they get. Well, that was some bait.
あえて食い
I'll
つくけ
bite.
ど
How old is she?
え
よくわ
I
か
don't
ん
know.
ない
I'm pretty sure she's younger
まあ
than 30, but
30
she's
過ぎってこ
definitely
とは
older
ない
than
と思
me.
う
十分意外な
That's
んだけど
older than expected.
だよ
I
ね
know, right? She's so
ちっちゃいし
little.
同
You
感
see
だし
that baby face?
ちなみに彼
By
女っ
the way,
て
is she?
こんにちは
Hello. We were now joined by the students.
母さん
Mom, can we come in
今
now?
いい
あ
Oh,
ら安永
Yasunaga, Haru-chan,
はるちゃん
welcome.
も
ちょっと
Hey,
あな
you.
た
はいあな
Yep,
たのあなた
I'm
です
you, at your service. Are you messing
避
with
け
me?
てるの
I was, actually.
なんだろうは
What is it,
牧
Haru-chan?
島さん
Makishima-san?
今はるちゃんって呼びそうに
You
なっ
almost
た
called
で
me
しょ
Haru-chan, didn't you? We only just met. You don't do that, it's unreasonable.
お
Calm
落ち着
down,
くんだ
hysteric heroines
ヒ
are
ステリー
popular.
刑事
You're still messing around. I came here to say something
あな
to
た
you.
にね言
Your
いたいこ
behavior
とがあ
was
ってき
pretty
たの
unreasonable too, to be honest, but instead of pointing it out, I just corrected my posture and waited to hear what she had to say.
あなたね
You're getting too close to
GNA
Chini. She's pretty busy,
GNA
so
だっ
you
て
should leave
忙
her
しいん
alone
だ
and
か
do your own thing.
らあなたは
そうだっ
You were
たの
busy?
う
I wouldn't say so.
ヨシンバ
Even if she
GNA
has
が
some free
暇だっ
time,
て
she's
言って
a
も
lady, so you need to be
女性にはいろい
considerate
ろあ
and
る
keep
ん
your
だから
distance. It's a mature
遠慮
thing
し
to
て
do.
それは確かにそうかもしれない
認め
If
る
you
んだったら
agree, then just go away somewhere. This is why adults are so unfair, filthy, and annoying.
そうです
Yes,
私
I'm
が
a
汚い
filthy
お
old
じさ
man.
んはるちゃん
Haru-chan, did you
そ
really
んな
come
こと
with
言
me
うた
just
め
to
に
say
つい
that?
てきたの
Oh, Mom, I have a message from Tsukumi.
何かしら
What is it?
しばらく
We'll
は
be going
夜
to
早
sleep
いだろ
early
う
for
か
a
ら
while, so maybe
お
we should
弁
have
当にし
packed
た方がい
lunches.
いんじゃ
あら
Oh,
それ
that's
は
true.
そ
I
う
should
だ
hurry
わ
and start making the rice.
あと
Also,
久石さんあなたにこれ
Saishi-san,
を
take this.
ボンよよよよえ僕
What? I was busy deflecting Haru-chan's chance with my stupidity barrier, So being dragged into the conversation surprised me a bit. Why did he make that sound? He kind of reminds me of Gigi when he's like fighting with her. His stupidity barrier. He gave me a rather dirty, rusty, cheap-looking cylindrical key. It wasn't even attached to a keychain. It's the key to the dorm. Takumi said he got it from Teba. Well, why did he do that? He said he felt pretty bad about making you sleep outside last night. What a sincere, considerate person. He really is. People like him make living in a place like this far easier. Mom, you really... Oh, the rice! With an awkward smile on her face, Kaori-san went back to the kitchen. I'm sorry you had to see that. Don't worry. I made a blatant lie. Everyone could tell that Kaori-san and Takumi-san would make a nice couple. Oh, I'm talking about Haru-chan too. Hey, stop picking with... Wait. Oh, I'm talking about Haru-chan too. Hey, stop picking a fight with the outsider. Hey, he's bothering you too, isn't he? Not really. Anyway, if you don't have anything to do with the feast, then just get out. Stop it already. Why? Fusashi-san is a victim. Don't be so heartless. What the hell? You're such a dummy. Such a mess. They have to stop fighting about me. We had an innocent little girl here. Also, Chiami's info was confirmed to be true. Trying to escape seemed dangerous and wait. It was confirmed to be true? I feel like that's not supposed to be there. Basically, getting out of here was difficult. That made me all the more grateful for the room. I'd been so busy trying to understand what was going on in this place that I didn't consider how to deal with myself. I'd have to thank Takumi-san. Calm down, you two. Haru-chan, want to play with Chini? Play what? Prayer to Shinai. Now? Seriously? I want to show Meiko-chan how it's supposed to be done. Bah? That's fine, but wow, you really care about stuff like this, huh? Yeah, kinda. Something was about to begin. No longer the center of attention, I began drinking the hot water Kaori-san placed before me. The teacup had a strange symbol enameled at the bottom. It looked like a family crest. What's this mean? Oh, that's one of the Kamifuji head crests. She should just throw it away. His harsh tone made it pretty likely that it was the crest of the Higuchi family, the ones who banished them here. Haru-chan moved the chair and sat down in front of Chiami. Can I play the man's role? Sure. Let's go. 1, 2... Oh, one is cake. I don't remember what the monkey was. They started playing an action rhyme, much like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. Fully in sync, they clapped, slapped their knees, clapped again, joined hands, etc., all according to the rhythm, and there was no mistaking it. This was actually the song I'd heard yesterday morning. They were doing it pretty quickly, so I couldn't see everything, but it was definitely complex. They even raised fingers and made fist bumps. Also, I was pretty sure I'd heard that part somewhere. Oh. 7. The corrupt Yomibito riders to approach the mountain. Suddenly the song changed the tone. The movement switched up too. Haru-chan hit her face while Chiami stood up a bit, grabbed her by the shoulders. Similar line, but the role switched. What? It just ended. They returned to the same tone and movements as before, but then at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. Then they quickly stood up and... Yay! Yay! It's been so long since I did that, I kind of panicked. Apparently they were done.
どうさメイコち
See
ゃ
that,
ん
Meiko-chan?
も
That's
と
how
も
it's
とは
done.
こういう遊びなんだよすご
Wow.
早くて
You were so fast, I couldn't see it at all.
いよしはるちゃん
Alright, Haru-chan,
メイコ
teach
ちゃ
it
ん
to
に教えてあげ
Meiko-chan.
る
What? Me?
私が
Teach me! Well, alright.
ヤスくん
Yasuko-kan, there's something I want to talk to you about. Chami's tone was serious.
何か
What
な
is it? Yasunaga-kan instantly understood that it was important, but he seemed to be mindful of me.
もし宴のこと
If
だっ
it's
たら
about the feast, I shouldn't
僕
have
がい
been
ない
here,
方がい
right?
いすみません
Sorry. Chami gave me a meaningful look as I left. She'd probably tell me something the next time we met.
ちょっと出てきますね
I'm heading out then.
はい
Very well, you
お
take care
構い
now.
できずにご
Kaori-san
めんな
stuck
さ
her
い
head out and said goodbye to me as I left the dining hall. I put together what I had learned, the settlement's beliefs, circumstances, and the inhabitants' stances. However, Chami was really the only one I could directly get info from. I couldn't account for any biases she might have had. The other inhabitants, albeit to varying degrees, didn't trust me. I could probably have decent talks with Yasunaga-kan, but his situation seemed to be similar to Chami's. I'd have liked to get info from the elders. Maybe my best option was to somehow join the feast myself. From what Chami had told me, the feast was a really violent, dangerous tradition. And that didn't change even when you consider the tales that there had already been lynchings because of this. Normally, something so brutal would have changed and become some harmless festival by now. How did such a tradition survive in the modern day despite murder and lynchings being completely illegal? Was this place simply beyond the reach of the law or something? I mean, you're like fucking 2 hours away from anything. Or...
神様を見た
It's
こと
because
が
I
な
saw
い
God.
かな
Or basically, you'd actually get cursed if you didn't do what the tales told you to. How stupid. Then again, I couldn't really write it off. My stance on gods and monsters was basically that. As long as they could be seen, I was willing to accept their existence. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded at best. New technologies and methods could easily reveal the things that were previously undetectable, and that happened many times throughout human history. The idea that there were strange animals, ghosts, or aliens that were simply beyond our current ability to perceive was entirely plausible. However, there were disappointing realities too. For example, the original story about something mysterious could have easily been a lie, trick, misunderstanding, or misinformation. Generally speaking, the mysteries of the world all turned out to be one of those. Science disproved things far more often than it confirmed it, which is pretty damn boring. Surely even Houdini, famous for exposing mediums and other frauds, wanted to believe in psychic phenomena. He'd searched the world in hopes of meeting a real medium, but each he found proved to be fake in the end. Well, considering I'd actually seen something that shouldn't have existed, you could say that I was in a way more exciting. You could say that I was in a way more exciting situation than him, though my life was in danger, so I couldn't really waste time trying to speculate what that was. Back to the matter at hand. For now, the most important thing was understanding and surviving the feast. To pull that off, I needed more info. I still hadn't heard how today's talk had ended. Based on the mood of the place, no one seems to have died at least.
死んだよ
They died. Shocked, they turned around. Who was this? It was a girl I'd never seen before.
死
They
んだよ
died. Yes, they did. They all
死んだ
died.
ときっと
You
君
will
も
die
死
too,
ぬ
surely. Welcome to
富士吉村
Fujiyoshi,
に
you
よ
poor
うこ
man.
そ
The
気
girl
の
turned
毒な
around,
お
her
兄さん
skirt swaying behind her.
待てモッチー
Hold up, Mochi. Whoa, how did you know, Poop Man?
誰がうんこマンだ
Who are you calling Poop Man?
Yeah.
And while your clothes
確か
surprise
に
me,
見
sure,
た目
you
は
should
結
work
構
on
び
your
っくり
acting
した
skills.
いや
Hey, this ain't a costume or anything.
え
Huh?
普段着だと
You're
で
saying you wear that normally?
お
Yep, I'm super
僕
poor,
は
so
超
the
貧
school
乏だか
uniform
ら
was the only thing I
と
could
学
wear.
生服を着て
Table
た
I
ら
never stopped
耐え
complaining
が
about
だ
that.
からはるちゃん
So I
にお
borrowed
下がりを
Haru
もらっ
Chan's
たの
old
さ
clothes. They're cute,
可愛かろ
aren't they? Duke Silver, what up? You came at a really awkward moment. This little kid's wearing girl clothes. We're also playing a visual novel. So it's a lot of reading. You're gonna listen to me talk for the last 3.5 hours. And for another long while. Video Game Weekend, thank you for the follow. What up, Duke? How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. I think there's an intro somewhere. Hold on, I have shoutouts. I can do this. I remember I'm a streamer. I don't remember how to do shoutouts. I think that works. Wait for it. Got to the final world of Jackie Chan and an achievement of the week. Haven't you only played Jackie Chan for like 2 hours? Is the game really that short? Also, why are my shoutouts so quiet? It's really short. It's my kind of games. I did go back and rewatch the VOD. I was a little disappointed Kuon lost to I think it lost to what? Orphan? Which that was kind of okay. But the fact that we had 2 marbles to decide the fate. Odin Sphere. It was one of the anime games. Well, it had to be. Because, yeah. I kind of wish I watched the gameplay. I had to go to work, so I couldn't see anything. How did you like Kuon? Is it cool? I think you played it twice, right? Because it beat... It wasn't Space Invaders. It was something else. It was something goofy. I feel bad for whoever picked it up over talking shit. Yeah, I got excited when I saw that, and then I kept fast forwarding, and then I got sad. And I saw it was Dargan's fault. Wipeout was the one. Yeah, it was some silly game. Not Space Invaders, so what the fuck? Damn, Carol! And Dargan betrayed her? It's horrible, Dargan. Horrible. I want to play it, but I don't want to play it unless I own it. And it's unfortunately, like, incredibly expensive. But maybe one day. So we're playing Raging Loop. It's I want to say it's exactly like Gnosia, but I don't think anybody knows what that is. So yeah, I mean, it's essentially Werewolf. If you've ever played Werewolf. I think so. I did find out that there's a PlayStation 1 game about the same price called Serial Experiments Lane that's based off of an anime. Oh, sorry. There. I turned it up a little bit because I thought there was going to be voice acting, but it's all Japanese voices. Yeah, Serial Experiments Lane is... And it's Japan only. So it's on PlayStation 1. It's only in Japan, so there's no English versions or anything. So it's about $1,200 bucks. $900 to $1,200. Kuon, I believe Kuon is the most expensive one that I've seen, but Rule of Rose is getting up there. Luckily, I do own that one. Anyway, so basically what's happening is we crashed. We were going on a bike ride because we got dumped by our girlfriend. And we crashed and ended up in this small-ass town of 13 people. And apparently the town's like cursed or whatever. And werewolves came in and killed people and took over their bodies. And now, yeah, so the mist like basically enclosed the town. And the whole town's surrounded by mist. And so every night there are 2 werewolves, and every night they kill somebody. And every day the town has to decide and vote on who they want to hang. They have to figure out who the werewolf is, and they have to hang them. So I guess there's like some specific thing you have to do every night to keep yourself safe. And in the town there were 4 outsiders. One of them was you, one's a little girl, and then there were 2 journalists. And this morning we found the journalist like exploded. Yeah. I think I played Werewolf like once or twice. The only way I know it really is through Gnosia. It's like literally the exact same. There's guardian deities. One of them can ask the god if a person is human or werewolf. There are 2 monkeys who know each other are human, but they only know who the other monkey is, and so they're like confirmed human. There's the spider protects somebody once per night. And then I forget. Oh, the crow. The crow determines if somebody who was hanged, they ask the god if the person they hanged the night before was a wolf or a human. And that's like the exact same roles in Gnosia. I don't know if Werewolf has those roles, but in Gnosia it's like engineer, doctor, guard duty, and guardian angel. So technically, I guess because we're an outsider, they're not including us in who can be selected to being hanged. So they maybe sleep in a cage. But so if you've ever played Zero Escape or something, it's basically like a long flowchart. So like one of these. I can't get that far. All these we have keys. So like this way I wait and the fucking werewolf killed me. So now I know what the werewolf looks like, and then now we're here. And then like we need all these keys. So I need 4 keys to take that outside way, and like you basically have to jump around after you find new things. But yeah, this guy's dressing as a girl because he's 4. So he I've been wondering why he's wearing a dress and a bow. Well, they are, but you're a guy, right? If I didn't already, I'd have assumed he was a girl. Yep, I have one. You can check when we're pissing together. What the fuck? What a way to introduce like fucking people to the game. It has not been like this at all. This guy just comes in and fucking like ruins it. I didn't want to see it at all. Are you uncomfortable with your gender or something? What? No, I'm a guy. Why? There's no reason. This is just the way I am. The way you are. I'm eccentric. There's something wrong with my head, so it's hard for me to get along with normal people. I guess he owns up to it. But I also can't do whatever I please, so I ended up being a bit weird. So this is simply your nature? Yeah, speaking of nature, if it wasn't cold, I wouldn't mind going around naked. So basically, this was a guy with a unique sense of, well, everything. Unless he found something that really clicked, he'd have a hard time living anywhere, even in the city. That we know of. For all we know, he's a werewolf, and the werewolf is just like a girl. Now she wants to dress pretty. You have my sympathies. Hey, Yasumizu's actually pretty easy to live in. You should move here, poop man. Oh, so one of the rules. So the rules to survive the night are you have to leave. You have to be locked in a room, alone. You what was it? You have to sleep. Something else. But so they locked me in an outhouse. so everybody's calling me Toilet Man and Poop Man because I spent the entire night in an outhouse. What does that have to do with anything? Living in the city is hard, ain't it? Nope, it's way more convenient than here. Really? I thought you escaped because something bad happened. Well, I can't deny that. You're a weirdo too, right? That one I can deny. Wait, really? I thought we were birds of a feather. Right, old man? Whoa, there was weirdly old guy in the bushes. I think Poop Man's a real weirdo. I can't believe it's called me Poop Man. I know, right? That's what Poop Man is. Poop Man. Please don't spread that name. I don't give a damn if you use Fusaishi or Haruaki. Just stop calling me that. Hassan? Hassan. Did I look like a Middle Easterner? I was mildly bothered by the accentuation, too, but he was probably avoiding using nicknames that were similar to Haru-chan's name. Well, whatever, that works. Poop Man became Hassan. I was never Poop Man to begin with. You're close to the old man? We're fellow crazies! Well, the old man seemed to be enjoying it. Join us, Hassan. When the mist's clear, we can go steal chickens from Kami Fujiyoshi. Why would I do something like that? What are you, Kappas? Hell, why did he like me that much? Well, that might have been a good thing. He seemed to be a bit more unique than the other 2 students. By the way, why aren't you with the other students today? Huh? Well, Haru-chan was angry, so I felt it wasn't going to be fun with her. Why was she angry? Wait, why am I Yasun now? I'm assuming that's me. Oh? So she doesn't like that Yasun seems happy about Chini coming. Oh, he's the brother. The other guy. Yeah, okay. I thought he was talking about me. She kept bullying me. I see, so why was she mad at me? Haru-chan actually wants Yasun and Chini to get to- Wait. I'm so confused. Like, what the fuck is this? I thought she was jealous, but she wants them to hook up? Rio, it's a little cool. This guy's a little weird, but I'm waiting. I want to see who gets killed tonight. Well, I sure didn't expect to hear something like that. So she's helping the target of her unrequited love get his sweetheart. Yep. That's why you barging in and getting along with Chini messed things up for her. So basically, I accidentally entered a love triangle. Now it's a love square. Does Chiemi know any of this? Pretty sure she does, but she doesn't do anything about it. He has a snowball's chance in hell. Man, this kid was harsh. So yeah, good on you, Hassan. Chini is yours. Is she now? And wait, are you okay with this? Why are you asking? Well, I haven't been here for long, but from what I've seen, you're wild with most people. But kind of gallant around Haru-chan. Well, you're probably right. She's a childhood friend and a bit of an airhead, so I do worry about her. That's all. I feel like he's like 8. How does he have a childhood friend? That's unexpected. You seem like the type to mess with such people. I'd mess around with you to the very end. I owe you a lot. Wait, I owe a lot to Yasun. Haru-chan is an unfortunate girl. You know what? Asking too much at once isn't good, so I'll have you tell me some other time. I already said too much. Hassan, what kind of magic did you use on me? He was the one who'd gone babbling on his own. Blabbing on his own. By the way, you said that someone died, did they? Well, I know the journalist did. Yasumizu's people are still alive, but they're all as good as dead. Why do you think that? Who knows? I'm not good at reasons, but, well, when Takumini said he was the snake, I had a bad feeling come over me. Oh, it felt like I could hear the wolves laughing. Wait, what did you just say? I could hear the wolves laughing. Before that. When Takumini-san said he was the snake, oop, he let that slip, I didn't even catch it. Takumi-san is the snake. That's what he said. I got some urgent business, Mochi, old man, see you both. Huh? The wolf is coming. You knew? Shit. I didn't have the time. I feel like they just quoted him in question marks, like he just literally said, like, question mark. Muro-san. Huh? What? That was my line. Why was he farming at a time like this? Thank you for the key. Oh, don't mention it, but don't walk around by yourself. Everyone's on edge as it is. About that, do you know how many humans the wolves can kill per night? Chiemi went and told you about that, huh? I insisted on it. In fact, you had to have seen that coming when you sent her to meet me. The info I have is still limited, but I'm a bit worried. Sorry to bother you, but can you tell me more? Sorry, I won't cut it. It's a huge bother. I don't want to waste any time on this dumb shit. I have to farm. No, I have a farm to care for. I thought you and Chiemi would understand, but you're serious about this too. Well, he really didn't seem all that bothered by all this, but 2 people already died. What of it? Huh? Listen, people die all the time, and I'm always stuck cleaning it up. What? What was he talking about? Did you see the aftermath of that landslide uphill? It's been like this ever since Inosato got to work on the place 8 years ago and it collapsed. They were too freaked out to even clean it up. I ended up digging out the workers' corpses and burying them. I had no idea that was such a big deal. Then there's the idiots from the city coming here just to hang themselves or get eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess. It's not rare for Saranaga to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishes or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it. And yet no one cares. I pick them, give them all nameless graves, and leave it at that. Beasts and corpses, you never know what you'll find in the mountains, kid. But this time it was in the village. Yeah, I was wondering about that too, but I never heard of Asian black bears eating humans, so maybe we got a pack of actual wolves here. You're saying that was done by beasts? Are you saying that it was done by humans? What of it? We just have to create a night patrol. Why the hell do we have to kill each other?
That's what she said!
Queenie Blast, welcome in. Oops, he was still talking, whatever. This person was hard to read. There was no denying we had a good head on our shoulders. He was reasonable and skeptical about the unknown. On the other hand, there were some things he even put on... There are some things he put even above rationality. It's kind of hard to read the white text in the mist. They need to work on something. I guess that's why it's on a gray background, but it kind of doesn't help. It felt like something you could call Yasumizu's rules, or better yet, fellowship. He looked at the situation from the perspective of, I gotta protect Yasumizu. He did whatever he could within those constraints, but he was in denial about the existence of enemies originating from within Yasumizu. To him, the situation was just a common case that some outsiders died, so what? Or maybe that was what he really wanted to think. Rocco redeemed that right as the character was hiding from something. It's so stupid. That made the situation very bad. But I, being an outsider, couldn't say that. That's true. Like you say, there's something wrong with anyone believing such superstition. You're like displeased. What was I supposed to do? But I'm curious about what I asked first. Did the legend say that everyone dies the first night or what? I need to know how to feel about this. Oh, that won't happen. Wolves can only kill one person per night. Just like the Gnosia. Really? But why? What does the legend have to say about it? What did Bachan say again? No one can go against the laws of the mountain, not even the Yomatsu Okami-sama? Yomotsu Okami? Wolves that have returned from Yomi, apparently. Huh? Weird. I feel like I'd heard that term before. Still, wasn't it weird that the laws applied to the wolves too? They were on the Yomibido side, as in those opposing the mountain. And I was pretty sure the law of the mountain said that only one person could be killed per day. Lynching one during the day was the limit, and killing one more per night was against the rules. Both would make you the target of the corruption. Dang! Alright, Duke, enjoy your dinner. Hopefully it's something bomb. Because I'm hungry. It didn't make much sense to me, but at least I found out that the wolves too could only kill one person per night. Sorry for bothering you with weird questions. I'll get out of your way. Oh, right. By the way, if you need an extra pair of hands, just ask. I won't meddle in any further than I have to. Wait, yeah, I won't meddle any further than I have to, but you're letting me stay here, so the least I can do is earn my keep. Yeah, sure. His last reply was half-hearted, but at least I got a bit of the rules I was missing. When I came back to the dining hall, I found the students, Chiemi and Yoshitsugu-kan, Yosunaga's little brother. Mako had left. It's Poop Man! I mean, son! Poop Man? What? The name still got a chance to spread. That aside, I had to find out what happened at today's feast. Recalling what Mochi told me made this kind of hard. Sorry, but can I borrow Chiemi-chan? Wow, I sure am popular these days. Why, you just can't take a hint, can you? Haru-chan, let's just help along. You say something too. It's probably something complicated. I'll be the one who breaks the plates. Haru-chan, you be the one who holds it back. Hey, what's going on? Sorry about the commotion. What did you tell Yasunaga-san? We talked about today's feast. Things are looking good. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Chikamochi-kun told me that Takumi-san revealed he's the snake. He did. Are there any other snakes? Others? No, there's only one snake. The mountain gave 4 kinds of guardians. The snake could ask the mountain whether one of the participants was a wolf or not. The monkey was the only one, which there were 2. They had the power to know who the other monkey was. The crow could determine whether the person who was lynched the previous day was a wolf or not. And the spider could ask God to protect one of the participants from the wolf's attacks. Honestly, if this so-called God really had that power, I'd complain to him that he should protect everyone. As far as I knew, anyone who didn't have a guardian was either a powerless human or a wolf. The humans could kill a person during the day, and the wolves could kill a person during the night. It was a battle for survival. The humans had to do everything to find and kill the wolves. If they couldn't find a single wolf during the feast, the whole event was completely meaningless. The wolves would simply crush the settlement. If you ignore the fact that it's murder, the fact that you didn't choose a wolf suspect today is pretty bad. It's a day wasted, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I told Yasukan. Then there's the fact that the snake outed himself. It's pretty bad. She understood it well. We couldn't expect the help of the police or getting a forensic investigation, not to mention we were up against supernatural monsters. As things were, the snake's power was the only way to find out who was a wolf or not. In other words, losing the snake would mean losing the most powerful weapon against the wolves. But he should be fine for today. The spider will protect Kumini-chan. Huh? Hold on. We also know the spider? No, Yasukan suggested that whoever it is keep it a secret that the wolves don't find out. Sharp. Kanzo-ji-chan agreed and we went with that. Seems like the right move. It does. We probably should have done the same with the snake. They really should have. It was best to secretly gather information without revealing their guardians. I mean, it's the same thing in Gnosia though. Like, you can't just be like, oh yeah, this person's a werewolf because I'm the snake. Why don't they just fucking lie and be like, no, I'm the snake? How would they know they're not lying? Especially for the snake, he should have kept quiet and used his power to find out as much as reasonably possible before revealing himself. Yeah, next fucking meeting. Hey, so I don't have any reason to believe this, but that guy's a werewolf, so we should hang him. I knew it was difficult to figure out right away. Wait. Yeah. But the fact that the snake, the most important role, was the first to be outed was really bad. From my perspective, Takumi-san had been so focused on protecting Yasumizu himself that he had made a terrible mistake. He appeared calm, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he realized this and was actually pretty shaken. What do you think will happen? She asked like she already knew the answer. The spider was told to protect Takumi-san. The wolves obviously heard that. If they try to go for him, the spider will stop them, right? No idea how, though. Yeah, and with that, they lose one day's worth of murders. Shammy seemed to process this as a logic game, too. If I were a wolf, I'd ignore Takumi-san and go for somewhere else. You think so, too? Who do you think they'll go for? I don't know. I have no idea what the wolves are prioritizing. If they prefer the blood of women and children, they'll probably go for the younger people. Scary. Don't worry, you're not the youngest girl here. Why? There is no healing you're hiding. I'll kill ya. It's fine, you're still the prettiest. I'll forgive you though. That still sounds pretty bad. Who knows what they'll do before killing me? I'm sure there were plenty of things they could conceive. Apparently there was another layer to the worst possible scenario. If they're not killing based on their preferences, then they'll kill someone whose death would shake the villagers. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to the humans. That'd be Kanzo-ji-chan or Yasukan. That seems likely. Yasunaga was the only one who'd done something helpful to the villagers this time. He seemed to be the leader of the high schoolers and had a good head on his shoulders, but his ideas required Kanzo Migishima's approval, which made it pretty clear he was a standout. Honestly, I'd expected him just take the initiative. I'd expected him to take more initiative than he had, but the fact he considered the younger people's opinion showed real leadership skills. In any case, he wasn't someone the humans wanted to lose. Oh yeah. Did you decide who Takumi-san will investigate? Yeah, Kiyonosuke-san. Huh? What's with that choice? What do you mean? He asked for it, and we wanted to prioritize those who were least popular. It'd make them safer. I wasn't so sure about that choice. Those who were confirmed as non-wolves would have had much more freedom to act. At the very least, they wouldn't be suspected as wolves who were just trying to exploit the situation during the feast. That'd be the case. Shouldn't they have opted to choose a potential leader to investigate? Well, I didn't really know if Kiyonosuke Nasato Shi had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. If they wanted to secure a reliable leader, they should have went for someone like Kanzo Migashima. But wait, if the snake's target is killed by the wolves, the snake's power will be wasted, right? The dead can be investigated by the crow after all. No, those killed that night are chosen by the wolves, so they're obviously humans. The crow can only investigate those chosen and killed during the daily feast. I see, it makes sense. Whatever the case, perhaps investigating Kiyonosuke Shi wasn't that much of a mistake. Did that mean that they were actually doing a decent job? Well, it'd be pretty bad if Kanzo Shi was the one to go. Chami looked gloomy. She and I probably felt it wasn't a complete blunder, but still had a bad feeling about it. During the feast, everyone had to lock themselves somewhere all alone around sunset. It was called sheltering. Well, I could understand it considering the legends, but I still wondered why the students didn't go to school. It was a weekday. When I'd asked, they just told me, why would we leave when it's so dangerous? The idea that they couldn't leave when the Mistosphere was so popular, it affected their daily lives. Also, the people at Kami Fujiyoshi had to know that Yasumizu was covered in mist, right? Considering the school there probably had few students to begin with, the non-presence of the 3 from Yasumizu would normally be a serious problem. I knew it was a settlement for the ostracized, but did they really neglect this place that badly? Looking at it from that angle, it was safe to assume that the local villagers, Kami Fujiyoshi included, actually concealed the feast of the Yami Purge. I thought about that and similar things in room 203 of the student's dorm, the place I was given. Chami had given me some cup ramen and hot water. We chatted for a moment about being neighbors for a while, and then she returned to her room. Weird we could be so casual about this, considering there was a chance we wouldn't meet again tomorrow. After dinner, I took a bath. The gas boiler was pretty damn old, so learning how to use it took a while. My cat threw up. We can get a ban on cats, though, because nobody likes cats. Cats suck. And I mean it. Means it. There were some working electrical outlets, too, so I could charge my phone. I didn't have a wristwatch, so that was important. By the way, my room didn't have a kitchen. I was pretty sure the other rooms didn't either. Coming from the guy who wants to bang. Whoa! I didn't say I want to bang Wukamat. I just said she was cool. From what I could tell, no one here actually cooked or ate at their own homes. They all relied on the dining hall to provide their meals. The settlement had not only a unique culture, but a way of life as well. I couldn't help but wonder how something like this began and survived in the modern era. It was an interesting subject to research, but for now I had to worry about the fact that my life was in danger. Anyway, what were my options now? Oh, you have to bathe. That was the other thing. You have to shower. I think I said that. Lock yourself in a room and sleep through the night. That's what it was. Or, yeah, you have to clean yourself, not shower. I wasn't part of the feast, but walking around at night was probably dangerous regardless. I mean, you fucking died already, dude. Obviously, you're a target. Yeah, after all, I had memories of getting killed exactly doing exactly that. From a logical standpoint, that was probably just a dream, but it had a quality to it that made it hard to believe it was. I had to be careful until I was certain. Then again, I had a record of surviving by just not making any noise at night. Maybe I should have stayed awake and looked around. Also, Takumi-san said they were going to have someone keep watch at night, didn't he? Was he going to do it himself? Considering the snake's importance, he shouldn't do something so dangerous. Shit, they barely decided anything in the feast. I wasn't getting enough info either. I felt like I barely knew the basics. Talking during the feast meant giving info to the wolves, but if the humans kept too many things hidden, the wolves would end up knowing way more than them, and that was just dangerous. So there was a limit to what I could do in my situation. If I kept being the messenger I was today, I could create a huge imbalance of info myself. Not to mention I could be deemed suspicious and lose the residents' trust. Shit, what was I supposed to do here? Was it best for me to just stay quiet and wait for the feast to end? That wasn't like me at all. There was a mail slot on the door. I opened it up and looked outside. Everything was still covered in mist, so I couldn't see much. I could only see the handrail and the branches going in the hallway, but maybe I could see some intruder if I kept staring? Not likely. After all, this was the room at the end of the second floor. Haru-chan's and Chiemi's rooms are closer to the stairs, so I couldn't see anyone going to attack them. The only time I could see the monster come would be if it was coming for me. Maybe keeping watch like this was the most important thing if I wanted to stay alive, but I found it hard to put my own life on the priority list. For some reason, I felt like if I died, I'd just go back to the starting point. Yeah, I better not think that. Anyway, I had to stay awake. I still had many things to worry and think about. He's aware he's looping. Well, so far. He's getting there. Alright, who died? What? As I woke up and tried to move, my head rubbed against something tough and then smacked into a doorknob. I writhed in pain. What was going on? Did I fall asleep against the door? Was I more tired than I thought? I was glad I didn't die and all, but this was failure in my eyes. Sleeping in an unnatural position made my whole body hurt. I wobbled over to my fully charged phone. It was 6 o'clock. That was early morning for me. I'd have loved to just go back to sleep, but I was too curious about the feast. After washing my face with hot water and putting on my shoes, I decided to take a peek through the mail slot. Whoa. Outside I saw Chiemi standing there with a knife in her hand. I reflexively stepped back, tripped, and fell on my ass. What the hell was that? There was a woman standing before my room with a weapon. I'd only caught a glimpse, but that was enough to conclude that I was dealing with a scene straight out of a horror movie. What could have prompted this? Did she suspect I was a wolf, or was she a wolf herself? She knocked on the door, making me squeal a bit. Haruki-san, are you awake? Would she kill me if I replied? Wake up, I need a hand checking on everyone. By the way, I'm armed, but it's just for self-defense. Say that sooner, damn it. Oh, so you are awake. Don't worry, I just put the weapon away. I hesitantly peeked through the mail slot and saw her hopping around, showing me her empty hands. After meeting up with Chiemi, we went around the dorm and woke up the students. All of them were alright. While they got ready, we went to the Nosada mansion, just because it was close. The Yasumizu was still misty and unpleasantly silent. I walked carefully, just like yesterday morning. I couldn't write off the possibility that a werewolf would jump out of the mist and tear me apart. It'd be over for me. I was walking ahead, dragging Chiemi by the hand, careful about where I was going. If something happened and I got eaten or something, Chiemi could either fight back or run away. Is someone there? Oh, Nosato-san, it's Fusaishi and Chiemi-chan. Where? Oh, there. We appeared through the mist and a gloomy frown appeared. Hey there. Looks like the mansion was safe. Of course, it's old but well protected. Not even monsters could make it in, surely. I see. Then can we all take shelter inside? Why should I let you? This is Yasumizu's problem, not mine. I see. Good point. Then we'll just get moving and solve the problem, I guess. Huh? Wait, it's dangerous. We need to be in groups. Really, I was beginning to think this guy was best described as all bark, no bite. Though prideful and vain, he wasn't as smart as he claimed to be, as shown by his inability to take charge of the feast. Also, his fussy attitude was probably just him making up for his fear. It was entirely possible he was just putting on an air, and that the mystery of Yasumizu, or rather Fujiyoshi, was actually scaring him. Anyway, we went downhill and met up with the students. Even a familiar road can be scary. He's swearing this. I mean, I guess they're all wearing the same clothes, but yeah, myths sure are weird. I can get naked and no one will get mad. Stop that, you fool. Haru Makishima was acting weird. Mochi was definitely expecting a retort from her. She didn't say anything, and her face was so pale you could tell through the mist. Hanging her head, she was lightly shaking. Everyone could see it too, but no one chose to address it. Questions would quickly become suspicious after all. Perhaps she was a wolf and did something horrific last night? As we all thought similar things, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Are you alright? Don't touch me! Her hoarse scream shocked everyone. Haru-chan? Nii-chan, I just... Sorry, but right now Yeah, I can understand if you're on edge. Be careful about where you walk. We then slowed down. Haru-chan, not touching anyone's hands, was at the rear of the group. They're trying not to walk on a dead body. As we walked, trees and stones drifted in and out of visibility through the surrounding mist. Our vision was so limited, it felt like the world around us was changing with every step we took. A tunnel of trees, a path on the paddy field, a stone platform, a concrete stairway. We walked between realms every passing second. I was still wondering about Haru-chan. What was on her mind? Was she afraid or wary? After descending for a bit, we arrived at the plaza. I see all of you are alright. We met 2 more people in front of the dining hall. Are the elders sleeping in? Ba-chan is still getting dressed. She's not feeling too great right now. Let's check on those who aren't here yet. Come with me, Kyo. Why are you ordering me? Because we might need some manpower. Fusaishi, you come too. That was the first time he ordered me to do something, but it wasn't a situation where I could be happy about him relying on me. Yes, of course. He probably had a bad feeling. Namely that he wouldn't be able to rely on a certain someone ever again. Oh. The old guy died? As I passed by Kaoru-san, I heard her whisper, Yasunaga, can you help? With what, Mom? Finding Yoshitsugu. Oh, shit. He's missing. Everyone probably had a bad feeling about this. The 3 of us guys checked the houses. Yasunaga-kun, Jamie, and Mochi walked around the settlement. We'd agreed to split up and start searching. The misty village was silent. I couldn't hear anyone chatting. I'd seen those buildings from the outside, but it was my first time actually walking in. The shabby buildings built using blackened planks were more or less buried in vegetation. Some were on the verge of collapse. The way their frames jutted from the mist reminded me of the carcasses of giant beasts. I walked on a line between the grass, a footpath surely. I often heard something small jump in the grass. It was probably just some bugs or a frog, but it still made me flinch. Kako-san lives here, right? Yeah, in that house. Shit, why must she live in a place like this? If you don't know, there's no way we would. I guess it's just the orders. To my knowledge, she moved to Yoshimitsu of her own accord, and there's no need for her to be here in the first place. Maybe she knew the mist was coming and came to cast a spell or something to keep it away. That sure didn't work, though. Takumi Muro, I don't mind you being disrespectful of me, but you should choose your words when talking about her. She's a legitimate Kamifuji family head. Like I care, this is Yasumizu. She said it herself, didn't she? In the feast, we're all served on the same platter. Rikaku-san, are you alright? Apparently Takumi-san didn't like the Uematsu family, or the Fort Head families in general. Now that I thought about it, though she wasn't as disliked as Kiyonosuke-shi, the villagers in general weren't fond of Rikaku Uematsu. It seemed like a pretty obvious outcome, though. Yasumizu was a settlement for the ostracized. It was impossible for a member of one group of the head families to openly spurn them to form a good relationship with the locals. Rikaku-san emerged before too long. She was wearing her usual strange get-up, and she didn't seem any different from how she looked yesterday. I need to check on Meiko. We moved to the next house. It felt like Rikaku-san was urging me, so I woke the girl up. Meiko-chan, it's morning! Well, I couldn't imagine Rikaku-san raising her voice, while the other 2 probably didn't feel like they had to get involved with the girl. After a few calls, she finally came out, still half asleep. Wow, she really did, like... what's it called? Not Winnie, that's what horses do. Kyo, take them to the dining hall. Come with me, Rikaku-san. Watch your step. Yes, she was apparently trying to get my attention, so I turned around and said, yes? I'm sorry. Her sudden apology left me completely confused. She then departed alongside the other two, leaving me alone with Takumi-san. Are you sure we should go on without Kiyonosuke-san? He'd be useless anyway. I only brought him along in case it was the Uematsu's priest that died. But now I know who got killed. Yeah, there's only one person. Oh no, there's two people missing. It could still be the old wolf guy, right? Shut up! If old man Konzo was around, he'd have woken up earlier than anyone and searched the length of Yasumizu 3 times by now. Sorry, his house is over there. I followed him in silence. I couldn't think of anything to say. The fact the door was unlocked made it clear something wasn't right. The moment I opened it, my nostrils were assaulted by a smell I'd experienced just yesterday. The reek of a fresh corpse. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Unlike Takumi-san, who was looking away and cursing, I did my best to burn the scene I witnessed into my memory. I felt like to avert my eyes would be disrespectful and chided myself for wanting to look away. The body was much more intact than Mamiya-san's and Hashimoto-san's. That made it easier to become painfully aware of the fact that this was a human, an intelligent life form who was with us yesterday like it was no big deal. There was one problem though. The part of the body that used to be the head was completely destroyed. There was no part of the head left untouched. It was that thorough. It was obviously the result of relentless, heavy, blunt attacks. Everything above the neck was just a strange, flat mass of shattered skull fragments and white and red organic matter. Compared to it, everything else was largely unharmed. The old-looking clothing and the unexpectedly robust chest for someone his age were all the proof needed to know this was the body of Konzo Makishimashi. We'll clean it up. What else? Please wait a bit. What are you gonna do? Find out as much as I can. Since we had no idea what we could get out of here, protecting the scene of the crime was for an official investigation meant we had to leave his body to rot there, and we couldn't just do that. Just couldn't do that. And considering the horrible state it was in, the villagers probably wanted to take care of it in their own way as soon as possible. Not much I could do to stop that. Thus, I did my duty as someone without such obligations. The corpse was completely unlike the ones from yesterday. While those two were destroyed completely, the damage on this one was focused on the head. The weapon clearly wasn't sharp, they'd used something blunt. The skin on his face was torn, but not sliced apart, and the skull was shattered. This was caused by repeated blunt attacks on the head. It wasn't my job to picture whether there was some profound grudge in this. The only clear thing here was that the wolves killed him using something blunt, not claws or fangs. And it was obviously done with dedicated intent, not accidentally. At the very least, the entity that made this corpse wasn't the same as the one that made the ones from yesterday. It made sense if we separated them and assumed that yesterday's was the corruption and today's was the wolves. But the thing I'd seen when I was walking around at night that had the appearance of the wolf, or rather a werewolf, if the werewolves were the one bringing the corruption, the tale of all this was based on, the tale of this was all based on would make even less sense. If the corruption was Great Lord Shinai's, the mountain god's punishment, it'd be weird for it to be delivered by the wolves. Holding back my nausea, I looked at the corpse. Then I rolled back my sleeve and reached for the destroyed head. Hey, what are you doing? I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I'll still have a look. Decapitation meant body doubles. Mystery writing 101. If someone brought in and killed a person with a similar build to Kanzo-shi's, then left him here, his death could easily be fake. Did Kanzo-san have a silver-capped tooth in his lower jaw? No, he didn't. His voice was strangely forced. I looked at him and realized he was kind of pale. I might have overdone it. Still, I couldn't be soft in this situation. He was proud that he didn't need any crowds or anything despite being over 60. Why, did you find one? No, I only asked to prevent any misdirection. It's a healthy set of teeth. What the hell? The lower jaw was mostly intact, while the upper one was destroyed along with the rest of the head. Despite that, I saw a hint of the old man in the eyebrows and the dark hair with streaks of gray in them. It was pretty clear it was the one and only Konzo Makishimashi, so it was probably pointless to keep talking about the way he was injured. My hands were all messy. I'd have to wash them later. The corpse aside, Konzo-shi was lying on some thin bedding, and there was no sign of a struggle. He was either instantly killed by the first attack or knocked out, laid there, and then killed. Still, it wasn't a corpse that was easy to make. The situation here was peculiar. One point I found curious was the fact that Kanzashi surely obeyed the shelter law and locked himself in. However, the lock on the door was still perfectly intact. So logically speaking, Kanzashi had opened the door and let the culprit in. There was no sign of resistance, so it was probably done by someone he felt safe with. However, if this was a normal killing, by the standard of the Feast of the Yomi Purge, then this was definitely made possible by something unnatural. Back to the situation at hand. The futon and everything around it were bloody, obviously, but there was another strange thing about the crime scene. The dampness. Some spots were really wet, and clearly not because of the mist. It was like the murderer purposely spread some water here. Were they trying to wash away the blood splatter on them? But there was no point in doing so in front of the body. The footprints are faded. Were they trying to cover their tracks? They were still pretty visible, though. It was more like they put bloody footprints on a futon and tatami that was already wet. The shape of the prints told me they weren't made by Western shoes, Japanese clogs, or wild beasts. They were just long ovals reminiscent of those made by Zori sandals. There weren't many of them, though. Most of the blood was absorbed by the futon, but from what I could tell there was only one set of footprint. Find out anything? Nothing special. Thought so. You don't specialize in this, do you? Sadly, no. All I knew was the culprit was a very dangerous human. As I washed my hands, Takumi-san removed the sliding door and put Kanzo's remains on it. He covered his destroyed face with the nearby hand towel and prepared to carry it. We take the other side. Got it. We lifted it up and yeah, this was definitely a job for two people. We got big. We went out into the mist. Are we throwing him into the Saranaga? That's what Bachan would want. I guess he'll be corrupted if we don't? Yeah. A voice devoid of life. I couldn't call out to him. Pushing him any further was dangerous. I could tell by the air about him. It's my fault. Why? Because I messed up in the feast. That was entirely possible. This proved he was aware of it himself. I would have said that, but it felt wrong. I don't know much, but I think you were trying to do your best. But what's the point if I mess up like this? Then you need to make up for it. I think you'll have to be the one who leads Yasumizu now. I can't. Well, I couldn't either. I was just an outsider, so I had no idea how to console him. Feeling powerless, we approached the dining hall. We'd pass by here and go straight for the graveyard. Tei Yamawaki-san, who had come out too. She was in the midst of prayer. Kaori Oribi-san was standing next to her. She looked completely out of it. Rikaku Umatsu was covering Meiko's eyes and looking straight at me. Haru-chan, Kanzu-san's actual granddaughter, was watching her grandfather's corpse with an intense expression. It probably wasn't good to make any assumptions here, but I couldn't help it. I felt like her expression was not full of unbearable sorrow, but of anger, hatred, and disgust. I'd never seen them have a nice chat, so I wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't see eye to eye. But still, I'd have liked it if she made a different expression, if only for this moment. I could only think that because I was an outsider who didn't know shit. It wasn't good to make assumptions. Shit, why was I in this position? Just how much could I even learn in my position? But as it turned out, I was still underestimating the situation. We can't find Yoshi-kun anywhere. We met Chiemi on the way to the graveyard. She and the two high school guys were still searching, but the mist. Okay, he's not 8. He's definitely in high school, so I guess he does have childhood friends. We told her we'd join once we buried Kanzo-san and picked up our pace. The graveyard wasn't that far. Yasumizu wasn't very big. It only felt like it because of the mist or the load. I'd completely forgotten about him. He was alright too, huh? I had no idea why, but he was looking at us, clapping and laughing. That meant that Yoshitsugu Oribi-chan was the only one who hadn't seen yet. I was told there'd only be one. The wolves were supposed to kill one person per night. Not saying a word, I hurried to finish the job. That led us to finding him early. Jesus! Yoshitsugu-kan was on the shortest path of the cliff in the grass of the graveyard, though Takumi-san had only noticed him by chance. That was how deep in the grass he was, and how many pieces of him there were. It reeked of death too, but it was mixed with the smell of trampled grass and a strange, beastly odor. Maybe not all the blood around here was his. Unlike Kanzo-san, he left clear proof of a tough battle and intense pain. Yoshi, you had guts. Takumi-san's voice was shaking. He picked up a soccer ball-sized object. Half-eaten and basically a shadow of what it used to be. It clenched its teeth, even in death. Can I? Takumi-san gave it. Yoshitsugu-kun's head to me, and I put my finger in its mouth. I was curious about what was stuck in there. What I found was a clump of beastly fur. He literally fought tooth and nail, resisting until the very end. Resisting what? Obviously, the being that brought the corruption. It didn't take long for the news of Yoshitsugu Oribe's death to spread across the village. I'd heard that the pain of losing one's child was beyond any description. Even so, Kaori broke down so badly it felt abnormal. The mild-mannered woman became a mad beast. We had to band up to keep her from running to where we found Yoshitsugu-kun's corpse. We already gathered it up and thrown it into the Sarnaga after all. Takumi-san kept the tuft of the boy's bleached hair, which he gave to Kaori-san. She instantly put it in her mouth. Through her wailing and choking, she did her best to chew it and swallow it. It was a wretched, gloomy, miserable sight. What the fuck? Though it might have been an act born of ultimate motherly love. Whatever the case, no matter the shape, it was too late to try and bring her child back into herself, not to mention absurd and pointless. That's how it looked like in my eyes. Let's begin the feast. We gotta do something about the ones who killed the old man and Yoshi. His words got the attention of basically everyone present. Obviously somebody else killed the man. But they didn't reach a sobbing mother and her older son who was gently consoling her. Yoshitsugu-kun. Why did he have to go against the laws? Oh, maybe that's what it was. His efforts in death had only worked to corner not just his mother, but everyone else here. It was useless. He'd gotten some weird fur for us. No one, not even me, had any doubts about what we were dealing with here. A situation where everyone was desperate, acted on their own accord, and didn't know how to use their lives, well, was basically the worst. And apparently this line of thinking I'd had would foreshadow the next turn of events. Where did Haru-chan go? Shit. Why was everyone in such a hurry to do the worst things possible? Chiami Serizawa, Chikamochi Kamoshiro, Takumi Muro, and I went in the search for Haru Makishima. Kaori-san showed no signs of calming down, so Yoshinaga-kun stayed with her. Kyonosuke, she refused to come, arguing that it would be bad if there wasn't enough manpower around the dining hall, and he wasn't wrong about that. It wasn't unlikely that some fur-covered murderer or Haru-chan's kidnapper were still around. To prevent any surprise or accidents, we split into pairs. We were given a hoe and a sickle for self-defense. Be careful, you two. Shout if something happens, loud enough so we can hear you, but low enough the others can't. You're right, let's go, Mochi. Time to do work, Hassan. The skirt would have made the search harder for him, so he changed into his school uniform. It wasn't cut out for that job either, but he had no other clothes. At least it was better than a one-piece dress. He seemed to enjoy wearing girls' clothing, so changing into the uniform was probably his way of showing he was serious about this. He kept his easygoing tone of voice, but I felt like there was gravity in his eyes too. He might have been pretty shaken.
Haru-chan! Haru-chan!
We walked around Yashimizu, shouting until our throats became dry. We checked every bush, all the patches of tall grass, and behind every tree. We even searched the water around the paddy fields, but it didn't feel like we were any closer to finding her. What do you think happened to her? I don't know, maybe she's shocked by her granddad's death. No, before that, she'd been acting weird since before. No, before that, she'd been acting weird since this morning. Was she? Is she really fastidious or something? Fast what? Clean freak, hates anything dirty. I think I saw hints of that ever since we first met. I'd say she's just the greatest scaredy cat here. Scaredy cat, huh? She was already really afraid of all the corruption talk. Maybe she was just scared of getting corrupted. I see. Fear based on superstition, that made sense, but why had it suddenly gotten worse? What happened last night? That's why I don't think Haru-chan could kill anyone if she was a wolf. Is that what you think? I don't know if she is one or not, but I really don't think she could if she was. How prudent. That's not like you. Well, we're not talking about me here. I don't want to try and get a read on you. I just want to hear your ideas of what's going on with Haru-chan right now. I have no idea who or what you're confused about, but to me, Haru-chan is as important as Yasun, if not more. I don't really care about anyone else, so we should just find her. Good point. But no matter how hard we searched, we saw no sign of her. She could have been hiding somewhere, or maybe she'd collapsed, but I was beginning to entertain another idea. What if she ran away from Yasumizu? I asked, knowing everyone would deny the idea. It'd be hard to believe. When the mist comes, Yasumizu is connected to Yomi. Bachan's words. So anyone trying to escape would just end up there. Not to mention these mountains are dangerous. All that considered, if there was something that drive her to escape the village, what could it be? Everyone fell silent. They couldn't even imagine it. It was like their brains had stopped working. If she'd actually wandered out into the danger, then we'd wasted so much time searching for her in the village. I had to hurry, so I didn't hesitate to use some big assumptions that bordered on chicanery. What if she can no longer trust the village or the people here? What do you mean? She might have seen something at night or early morning, or come to some sort of realization. Like, for example, what if she found out that someone she knows well is a wolf who killed people like it was no big deal? She's young, so she's still pretty unstable. And since Yasumizu is so small, it wouldn't be strange if she felt like she lost her place here if someone betrayed her. The girl seems pretty emotional, so it makes sense that she jumped straight to running away, right? Make a solid argument. But then what do we do? Give up? That was the thought of someone from Yasumizu. I'll go look for her. I'm not afraid of the corruption. And that was the thought of someone from Yasumizu who had a few screws loose. Anyway, I'm an outsider. I'm not exactly averse to leaving anyway. So I'll look for her too. I said I'd stop you, didn't I? Don't worry, I'll head back the moment it gets dangerous. She definitely won't head in Saranaga's direction, so I'll focus on the path to the school. Also, adults shouldn't turn their backs on children, right? Hassan, I can't argue against that. Of course, it's possible that she's still here in Yasumizu, so you two keep searching for her here. Leave it to me. Run away if it gets dangerous. What if it was the older brother? Hassan, about what you just said. What do you mean? You know, the thing about Haru-chan losing trust in everyone as a result of something she saw. What about it? That didn't actually happen, did it? Who knows? I'm just raising the possibility. It's likely though, isn't it? So, what, you think she saw me or Yasun walking around with a mouthful of huge fangs? That's a possibility too. Not sure I buy that. Is it just your intuition talking? Yep, it is. Speaking of which, I also feel like this feast of the Yomi Purge is designed to keep the wolves from being outed easily. Huh? You can't see them at night because you can't walk outside. You can't stay gathered in one place and watch each other. You can't call the police. So there can't be any investigations. And since everything's covered in mist, things can happen without anyone realizing. And that's why you can't get that sort of solid proof. How could the players send people to be hanged without the slightest bit of material evidence? If you ignored the weird guardian powers, it was all quibble, agitation, sophistry, emotional arguments, connections, popularity, basically the power of communication. I really don't get why, but yeah, I think it's designed that way on purpose. Nothing was certain. They were put in a dangerous argument, with their only weapon being their eloquence. It was a feast of doubting, hurting, and eventually killing one another. If there was such malice behind this, then Chiaki Mochi Kamoshida had a point. Are you a detective or something? Huh? No, that'd be Yasun. Whoops. He might know more than he lets on. I'd have to talk to him then. They arrived at the mountain pass separating Yasumizu from the rest of the world. The large stones at the side were like torii without a top. They might have had religious significance. There's no rule against stepping beyond here, right? Nope, only that you can't run away from the feast. We were going out to find Haru-chan, so we were good. Ignoring the fact that Haru-chan was breaking the law, we passed between the stones. But soon we had to stop. The path was blocked by a landslide. According to Mochi, despite being pretty rocky, the ground in this area was strangely fragile, so landslides weren't that uncommon. There had been some pretty bad rain 3 nights ago, hadn't there? If that was related to the mist appearance, it wasn't unlikely that we'd get both the mist and the landslide at the same time. Despite that, this felt just a bit too convenient. I had to consider the possibility that the people in the settlement above blocked the road to keep the Yomibito from getting through. Hassan! There was something way more important. We found footprints in the still damp mud. It was proof that she'd passed through here. They disappeared into a small cliff that only reached up to my shoulders. She had to have climbed them and disappeared into the forest. Let's hurry. Yeah. The term virgin forest was used to describe forests that were still untouched by mankind, letting nature have complete control over it. Many of the cedars here looked imported, so that term probably didn't apply to this one. However, it wasn't intended to whatsoever, so the words natural or undeveloped definitely worked. There were many fern saplings on the surface, a canopy of leaves above, and a thick mist all around. It certainly didn't feel like a place humans were welcome. For better or worse, the new ferns seemed slightly trampled, indicating someone had passed through recently. Over here. Be careful. She got lost on this road after all. Should she really be shouting like that? It's one of the basics of living in the mountains. The beasts run away if you scream. Oh yeah, I'd almost forgotten about the very real threat of wild animals. I realized I'd lost myself in the mood and became kind of embarrassed. Haru-chan! Haru-chan! Say something! Shouting over and over, we kept moving forward. What up, Necro? Welcome in. Wait a minute, you're streaming. Get out of here.
Take that, depression!
She tried to follow the path, but all the cliffs and boulders in the way made her stray from it. 10 minutes later, we lost all sense of direction. Yeah, this place really was dangerous. Could we really find her? And even if we did, wouldn't it be too late? A raging loop? Oh yeah, I'm getting a raging loop too. I was reminded of Yoshitsugu Oribe and his cruel fate. Were we about to lose yet another life? As my thoughts turned to that very real possibility. I heard some weak weeping. Haru-chan! Mochi, stay away. Are you alright? Please, don't come after me. I have a bad feeling. She's a werewolf! Something really bad might have happened to her. Wait up! Hey! Chikamochi went after the voice with no hesitation. His body was quickly buried under the plants and mist. Give me a hand, Hassan! His lack of hesitation felt dangerous in some way. Was I just imagining it? Anyway, I went after him and quickly caught up. It hurts. Haru Makishima was buried under all the greenery. It's her leg. Stop, ow! I walked up and, man, this is pretty bad. Her leg was covered in blood. Her shoe and foot were pierced by a sapling that was broken right at the bottom. She stepped on this? Can we break it off? Nope, we gotta pull it out. That'll open the wound. There's some lawn marsh, pennywort, and chameleon plants here. Let's close it with them. You can do that? Masato is the family that made medicine. First I'd heard of that, but I had no choice but to believe him. All of a sudden, he's super serious. She resisted verbally, but she was too tired and weakened to do it physically. I picked her up, doing my best to ignore her wailing because of the pain, and pulled her away from the branch. Chikamochi quickly took care of her wound and used a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Let's go back. Can you carry her? Of course. You sure you don't want to do it, though? Who knows? I just don't have the build for it. I thought of saying that Haru-chan would have preferred him, but she was barely conscious thanks to the pain. We didn't have time to waste on sentimentality. Lead the way. One lost person is enough for the day. Going back is easy, but man, it really does look like getting out is impossible. Agreed. Haru-chan, I'm so glad you're alright. Oh wow, they made it back to the building. They barely see it. Takumini, call Taiba. We got a wound to patch. Got it. Our return caused quite a commotion. By the time things had begun to calm down, it was way past noon. Haru Makishima's escape attempt distracted everyone, but none of the problems were actually solved. Kanzu Makishima-shi was killed by the wolves, while Yoshitsugu Oribe was taken by the corruption. Yoshitsugu-kun's death was especially problematic. Each meaningless death was yet another obstacle against resolving the feast. If they picked up and hung someone during the day, it won't guarantee that there'd be one less wolf. It was way more likely that they'd get rid of an innocent. Even worse, the wolves in the group would likely try to leverage the hangings in their favor. They'd claim to be innocent while casting doubt and blame on the other survivors. To win, the humans need to do their best to see through such trickery and identify the wolves, possibly even making them confess. That was how I saw it anyway, and I was one of the ones with the least info here. With that in mind, all humans who died by breaking the rules were actually doing the wolves a favor. If she'd actually disappeared, I'd have said the same about Haru Makishima, assuming she was human anyway. Perhaps someone encouraged them to break the rules? If that was the case, the wolves were ruthless, knew the rules well, and were steadily advancing toward a complete victory where all humans lay dead. That'd be someone influential or a player who's invaluable to humans. That'd be Kanzo, Ji-chan, or Yasukan. And just as we feared yesterday, the wolves had silenced one of the most important people in the feast. It was hard to believe they'd chosen him just because they were scum, or because they didn't like him. The situation was really bad. Another thing to note was that Yoshitsugu Oribe's death greatly affected Kaori-san, who was responsible for everyone's meals. That was a major problem. Good work, everyone. Here's some. When she tried to give us tea once we returned from the search, her face was pale and she was shaking like she was having a seizure. Despite her attempt to carry on as normal, her composure was in pieces. It was so painful I could barely watch. Takumi-san should have been supporting her, but he was just gloomily hanging his head. In the end, Chiemi had to lead Kaoru-san back to her room and stay at her side. I could only hope that was enough to calm her down. however, it was nearly time to do the inevitable. I recall you saying that we should start today's feast. Now is a good time as any, don't you think? Kyonosuke, she addressed the downtrodden people gathered in the dining hall. Does it look like anyone's up for it? The day will end at this rate. The wolves are clearly intent on killing us all. Can we really waste time waiting in a situation like this? It'd work in their favor. We have to pick someone to hang no matter what. Don't you agree, Muro? Alright, Yasunaga, try talking to everyone upstairs. That was where Tae-san looked after Haruchan and Chiemi looked after Kaoru-san. Oh, I'll go. You don't have to, Mochi. Just let me. Chikamochi winked at me for some reason. It might take a while. Yeah, take your time. Everyone has to be there after all. I will go prepare. Please do. Oh wait, that was my chance. Yasunaga-kun, can we talk? Huh? About what? Sorry about your brother. Thank you. That makes it a bit better for him and I. That's a very mature way to think about it. Maybe I should have sounded more my age then. The boy was already pretty mature. You didn't get along with him? That's not it. We didn't always see eye to eye, especially recently, but he was a really good guy. I think so too. It seemed like deep down the tough guy routine was really just an act. Did he get along with your mother? He did. Despite all he said, he really loved her. She probably loved him more than me. Oh, that's not what I was asking. Sorry. All human relations are complicated. Prying too deeply wasn't a good idea. I'm sorry. What did you want to know? A few things, mostly about the legend. Tae-san is the better person for that. I need the opinion of someone more rational. First question, why do you think the wolves kill the humans? Because they're angry at humans for tricking and killing them. Let me rephrase that. Why do the people given the role of wolf suddenly become able to kill their friends and family with no remorse? Huh? Are you suspicious of Haru-chan and I? Oh no, sorry, that's not it. I want you to look at this from a general perspective. Say you've been told that you're a wolf. Could you just accept it and start killing people? No way. But we already established that a wolf takes over their body, so it's not actually them. Exactly, no way you could. Of course there are those who could, but most couldn't, either out of fear or guilt. Mochi is a good example. The people here are afraid of certain things, but they do have lines drawn in the sand. If the lives of those they care about are on the line, they won't hesitate to face the corruption and the wolves. That's only because Mochi is special. He's a genius. Genius. Yes, he can easily make predictions and decisions normal people can't, and he'll readily throw away anyone or anything he doesn't care about. Everyone else thinks he's just weird, but I think he's a genius. I see, I think I agree with you there. But anyway, what I'm saying is that you people aren't the types to magically become murderers just because of some corruption. Of course, there'd be people who do it because the corruption would come for them if they didn't, but even they wouldn't do it without hesitation. But the wolves we're dealing with aren't hesitating at all. I don't know where you're going with this, but I think it depends on the personality of whoever the wolf is. It'd be easy for people who never had any aversion to killing. But there are two wolves, right? Yeah, seems that way. I see, let me ask you this then. Does Yasumisa have more than one person that's capable of murder? One psycho in a group of people I can see, but two seems pretty unlikely. I think a better assumption is that there's some way to turn an ordinary person into a ruthless killer. If that isn't true, the lack of infighting doesn't make sense under the current circumstances. When you put it like that, this isn't just something I heard from a teacher at school, but you could do it by giving them something to fight for, couldn't you? Huh? Basically, you need to make them think that they're doing the right thing. That the wolves are doing the right thing. I see, it's an interesting way to look at it. It's how countries convince their people to go to war. Yes, that's what the lesson was about, but I think that your perspective is a bit flawed. What do you mean? For example, most of the girls in the settlement are timid and prefer to leave the big decisions to the men. Even Haru-chan is like that. So if the wolves are a man and a woman, it's entirely possible that the man's taking the lead in doing the killing while the woman is just following along. Also, for all we know, the wolves could be arguing all the time and they just didn't happen to hesitate in killing this one time. Yeah, good point, but I do think that there's some secret to why this feast lasted so long. Traditions like these usually die out. It makes me think that there must be a way to ensure the killings continue. Your idea is certainly interesting. I don't think you should call it interesting. Not in a situation like this. Oh, sorry about that. That was insincere of me. Let me ask you one more thing then. Go ahead. I was working under the assumption that nothing particularly strange is happening here. But what about you? Do you think there's something mysterious going on? I don't want to believe it, but I think there is. Why is that? Did you see a god or monsters or something? No, it's hard to put into words, but the fact that the mist appeared when we had a whole 4 outsiders here made it feel like there was a higher power at work. No matter how I look at it, I don't think a mist like this could have been produced by human hands. Not to mention that it's strange how the wolves can enter sheltered houses and kill people there. There's also the fact that if one of us killed someone, you'd see a change in their behavior, or some evidence would be left behind. We can't explain those things, so yes, I do think there's something mysterious going on. Oh, I see. Alright then, sorry for asking such a weird question. By the way, who do you think are the wolves? Haruaki Fusashi-san. He cut me off with a stern voice. Sorry, but that is something we talk about in the feast. You don't have the right to ask that. Oh, my bad. Listen, we have to hold the feast to decide which one of us should sacrifice today. It's important to propose who we think is suspicious, but it's also very dangerous. Something we said outside of the feast could be used against us and become a fatal mistake. The fact that you asked me that makes me feel like someone's maliciously using you against me. Please stop. Good point. I'm sorry, really. Oh, but now I won't blindly believe that you're an ill omen, but I won't stop suspecting that you're involved somehow. If I ever find out you had something to do with Ishikazu's death, you'll what? He glared at me. I'll have to avenge my little brother. I see, of course you would. I'll just head to the cage and do my best to be as unsuspicious as possible. Oh, you shouldn't do that. Why? Today's feast might drag on until evening. It might be too late by then. You should go to your room in the dorm and ask someone outside to block the door handle with a stick. I see. Good idea. The boy was really smart. If Takumi Moroshi was a site foreman type, he was the manager type. I could see a talent for using people. Can I ask something too? Of course. Do you like Chini? Whoa. From a political standpoint, I should say no, but yeah, she's likable. I see. Well, she seems pretty available, so she'd probably date me if I or anyone else asked. Oh, you are being considerate of me? Are you being considerate of me? I had a feeling that Mochi told you something weird. It's not like that. What I felt for her is a thing of the past. She was the only older girl around these parts, so I was attracted to her. That's all. This place was gloomy and serious, and she was the only free-spirited person here. She's as amazing as Mochi. You're saying she was a rascal? Yes, so much that she almost killed someone. Hold on. Well, it was an accident, though. It's strange you think she's available. Chini is actually pretty shy. Is she now? Or maybe she just changed a lot during 3 years of college. So, yeah, I've already gotten over her. Now I feel like you're the one being weirdly considerate. That's not healthy, you know. It's all good if you like her. This is hardly the time or place for that. Good point. That was it, huh? Eventually, everyone gathered and went to the hall. Just as I was told, I asked for them to lock me in my room. After getting everyone, including Takumi-san and Tei-san, to understand, Yasunaga-kan, Chiemi, and I went to the dorm. Chini, do you think he can jump from the window to the branches? No way, even if he made it down, he couldn't get back. The two verified how secure a place this was to lock me up in. If they were the wolves, it'd be impossible to outwit them. Humans stood no chance. Anyway, we're locking you in. We'll come open it if we have the time, but you might end up staying like this until morning. Alright, fine by me. It's gonna be hard, but I hope you do well. Thanks. Sorry you're caught up in the problems of such a crappy village. I'm more worried about you. Wow, wasn't that nice? I'll do my best. All done? I'm locking you in then. Yeah, you be careful too, Yasunaga-kun. You're now your mother's only child. Yeah, that's true. And so the door was closed. I can hear them set up the stick. So far, the only ones I talked face to face are Chiemi, Takumi, Mochi, and Yasunaga-kun, just 4. The ones I hadn't talked to were Tei Yamawaki, Kaku Umatsu, Meiko, Kaori Oribe, Haru Makishima, Hyonosuke, Nosato, the old wolf guy, a whole 7. I had no idea if there was significance in that, but I wanted to know what kind of people they all were. 4 people had already died, and if you ignored me, there were 11 left. Once the snake revealed that Kyonosuke she was... Once the snake revealed that Kyonosuke she was, he and the snake, Takumi-san, would be the only one... once that snake revealed what Kyonosuke-san was, he and the snake would be the only ones to confirm roles. The other 9 would be suspects. When one was hanged, there'd be 8, and when one died the night, there'd be 7, which is still quite a lot. They had to hurry before it was too late. The humans had to act now. Hello? Whoa, what? The supposedly fixed door is slightly open. It was Chiemi. I forgot, but I might not get to give you your dinner, so have this at least. She threw me a yellow food box, the kind you can find in any convenience store. Thanks, seriously. Don't mind it. Oh, by the way. Oh, what? Tell the monkeys to reveal themselves. Why? Think about it. You'll understand you'll understand, and you know you have to do something before it's too late. Chiene, what are you doing? There's no time. Go. Yeah, okay. She closed the door and put the stick back. Alright, what next? Okay, I think this is... He changed back into the dress. I think this is the start of the voting. I really have to pee. We're still, like, nowhere. I don't know how far this goes, but we only have one branch. And that was... something about remembering. Something. Where he tries to think of the memories and he can't. So I don't know what the fuck the difference is. Anyway, I'm gonna pee myself. So, here you go.